A monster lurks within, and Naruto becomes its chosen host. Naruto consumed by Venom.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Bonded with the Venom movie. Before we start, please go support Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Peter Parker, Eddie Brock, Flash Thompson. The Venom symbiote has possessed hundreds of women, men, and aliens in pursuit of what it considers the perfect symbiosis. After an altercation in Hell's Kitchen, a 19-year-old boy is subjected to Project VENOM, giving the symbiote what it has longed for since time immemorial. The perfect symbiosis. 1. Two sides of the coin. Cities are not free from evil, and New York was no exception to that rule. Criminals and mobsters abounded in the city's suburbs, hidden and protected from all evil, pulling their strings under the table, unseen by anyone, hidden from everyone's view. Like every city in the world, crime had spread throughout New York since the American city was founded and inhabited by its first tenants. The city had gone through several cruel types over time, and with the passing of the years and the growth of its inhabitants, New York had ended up refining the criminals who could even frighten a powerful man, because power resided in how people perceived power in the representative figure. Immense, the Fisk Tower rose over New York and imposing, with the name Fisk written in immense and thick golden letters that shone with the last rays of the sun that was disappearing in the horizon, thus turning the golden color into a more intense orange, like the color of the shining bronze bathed by the same golden sun of midday, thus being the Fisk sign the most representative of the same building, while the darkness embraced the whitish building full of windows. In one of the many offices of that immense and ostentatious building, a towering man stood, surveying the city below him. This man was, in a word, gigantic. A broad body, thick arms, and strong legs, all concealed by a divided Armani suit. The white jacket covered what appeared to be a golden yellow vest, while wine-colored pants covered the lower half of his body, complemented by black sneakers. Covering his neck, an elongated white shirt collar compressed the man's double chin, making his head appear much rounder than normal. Those clothes were, in the words of the man's enemies, certainly outlandish. But it wasn't a word you'd use against the owner of Fisk Tower or the kingpin of New York City crime if you wanted to get out of the place alive and with all your organs in place. Wilson Fisk hadn't gotten to where he was by chance. He traveled, educated himself, and prepared himself to take control of the city that had taken everything from him at a time when he wasn't the man it needed. He lost the only thing that tied him to that world and the only thing that kept him sane. Now without that beautiful, delicate shackle, he could tear the city to pieces with his bare hands while making himself look like a good person. Two-Face. Everyone hid something behind their mask, and Fisk was no different. While ordinary people would only hide their envy or hatred toward their fellow sufferers or even friends, Fisk hid something far worse than simple envy or hatred. If Fisk were jealous of someone, he would simply eliminate them and take whatever had caught their attention. If Fisk were hating someone, he would simply take them and tear them to pieces and scatter them all over the city, leaving behind a mark that everyone would see and no one would question. No, Fisk didn't hide his worldly feelings. He exploited them and used them for his own ends. But that wasn't his second side of the coin, as some would say. Hidden behind Wilson Fisk, businessman and selfless man, was his own evil and desire for total control of New York, something he achieved when he rose above the rest of the city's mafia families, positioning himself as a fundamental pillar of the cruelty of the same city that never sleeps. The Kingpin had slowly risen above his rivals for power in the city. He now had people like Tombstone working for him and Hammerhead as one of his loyal followers. Money lined his pockets, and everyone feared him as if he were the devil himself, knowing what would happen if anyone crossed him. And both, Wilson Fisk and Kingpin, were two sides of the same coin that was Fisk's figure in the world, one complementing the other. Fisk was generous, giving money to orphanages and lifting people out of poverty. Kingpin was cruel, using street people for underground fights where his fighters would win everything for him without receiving anything in return, some even dying. And they were both the same person. "Excuse me, Mr. Fisk." Wilson Fisk was interrupted by a woman's sweet feminine voice. He cleared his throat and turned his massive frame, using his feet for support, shifting all of his weight, or as much of it as was allowed, onto the cane he used as a third leg to walk. Although this was a ruse in itself. "What do you need, Miss Sharon?" Fisk asked, looking at the woman's curvaceous figure and how her eyelashes fluttered with each of her blinks. "I thought the meetings were cancelled. Something urgent?" Fisk's eyes narrowed as the question left his thick mouth. Without much effort, he walked over to the enormous chair he used as Wilson Fisk and sat down, letting the wood creak slightly under the weight of his immense body. "Sir. You ordered me to notify you for the report on Sarita Watson." An interview? That newspaper known as the Daily Bugle had been hounding him for an interview. Wilson Fisk wasn't an idiot, and he hadn't gotten to where he was simply by trusting other people's actions. Everyone had an ulterior motive, and he was no exception. In fact, he was a man with a complete ulterior motive up his sleeve, so much so that he had a second life behind the Wilson Fisk mask that he showed the world every second of every day. The Bugle was probably looking for something from him beyond the trivial questions he was used to, and sending a promising young journalist like Mary Jane M.J. Watson to that interview completely left the cards played by the newspaper on the table, leaving them without sufficient weapons against him. Let her in. Fisk didn't expect much from that interview. He didn't even expect the rookie journalist to be brave enough to ask the questions everyone else hadn't asked. Who, anyway, would approach him with questions that could send him to his death? No one could be that stupid. Mr. Fisk. Hair as red as fire itself. Light green eyes, with a hint of gray. Journalist Mary Jane M.J. Watson entered Wilson Fisk's office with confident steps, her body erect, and the hardest look anyone had ever given Fisk in those years he spent as the king of crime in New York, which undoubtedly caught Fisk's attention. "Miss Watson," the man gestured slightly to the chair opposite him. Gracefully shifting her body, Mary Jane took the seat opposite one of New York's most important men, as if she were just another person, with no power behind her figure. "It's an honor to have a representative from the Bugle in my office. However, why? Many other newspapers have already conducted interviews with me. They've obtained the information you're about to obtain from me. No one asks any new questions, and I answer them all the same." Fisk's hands moved on the table and clasped together. Mary Jane was forced to raise her head slightly, looking into the dark eyes of an immense man. "Why are you here, Miss Watson?" Fisk hoped that intimidation would discourage the young woman in front of him. He stared into her green eyes for a few seconds, hoping to find what other eyes returned. Fear, terror. Even when he appeared as Wilson Fisk, he was capable of instilling terror in those he spoke to when he chose. However, contrary to his expectations, nothing appeared in those two young eyes staring directly at him. It was Mary Jane's words that finally brought him out of that little hypnotic moment, or rather her direct question. "What do you think about the underground fights that have been going on in Hell's Kitchen over the past few years?" Mary Jane spoke confidently. Not a single syllable faltered in her mouth, reaching the businessman's ears clearly. Wilson Fisk recognized the value in the question posed to him. As Kingpin, he had established a coliseum where street fighters earned him some profit. He established the underground Hell's Kitchen brawls in the absence of his staunch defender and kept them secret for as long as possible, disconnecting them from his life as Wilson Fisk and associating them completely with his Kingpin persona. "You're getting straight to the point, Miss Watson." Fisk leaned back. The chair his massive frame occupied creaked at his movement, groaning at the man's muscular build. Since childhood, Wilson Fisk was bullied and abused for his enormous overweight body. Even now, he remembered being beaten, being ignored for his body, and being singled out. He had managed, over time, to turn all that around to take a place in New York's high society as Wilson Fisk, a real estate developer. He also turned all that around to find his face as the Kingpin, the current Kingpin of crime in New York and most of the United States not controlled by the Mafia, the largest conglomerate of mafia families in the world. "I usually do. Direct and concise." Mary Jane looked back at the tall man. Wilson Fisk wasn't a man singled out by society unless it was for good things. As a journalist for the Bugle, she knew firsthand what Fisk had done and was doing for New York and its inhabitants. But secretly, she also knew the dark side of the man before her. "Are you going to answer my question, Mr. Fisk? Or would you prefer I ask you the usual questions and then?" "All right, Miss Watson." Wilson Fisk raised his hand and slammed the table against the wall. The impact made Mary Jane's skin crawl, knowing the strength of the man standing no more than a couple of feet away from her. "The underground fights of Hell's Kitchen, right? If I recall correctly, that's the Devil's Place." Hell's Kitchen wasn't one of Fisk's favorite areas for one reason. Daredevil. The Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen had, more than once, thwarted his activities in the area and his intimidation efforts on people in certain buildings, which had slightly diminished his income. "That's how it is." Wilson cleared his throat. "As you can see from the endless interviews with your other colleagues, Miss Watson, I am not a man who thrives on unnecessary violence. A few clandestine fights in Hell's Kitchen. My hands are completely clean of that." Wilson Fisk spoke with complete calm, looking into the eyes of the woman right in front of him. He had expected some reaction from her, a minimal hint of fear or understanding of the situation. But either Mary Jane Watson was truly brave or truly stupid. She merely nodded at his words and jotted something down in her notebook, right in front of his eyes. "And if at some point there were to be such fights, wouldn't Daredevil or Spider-Man be our saviors for the day?" Mary Jane sensed the mockery in that light-hearted question. She was perfectly familiar with the relationship between the two heroes and the criminal standing right in front of her. Daredevil had been a tireless fighter against the Kingpin's attempts to take over Hell's Kitchen until his identity as Matt Murdock was completely revealed, forcing the hero to flee that heroic life. On the other hand, she knew her relationship with Spider-Man firsthand. Ever since she fell in love with Peter Parker and discovered that her beloved was none other than Spider-Man, New York's flagship hero, she had seen him countless times seriously injured in his confrontations with Wilson Fisk wearing his Kingpin mask, even coming close to death. That's why Fisk's words made her press her lips together slightly and calmly jot down notes in her small notebook, moving the pen non-stop, remembering one of those times when Peter had appeared in her front yard, completely wounded by a sword used by Fisk himself. It was at that moment that she cut off all ties with Peter and his insane obsession with being Spider-Man at all times. Although I understood it too. So why was Mr. Fiorenti, one of your shareholders, seen in the area where these fights are taking place? The girl shook her head, raising her gaze to lock with Fisk's dark green eyes. And he's been spotted more than once. Is what each of my shareholders, does my fault, Miss Watson? Following that simple logic, then every word that came out of your boss's mouth, every article published, would also be, by extension, your fault, Fisk spoke. He did so with the calmness of a person completely in control of the situation. Every action can only be blamed on the person who does it, Miss Watson. We can't blame everyone associated with the person who makes the mistake, no matter how much we'd like to remove them from their position. Do you think I want to overthrow you, Mr. Fisk? No. To believe that would be prejudice from my side, and it's not something I do openly. I may have negative opinions about your current employer, Miss Watson, but I would never place those opinions on you when you are not their boss. That's admirable of you, Mr. Fisk. It sets you apart from the rest of the 8 million New Yorkers, she replied with the same calmness with which Fisk spoke. She knew she was walking on thin ice to afford to slip and misstep. One wrong step and she would simply disappear from the world. Is that all you need to know? I have no qualms about underground brawls. In many of my shelters and institutions, I've instilled in people the reluctance to use violence. I consider myself a good Samaritan trying to keep the peace in a city consumed by the chaos of the heroes and criminals that abound. Wilson spoke matter-of-factly. His eyes wandered briefly over the clock on the left wall, watching the hands move slightly. Now if you'll excuse me, I must attend to another urgent matter. I didn't think it was already this time, Miss Watson. But you can ask my secretary for another appointment to finish this fruitful conversation between us, if you like, and to complete your article for your newspaper. Mary Jane M.J. Watson took the card Wilson Fisk politely handed her and silenced every word and insult that rushed into her mind. Wilson Fisk had shown her how double-dealing he was and how well he hid his intentions from strangers. She knew who he was from her previous relationship with Peter. But what about everyone else? She grabbed the card and slipped it into her jacket pocket, making sure not to lose it. She was going to set up a second date with that imposing man, and she was going to make sure she got something more out of everything surrounding Wilson Fisk to show her readers. It's been a pleasure, Mr. Fisk. I can say the same, Miss Watson, the man smiled warmly at the farewell. Be sure to make a second appointment. Hell's Kitchen night. Hell's Kitchen was never a place for walking around at night. There were hundreds of places throughout New York City where a young woman could be far better off than in the city's worst neighborhood. But that wasn't something that completely worried Gwen Stacy, the daughter of one of the many members of the New York Police Department, who had been raised since childhood to show no real fear in dangerous situations, all thanks to her father and the influence he had on her since she was a child. With medium-length blonde hair and blue eyes like two light bulbs, Gwen could be considered one of the most beautiful and intelligent teenagers in the city, a little genius in the making who was fond of science. But still, even she had a side that other people didn't know about. Training in hundreds of self-defense courses. Classes in various martial arts. She was always a true fan of contact sports, perhaps due to her father's influence on training and how his father seemed to want her to be a police officer like him. All of this led her to increase her physical abilities and use them much more than her mental ones, although she never neglected the latter, and her spectacular grades were a complete demonstration that she would not stop being intelligent, no matter how many sports she played. And it was her hobby that brought her to Hell's Kitchen. When Stacy stopped in front of a rickety wooden door. Where the floor number and letter should have been, there was now only a dark mark that something had once been there, but was now completely gone and wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Hello? Gently, she pushed the door open when she saw a small crack indicating it was open. Normally, she would have knocked and then someone would open the door for her. But today it was open, and that somehow filled her with anxiety. Is anyone there? Maybe she should be scared. Maybe she should turn around and leave that battered Hell's Kitchen apartment and run away to call her father, especially when her foot hit something she recognized as a human body lying on the floor. He didn't notice any blood. The man's skin looked grayish, as if he'd been in that state for some time or had been suffering from some kind of illness when he fell to the ground. The possibilities were numerous, and his time was limited. The moan made her turn her head towards the back of the room and open her eyes fully. Leaning against the wall, his body completely covered in blood and his head tilted toward his chest, a young man struggled to breathe, letting out small moans with each intake of air. Naruto. Gwen recognized her friend even with the red replacing the golden glow of his hair. Gwen. He spoke with difficulty. Feeling his ribs caressing his lungs, the boy raised his head and opened one of his eyes slightly, focusing only on the girl standing about 10 meters away from him. Sorry I didn't give you something to drink," he spoke with difficulty as Gwen ran to his side, crouching down for a moment. "But as you can see I can't even move." He closed his eyes again. Keeping them open cost him energy he didn't have now. He'd rather be in the dark than see Gwen worrying about him again. "Shit, Naruto." Gwen Stacy couldn't contain her angry voice. Like any other teenager, she frowned at her friend's condition and took a good look at him, finding that no part of the boy's body was free of some kind of damage or blood stain. Again. "Heh," Naruto laughed lightly. A cough escaped his throat, harsh and cruel, staining his legs with his own blood. He doesn't need weak fighters, just, I deserve him." Gwen wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, not caring that her shirt was stained with his blood. Like the teenager she was, she simply cried on his shoulder for several long minutes. When the police raided the place some time later, that was the image they found. Father. The first thing George Stacy's eyes saw upon entering the hospital waiting room was the collapsed figure of his daughter in one of the cold chairs, her head in her hands and her blonde hair disheveled, spreading over her face and shoulders like a spiderweb of golden threads that were dirty due to the dust and cobwebs adhering to the hair itself. George saw his daughter in that state for the second time in her life. The first time was when her mother passed away 5 years ago, and although she tried to be strong because of her maturity, he always knew Gwen was suffering from her mother's death and now from the accident involving her best friend, the troubled boy she met a year and a half ago when he came to pick her up from the gym where his daughter had been training lately. The man looked around the room. His eyes scanned the room for a few seconds before sighing and walking toward the depressed teenager. As a single father, he'd had to support Gwen as she grew up, experimenting with her bodily and sexual evolution throughout adolescence. Now 17, and despite all that intellect, his daughter was still a simple little girl who needed him again, like when nightmares haunted her on cold winter nights. Just by looking at his daughter, he could see how she was, what she needed from him. He stopped right in front of his daughter. Like any father, he bent his legs and squatted down in front of her with a fatherly gesture, placing his hands on her knees. He didn't force her to lift her head or move. He kept his entire body weight on his knees and took a deep breath. He lowered his head slightly and took another deep breath. How could he speak now? What could he ask? "Are you okay?" That question was simple and too shallow to work at that moment. He knew the answer completely without even speaking, and asking something like that would make him look insensitive. George then felt thin shapes encircle his neck and an extra weight fall on his shoulder, and he let her. He didn't move and stood completely firm on his feet, accepting the extra weight without complaint or flinching. He could think of the hundreds of young men he'd seen over the years while working for the police. As a police captain, he'd seen thousands of similar cases, all bearing the same hallmarks. Physically broken young men like Naruto Uzumaki, his daughter's best friend, currently was. The doctor's examination would only give him what he needed to know, and it would be something he dreaded. Broken bones. Shattered organs. Internal bleeding. The more he thought about the possibilities, the more his brow furrowed as he hugged his daughter with the tenderness of a father, feeling the shoulder of his jacket begin to soak with the tears of his little girl, the only person in the world currently keeping him sane. As he cleared his throat, footsteps made him move his head slightly as he encountered the figure of an older man, close to 50. With dark hair, the doctor stopped right in front of them, a notebook in his hand. George had to admit that using notebooks these days was something strange, much more so than he might have thought a few years ago. The captain paused in his thoughts and gently kissed Gwen's cheek as he leaned her back in the chair. He carefully positioned his daughter's body along the length of the chair and lifted her legs to place them on a chair in the grouping. She nodded, immediately catching the doctor's attention. She saw the man nod briefly and turn his back on her. The captain glanced at his daughter briefly and, with a face much older than his age, followed the doctor several feet away from his daughter. Gwen wasn't well enough to receive the words he was about to receive, and as a father, he couldn't see his daughter devastated again. George stopped in front of the doctor. He saw him look down at his papers and then look directly at him. He immediately caught the glimmer of sadness that briefly adorned the doctor's dark eyes, which he recognized without much effort from his experience. "Don't hold anything back," George looked at the man, not allowing him to hide his thoughts. He had seen dead people, dismembered people, and couples burned to the bone. "I can take anything you have to say." The doctor took a deep breath. During his years working at that hospital, he had heard that phrase hundreds of times. All the parents had believed they were capable of handling what someone like him had to say, and all of them cried and showed their true feelings when they received the news. "Your son." He's not my son. George buttressed that answer before the man continued speaking. He'd known Naruto for a few years, perhaps too many to fully list. But the blue-eyed boy who grew up with his daughter didn't have parents he could point to or call in a situation like this, which made him think for a while that the boy lived alone, surviving however he could. He'd seen other teenagers in Naruto's situation, and they'd gotten by taking on jobs that would ultimately cost them their lives, and he'd see that with his own eyes. I understand. At the awkward comment, the doctor cleared his throat and looked down at his notebook. Many young doctors and nurses now use tablets or mobile phones to take notes. He, on the other hand, preferred to stick with old-school tools. So, there are no parents. Not that I know of. George frowned and glanced briefly at his daughter. Gwen never spoke to him about Naruto's family. There was no reference to a father, mother, or siblings on her daughter's side. To him, as a police officer, Naruto was completely alone in the world. I could try looking. It's not necessary, the doctor stopped the police officer. Even if you try to find some of this boy's relatives, they probably won't get there in time to see him before he dies. With a single word, George Stacy stopped his thoughts and became completely still. He swallowed hard and opened his eyes fully, revealing the whites of his eyes. Wait, he found his voice. George Stacy took the doctor by the shoulders, shaking him slightly. What did he say? The doctor's eyes shone with sympathy for a second. The man looked George straight in the eye, connecting with the old police captain for a few brief seconds. Understanding the doctor's gaze and words, George Stacy looked at his daughter shortly after, his facial muscles forming a grimace of genuine sadness. Naruto was going to die. Humming to that realization made him bow his head. His daughter, Gwen, was tied to the boy's life. Ever since Naruto came into their lives, his daughter had been much more open with people, less reserved, and much more proactive when it came to socializing, something she hadn't done before for fear of being rejected for her intellect, for going to college when she was only a teenager, and being ostracized by many boys her own age. Instead, to his own and his daughter's surprise, Naruto never once looked at Gwen as a freak. There was no special treatment from his side or anything that made his daughter feel different from him, although George clearly knew the boy felt inferior around his daughter. Everyone felt inferior when a younger girl knew more things than they did without too much difficulty. How much longer do you have? George felt the burning in his throat at that question, as if 1,000 tiny shards of glass had lodged themselves in his vocal cords. The man breathed heavily and looked at the doctor pleadingly. I'd say just a few days. It's amazing the boy has survived this far, the doctor answered the question with the answer the man had requested. Shattered bones. Punctured organs. Internal bleeding, resulting in severe internal hemorrhages. It's a miracle the boy made it to the hospital alive or to the paramedics. His body has taken too brutal a beating. What human could have done something like that? Several names flashed through George's mind. Kingpin, the Vulture, Punisher, some of the cruelest people living in New York. He'd had to deal with several of them during his time as a captain of the NYPD. Having Spider-Man on his side had been a relief from his responsibilities in stopping these types of criminals. Is there nothing that can be done? George knew Naruto's condition was extremely delicate. A simple botched surgery would send the boy to an early grave, no matter how little he currently had left. But why not take the risk? He was on the brink of death, and there was nothing to lose and everything to gain if everything went well. An overly optimistic thought, one that was out of step with the reality they were living. Legally? No, there's nothing we can do. The doctor looked at the police captain, seeing a glimmer of understanding in the man's clear eyes. Illegally, on the other hand, there are many surgeries that could allow the boy to enjoy a completely normal life with his daughter. George Stacy frowned at the doctor's last words, sensing a double meaning that he understood perfectly. That doctor was working for someone, and they wanted a test subject for their work. Blackmailing him had been their idea, and they believed it would work. But he was. Dr. Smith. George stopped in his tracks at that new voice, one he recognized all too well. Wilson Fisk. The owner of Fisk Tower and a leading New York real estate agent, was staring at them from a few feet away from the waiting room, his weight resting on his cane. George had never understood how Fisk's weight could be supported by a simple wooden cane like the one the man carried. Mr. Fisk. Wilson turned his small eyes toward Captain Stacy's figure. The glance was fleeting, barely a second. But George saw the small glimmer of malice and mockery in the man's darker eyes before it was completely crushed by a gleam of concern. How's my son? George Stacy and Dr. Smith's eyes widened at Wilson Fisk's question. Why your son? The doctor felt his tongue twitch in his mouth. As a New Yorker, he was fully familiar with the life of one of the city's most important figures, one of the country's most charitable souls who had founded a dozen orphanages throughout the city. But he had never known that this same man had a son, and he highly doubted anyone outside Fisk's circle would know. Naruto Uzumaki, Wilson noted, watching as both men's expressions of confusion turned to understanding. How is he? Fisk's eyes moved toward the collapsed girl. It wasn't a malicious look, nor was it meant to reveal his hidden feelings. Sometimes, when Wilson Fisk's mask completely occupied his face as Kingpin, doubts appeared in his dark mind. Too bad, Mr. Fisk. The doctor regained his composure. As he had done previously with George Stacy, the man began listing each of the injuries on the boy's body. Just like George, the doctor saw no hint of emotion on Fisk's face until he finished listing the boy's injuries, where the businessman's dark eyes seemed to lightly bathe in fleeting tears. "I'm sorry to be the cause of your suffering, but your son won't make it through tonight or tomorrow. The fact that he's still breathing is a miracle." Wilson Fisk gulped, a sound that was completely drowned out by the sound of the gurneys and paramedics moving through the hospital halls. The massive man kept his eyes on the doctor, taking in every little wrinkle and scar on that sunburned face, covered by a straggly beard trimmed with small white streaks that already indicated his age. As a businessman, he always kept his eyes on the future, worrying about no one but himself. Wilson Fisk. At least that was how his early life went before he met the woman he married, had a son with, and moved to Japan with her. Fisk remembered every day he spent in Japan until they killed his wife and child. Shortly afterward, as he prepared to return to the United States and exact revenge, he found a small boy walking the streets, his clothes tattered and his body covered in wounds. Naruto Uzumaki entered his life when he saw him helpless, crying for a small piece of food. He welcomed the golden-haired boy into his family, filling the shoes of Vanessa and Richard, whom he had lost in that country at the hands of his enemies. Fisk took a deep breath. He stared at the doctor for several more seconds, watching as a small drop of sweat trickled down his forehead and dripped down his right temple, trickling down his rounded chin. He was afraid. Wilson Fisk saw the fear in the doctor's eyes and secretly reveled in the feeling that invaded the body of that small man, at least compared to him, a man with an immense tall body that towered over many others. In many years, he had never seen others with bodies similar to his, at least not ones that were enhanced. "Is there any way to keep him alive, doctor?" George stared at Fisk with wide eyes. The doctor had said in no uncertain terms that Naruto would die, and the second thing his father asked was if he could keep him alive. He said it with direct, harsh, and firm words that he, as a father, couldn't possibly formulate if Gwen were suffering what Naruto was currently suffering. "Mr. Fisk," the doctor recomposed his words. He had previously mentioned to George that there were illegal methods for recovering the boy. And one of those methods came from Oscorp, the company led by the current mayor of New York, Norman Osborn. There are methods that could allow the boy to survive. One of them could be provided by Oscorp. But it's experimental and therefore not legal to implement at the moment, much less the method used in said operation. "It doesn't matter," Fisk spoke clearly. Both men felt a cramp run down their spines. "I just want to save my son." George Stacy swallowed and looked at the man with respect. Wilson Fisk was showing himself to be a man who would give everything for his son at death's door, even if he had to choose an illegal method to keep him alive. As a police captain, he felt completely at odds with his own duty as a police officer and his feelings as a father. "Are you sure, Mr. Fisk?" The doctor looked from one man to the other, focusing completely on the New York real estate mogul who controlled the city with his kindness as well as his cruelty. Wilson Fisk didn't flinch under his intense gaze, and the doctor sighed, knowing this would get him another payday from Oscorp, but would likely cause problems in the future. "If you're sure, sign this." Wilson Fisk looked down at the form the doctor handed him. With his thick hand, he took the sheet and moved his eyes over the different lines printed on it, moving his eyes again from the sheet to the doctor's eyes. "If it's my signature you want, Dr. Smith, take it," and without reading anything other than the place where he had to sign, Wilson moved his personal pen along the signature line, writing a brief word that represented his consent for his son's upcoming operation and to keep him alive for a longer period of time. The doctor accepted the form and looked at Wilson Fisk's signature on the consent form. If anyone found out what they were going to do to a teenager in that hospital, they'd probably all be fired and wouldn't return to the medical profession for a long time, perhaps until the next life. "Don't mention this to anyone, Mr. Fisk." Wilson Fisk struck the floor with his thick cane, generating a clack sound that overwhelmed all other sounds in the room. "I'm not an idiot, Mr. Smith." Fisk twisted his lips into a thin, gentle smile that made the man break out in a cold sweat. "I know what I just signed. I know what will happen if I speak up. As a businessman, I can keep a secret much better than the average person. I do it every day, keeping quiet about many secret signatures that could have gone wrong if my competitors ever found out." Hearing those last words, Dr. Smith nodded and placed the signed sheet of paper inside the small briefcase he usually carried at these times. There was always someone who ended up falling for it and being used as a guinea pig, and now Wilson Fisk's son would be another guinea pig for Oscorp. "If you'll excuse me, I'll go get everything ready." Wilson Fisk and George Stacy stood still as they watched the doctor's back walk away from them. The man walked with light quick steps, weaving through the patients and fellow hospital staff without much difficulty. "Thank you for lighting candles for my son." Finally, the towering businessman turned to look into the weary face of George Stacy. As Kingpin, he knew every member of the New York City police force and the allies of his three most frequent enemies: Daredevil, the Punisher, and Spider-Man. Two of those three had finally disappeared from his life, and he only had to deal with the Arachnid, who was being supported by Captain Watanabe in the hunt for Spider-Man, which he had unleashed on her employees. "Don't worry, Mr. Fisk." George Stacy took a deep breath before showing a tired, light smile, a gesture that Wilson Fisk accepted, shaking his hand with the police captains. "Your son and my daughter often spend time together. They have also been classmates and have formed a friendship so far. Keeping an eye on Naruto has not been a problem, and I have done it with great pleasure." Both men drew back their arms, loosening their grip. "Even so, I'm glad my son can count on someone keeping an eye on him when I can't because of my job. Having a friend is also important for his development. Naruto tends to be too closed off in his feelings and thoughts." Fisk looked at the teenager stretched out in the waiting room chairs. "The fact that he has someone to talk to besides me or the employees I have working at my house is something I'm glad to know." George studied Wilson Fisk's words with some interest. As a policeman, he tried to search for any flaws in those words and find a way to unravel the whole story. However, he found nothing that indicated that Fisk was lying in that little conversation. He was being honest with him about Naruto, and that was a point in his favor. On the other hand, as a father, he was completely pleased to sense the feelings in the words that escaped the man's mouth. George sensed the genuine concern he had for Naruto in the words, making him a good father in his eyes. And yet, I felt that Wilson Fisk was hiding something behind that good-natured man's face. "Naruto is a good boy." George shook those thoughts out of his mind and smiled. "He always supported my daughter when they first met and didn't push her aside when he found out about her quirk that made other teenagers reject her." "Do you have any illness?" "No. It's not a real illness, but it could be considered one if it leads my daughter to severe depression." Wilson Fisk frowned, but he didn't try to probe the man further with his questions. Everyone had their own skeletons hidden in their closets, and unless he was interested, he wouldn't try to uncover them. "If you'll excuse me, I must finish some projects now so I can focus on my son. I haven't been able to groom someone to take my place, and everything could fall apart. Besides, Naruto's instructors will want to know what happened to him." Fisk nodded to the man. "Have a good night. You and your daughter, of course." George kept his eyes on Wilson Fisk's back as he watched him walk away. From his place in the waiting room, as nurses and patients passed through his line of vision, he saw two men stand behind Fisk and a woman stand beside him, whispering to the towering man. "Wilson Fisk," he murmured, sighing. "I feel like something's going to go wrong with all of this." 3. Naruto Uzumaki. 15 years ago. A man stood in front of two graves. Above his bare head, an umbrella held steady against the thick drops of rain falling on the gloomy cemetery, creating a continuous tapping sound against the umbrella's fabric, something that didn't bother the gigantic man at any point. His dark eyes filled with sadness and anger kept his gaze fixed on the names on the two adjacent gravestones. Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk, his wife and son, his only two relatives in the world. Both mother and son had recently died in a car accident there, in the city of Tokyo, Japan. There was no way to save either of them, and that devastated him. The man kept his head down, his hands clenched on the handle of his cane, his shoulders slumped, feeling the fabric of his black suit slowly soaked by the drops that weren't deflected by the only protection that kept him from being completely drenched by the storm. It wasn't something that really mattered to him, feeling all the pain he felt at the death of his only family in that rotten world. He had put all crime aside. That was what he would have liked to scream in his heartbreaking voice. And he had. He left the criminal world and his face as Kingpin when Vanessa begged him to, pleadingly. And he had given in to his wife's request. Like a criminal, he had brought suffering to both his wife and his child, placing targets too large for anyone else to see. But naively, he believed that there they would be safe from his enemies and old allies, from his face as Kingpin. He made a mistake and his family had paid dearly for it. The man took one last look at both gravestones and didn't move from his position until he heard the brakes of a car brake on the rain-soaked asphalt. His car had arrived, and soon he could return home to mourn the death of his wife and son, whom he would always carry with him as he finished what his enemies had started. Fish. Wilson Fisk shifted his massive frame, forcing one of his guards to move with him, guiding the umbrella so it wouldn't leave his boss unprotected in the pouring rain. He didn't want to incur Wilson Fisk's wrath, much less upset him when the man was mourning the death of his only loved ones. But Fisk ignored his guard's maneuver. Instead, he watched a man who stepped out of the limousine wearing a black Armani suit covered by a dark umbrella held by a beautiful woman with raven black hair. Fisk recognized that the woman was certainly beautiful in an exotic way. With slightly slanted eyes, Wilson Fisk found them to be a dark green like the scales of a reptile, something that gave him a slight shiver, from which he recovered to look at the man walking toward him with a friendly smile that didn't reach his dark eyes. Lynch. Wilson recognized the man immediately. That bushy beard, the slick-back copper-red hair, obsidian eyes that looked like bottomless pits. Wilson Fisk would always recognize the look of the man who was his second in command, the one he trusted most after Vanessa. "I didn't expect to see you at the cemetery." Lynch stopped in his tracks, 10 feet away from the imposing Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin. The small man, compared to Fisk, looked at his boss with eyes shining with sadness, a gesture that softened the features on Wilson Fisk's stern face. "I'd come even if it were snowing, old friend. Vanessa was your wife, and she stood by us for a long time. To leave you alone at a time like this." Lynch looked from Vanessa's grave to Richard's, a look of genuine sadness forming on his face. "Wouldn't be right for me to leave you at a time like this, old friend." Wilson Fisk and Adam D. Lynch had grown up in the same New York City neighborhood. They both struggled with bullying and rose to the top of New York's organized crime scene until Wilson retired at his wife's request, leaving that life behind without any remorse. That's why he didn't expect to see Lynch standing there, smiling ruefully at him and showing a certain degree of sadness over Vanessa's death. Wilson always believed that Lynch hated Vanessa for taking him away from the criminal world in New York, leaving them both confined with their son in Japan. Seeing that this wasn't the case was a relief to him and allowed him to smile a little when his best friend offered his hand, and he took it without further ado, feeling how Lynch's calloused hand hadn't disappeared and still bore the small scars from the fights they both had in their youth. "I'm sorry about what happened, Fisk." Lynch loosened his grip and looked at his old boss with regret. As Wilson Fisk's partner, Lynch knew all too well how much his old friend loved his wife, even going so far as to leave the world of crime and his face as Kingpin for her, something Fisk wouldn't have done if he weren't truly in love with a woman who had recently passed away. Wilson Fisk accepted that simple apology, feeling that the words were completely genuine and that there was no hidden agenda behind that simple phrase. But being Wilson Fisk, he studied his old friend's face for a few seconds before nodding, his eyes moving toward the grave of his wife and son, just as Lynch was doing. "The car accident." Lynch heard his old friend's voice straining, cracking with grief. It was normal, natural, that Wilson Fisk wasn't unscathed after losing his beloved wife and only son. What man wouldn't be like that when his family died, even in a simple car accident? "Are you sure it was just an accident?" Wilson looked at his old partner with a frown. Lynch returned the look calmly. As an old crime boss and the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk had plenty of enemies who would undoubtedly be happy to murder Fisk's family without fear of retaliation, as the man would be devastated and completely unhinged. However, Lynch knew his old friend well enough to know for a fact that Wilson Fisk wouldn't let the killers of his wife and child get away if there really were some behind it, which was highly likely. "What do you mean, Lynch?" Wilson gritted his teeth and showed angry eyes. "Do you know something I don't?" Lynch took a deep breath before letting out a heavy sigh. He reached for his companion, who handed him a black leather folder, which he extended to his old friend with a stony face. Since the Kingpin disappeared from New York, a handful of mafia families have taken control of the city, following the Magia's orders. Many guys like Hammerhead have been moving their men around the underworld, taking control of territories that once belonged to the king of crime. Wilson Fisk opened the folder, unconcerned that a few drops of water fell on his face as he moved. With dark, malicious eyes, the man looked at the faces of old allies and enemies in the folder, which could have been showing him both the murderers of his wife and son and his next victims. A rage was boiling inside him, something Lynch sensed when his old friend's teeth ground together loudly, even overpowering the sound of the rain falling against the asphalt. "The entire empire you built collapsed in a matter of weeks. The leaders of the different families fought for control of the city, and it was finally taken by the Magia when it eliminated people like Hammerhead. The guy is as thick-headed as people on the street say." Lynch let out a short joking laugh, trying to calm the tense atmosphere that had settled since he handed that folder to Fisk. But his old friend kept staring at those pages, flipping through one after the other, soaking in the faces of his enemies. "They fear you, Wilson. They fear that the Kingpin will rise up against them again, and that's why they ordered Vanessa and Richard to be killed. It's a warning, a clear warning not to oppose the new order, not to take back what? Who did they send to kill my family, Lynch?" Lynch paused his speech. Like old times, he looked into his companion's blue eyes and felt a real fear for his life. Those eyes represented death itself, the purest and harshest hatred anyone could feel. A mercenary, an assassin known as Bullseye. Wilson Fisk paused at the last photograph. A man covered in a black mask returned the old king of crime a brief mocking smile, which reignited the giant's anger with tremendous force. "His real name is Lester. He has previously worked for us, being Murdoch's enemy when he took the form of Daredevil." Wilson Fisk stared at Lester's image with his blue orbs. In a fit of rage, he gripped the blade tightly, while Lynch, his old friend, watched calmly. Of course, he knew Bullseye, the assassin who had fought Daredevil so many times, winning and losing in various confrontations. Fisk remembered that time he hired Elektra, the woman trained by the Hands ninjas to become a lethal assassin. That mercenary had killed her, and yet he failed in his attempt to kill the Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen again. Wilson Fisk gritted his teeth. They ground together as his eyes narrowed into a dangerous slit that remained on the mercenary's hard face. A man who failed to kill Daredevil managed to land a perfect blow on him, killing his loved ones. It was a spit in his face, a slap that burned like a freshly lit flame. That bastard. Lynch watched the flying pages as Fisk angrily swung his left arm. Each page of that folder fell to the soggy ground, buried in the grass, soaked by the water. Slowly, with each blow of the wet drops, the pages were pierced until they dissolved into a grayish mush. Wilson. No. Wilson Fisk stamped his foot on the ground, barking and snapping at the air like a vicious dog threatening its enemy with a bark. I'm not going to continue this banal talk, Lynch. They're dead. Dead. A crack echoed in a moment of silence. The water, the wind, and the thunder fell silent at that sound. Under Wilson Fisk's thick hands, pieces of wood broke away from the cane that had been his companion for so long. I always looked out for them. I was their leader. I showed mercy when I should have, among my men. I treated them like family, and this is how they repay me. Those words sounded harsh, cold like the edge of a cold iron blade, ready to slit an enemy's throat. Lynch saw his old friend's lips move. He heard the words. He saw the fury blazing in those two blue eyes. There was nothing that wouldn't place him as the Kingpin, the king of crime in New York. No matter how hard Wilson Fisk tried, he could never separate himself from his dark side as Kingpin, and Lynch saw it in those angry eyes. Envy, Fisk. Fear. They were never truly one of your kind or ever showed their true colors. Lynch spoke with calm words, as if he were walking on a thin layer of ice that could break with a misstep. That's how the underworld works, old friend. You're a rival, an enemy they fear and don't want back. The Kingpin's old second-in-command looked at his old friend and boss with saddened eyes, both for the deaths of Vanessa and Richard and for the circumstances in which they occurred. I'm sorry to be the bearer of such dire words. They were the ones who drove the cruel nails into their graves, Lynch. Wilson Fisk looked into the dark eyes of his old friend, conveying to the man everything he felt. Standing there, Lynch felt the wrath of his partner and best friend filling his soul, overloading it with those dark feelings. I promised Vanessa that I would never be the Kingpin again, that I would leave the entire underworld to start over with her, far from all evil. I bought a huge mansion, prepared all the paperwork for Richard to go to the best university in the world so I could return as a worthy heir to his father. But that whole future has simply been snatched away from me because of simple human envy. Because of a stupid irrational fear. How stupid they are. When the Kingpin gives his word, he always keeps it. I put aside that dark mask to give my family a better life, and my old friends and enemies attacked them to show me that I should stay away from all of it. They're not very smart, Lynch. They've made too stupid a mistake for me to let go. Wilson. Calm down. Lynch stood his ground, watching the old Kingpin's outbursts a few feet away, his face twisted in a blind rage. You must stay calm, keep a cool head. Filling yourself with all this anger isn't something Richard or Vanessa would want. Wilson's eyes twitched at his old friend's words. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs completely with the humid oxygen, and let it out with a heavy sigh. His massive body moved with the sigh, his shoulders rising and falling slightly at the gesture. I'm going to kill them, Lynch, he assured, looking at the man with eyes swallowed by rage. Wilson was always someone who loved his family, and having it taken away from him wasn't something he was going to forgive without making the culprit suffer cruel torture. I'll kill Bullseye. I'll kill those bastards who were my partners. And I'll kill every member who was behind the death of my wife and son, Lynch. And I'll do it with my own hands until I tear their souls from their putrid bloody bodies. Lynch didn't react to Wilson Fisk's words. He'd known for years that his best friend wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty with the blood of his enemies. He'd even faced the Punisher, Daredevil, and Spider-Man on several occasions, always hand to hand and with no one getting in the way. If it came to something like that, couldn't he fight the killers of his wife and child? Lynch was sure he would, and with as much pleasure as a man could take in beating another person to death. Lester is still in Japan, he concluded, providing the information his old friend had requested. Lynch watched Fisk's reaction. He studied his features for a few seconds, finding the morbid pleasure hidden behind the big man's blue eyes. I can give you his details, Fisk. Wilson Fisk gritted his teeth into a forced smile. His features twisted, and the cruel smile of a wounded man spread like wildfire across his face, forming the mark of a deranged madman. I'm going to kill him, Lynch. Then I want you to send his head to my enemies with the message. The Kingpin has returned. I want to see them hiding underground, scared like simple children after a horror story. Tokyo Knight. Hitman. Mercenary. Personal assassin. Like Bullseye, Lester had worked for many important people within the United States of America, quickly becoming acclaimed and sought after for certain types of matters that couldn't be asked of just anyone. His life as one of the most sought-after assassins led him to meet people like Hammerhead, Kingpin, and the top mafia bosses gathered in the Maguekio, the most powerful group of mobsters in the entire country. He even went so far as to infiltrate different sectors of the government to secure a good position. For him, every job was simply that. A job to be done and then forgotten about. He didn't make friends, he didn't sell himself completely to anyone, and everyone was always his personal target. That's why he was able to recently kill Vanessa and Richard Fisk, the family of the feared and retired Kingpin, despite having previously worked for the man. And did he care when he did it? No. He respected the Kingpin as a great mafia leader, as a man who could destroy others with his bare hands. But work was just that. Work. And giving himself the luxury of turning down something like that job wasn't in his plans, nor would it be good for his career as Bullseye in the underworld. With a grunt, Lester rolled over onto the cot he'd been occupying for the past 8 hours and sat on the edge, covering his face with a calloused hand from the constant training he'd undergone to maintain his sharpshooting. If Hawkeye was the best archer, he, like Bullseye, was the best shot with any object in his hands, be it a knife or a simple card from a deck. The man opened his eyes after running his hands over his face, stretching and wiping away any traces of sleep that might have prevented him from opening his eyes properly. He had to catch a flight to New York that morning. If he stayed in Japan for a few more hours, the Kingpin would probably find him. "Hey, you little shit." The voice came out deep and sullen. Lester stood up with 2 heavy movements. "We have to go. Don't delay, or I'll really beat you up." His suitcase was ready. His clothes were waiting for him in the bathroom, ready for when he showered. Not caring whether the boy he called hurt him or not, Lester walked into the bathroom with a towel over his right shoulder and locked himself in. He stepped into the shower, turning on the hot water with a flick of his hand after removing his pajama pants. He never expected to have to go against Wilson Fisk, aka the Kingpin. He had enormous respect for the man, and hurting him like that would only backfire on his enemies, something he made clear when he signed the contract for the job. He warned each of his employers that Wilson Fisk wouldn't stand idly by in the face of the attack and that he wouldn't do it for a small price if it meant disturbing one of the greatest crime lords in his retirement, much less killing his family. Lester turned off the shower and stepped out, feeling the change in temperature. A light mist covered his trained body before it was completely covered by a simple white towel. "Kingpin," he muttered, staring at his reflection in the fogged-up bathroom mirror. Lester scanned his face as he, ferociously, ran the towel over his head, ruffling his brown hair. "I hope you're far away. I don't want to have to fight for my life." He knew perfectly well that Wilson Fisk would kill him when the information that he had killed his wife and child became public. He knew that he would hunt him down, that he would strike him down with his bare hands, and that he would likely be killed by Wilson Fisk's blows. Their lives would hang in the balance if they were in the same country. When the civilian clothes covered his body completely, Lester came out of the bathroom with the towel balled up in his right hand and his hair slightly messed up, with some strands falling over his forehead into his eyes. "I'm here." The child's voice reached the assassin's ears. Lester turned his head and briefly glanced at the small, golden-haired, blue-eyed infant waiting for him with a small backpack on his back. "Fine," Lester's reply sullenly left his lips. The man tossed the towel into the open bag and zipped it shut before looking back at the boy. "I hope you got all your things. I'm not wasting any time on your account, you little shit." The boy, faced with this outburst of anger, showed no surprise or fear. He simply nodded and closed his hands around both straps of his small backpack, appearing submissive to the older man and having nothing to say to the clear insults. "Good," the man ran his tongue around the inside of his mouth. With a flick of his fingers, he yanked the bag over his shoulder. "We're leaving." Both the man and the infant walked toward the door in silence, ready to leave that hotel room and never set foot in it again for the rest of their lives. Or at least, that was Lester's plan. Returning to Japan when the Kingpin was still there would only be suicide for him and his career as an assassin. Slowly, Lester reached for the doorknob. This gesture was cut short when the door itself opened, hitting him in the face and causing him to stumble back, feeling blood trickle down his shattered lip. "What the buck?" Faced with misfortune, Lester threw the bag at the first man who entered the room, soon finding a fist slamming into his face, sending him sprawling to the floor. Disoriented, his vision blurred and his head spinning, the killer looked at his attacker. "Did you think you'd just run away? After killing my son and wife?" He didn't need to be in his right mind to know who had attacked him, to understand that his life was slipping through his fingers like water. Taking a deep breath, Lester tried to get up, only to find that his enemy preferred to see him lying on the ground when a boot struck him again in the head. "Take the boy away." Wilson Fisk glared at his men. Carefully, some of them led the infant out of the room and Wilson Fisk focused on Lester. Bullseye. Have you never heard the saying, don't bite the hand that feeds you? I know I haven't hired you even once lately. But you should know me well enough to know that what you did was suicide for you and your career as an assassin. Lester grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood as a foot remained pressed down on his neck. He could see the dead woman above him, calling out to him. I warned them. You did well, Wilson Fisk raised his cane, looking at the man. They'll know the Kingpin has returned, Bullseye. But now I'll hire the services of another assassin other than Bullseye's traitor. A grotesque sound filled the room as the cane came down and pierced Lester's right eye, shattering his face and leading to the man's death as the tip emerged from the other side of his head. Facing the drops of blood, Wilson Fisk removed his jacket and took the next one that one of his employees gave him. Dispose of the body. If possible, send the head to my friends in New York. Fisk shoved his arms through the sleeves of his new jacket. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the red liquid droplets off his face. The Kingpin has returned. And the child. Wilson Fisk left the room and looked at the child being held by one of his men. Without answering the bodyguard's question, Fisk walked over to the infant and looked at him for a few seconds. What's your name, kid? The boy looked at Fisk with eyes as blue as the sun-drenched sea itself. Tightening his hands on the straps of his small backpack, the blond boy answered the older boy's question. Naruto Uzumaki. 4. Venom. For more than 12 hours, the red light remained lit, indicating that the operation was ongoing. Throughout the operation, there were no mishaps. No doctor left the room, and no nurse gave them any information about what was happening inside. Why would they? They weren't family, and they were too focused on saving the life of the boy they were operating on. If they failed, Wilson Fisk probably wouldn't forgive himself, neither the staff nor the hospital, and having someone like Fisk on their bad side wasn't something the people of New York wanted or desired. If anything, they prayed that Fisk would never notice them, especially those who knew the tycoon's two-faced nature. With a click, the light finally disappeared and the word I see you became dull, barely visible unless you squinted to read it and distinguish it from the dark background that completely surrounded it. George stood up from the seat he'd occupied during those torturous hours and stood in front of the operating room door, waiting for the doctors to finally leave the room and for someone to say something to them. Over his shoulder, the police captain looked at his daughter sleeping on a pair of chairs and debated internally whether to wake her or not. Gwen had had a bad night and needed rest even more than he did, even though she was young and he was already old. But he didn't have time to do so. With a dull thud, the operating room doors opened and Dr. Smith himself walked out with a tired look and a surgical mask covering his face, further emphasizing the man's tired eyes and demonstrating that he needed a real rest. The doctor stopped in front of George and removed the mask with a tired movement. George noticed the man's hands trembling and how much he really needed to rest. Both adults remained silent for a few seconds, which only increased the tension in the room. Tension that was cut short by the sound of the stretcher's wheels rolling toward them, forcing them to move to the side. George Stacy stared at Naruto for a second. A mask covered his face, and thick bandages covered his torso. With his eyes closed, the teenager seemed at peace, his features completely calm, uncontracted. In a second, the stretcher disappeared and the captain turned his attention to the doctor. The man had been waiting, breathing heavily and concentrating his strength to stay upright and not fall asleep on the floor. His legs could barely keep him upright and his body was suffering from the hours he had spent in the operating room. Doctor? Dr. Smith sighed and looked at the captain with tired eyes. His face, which normally looked somewhat better, now fully displayed the wrinkles commensurate with his age. Dark circles covered the lower part of his eyes, accentuating his own age even more. The boy has left the operating room with a high probability of survival. The doctor massaged the bridge of his nose. A lingering headache had begun to bother him, along with fatigue and a dry mouth. The technique brought from Oscar has performed perfectly. Whatever injuries the boy may have had have disappeared or will do so over the next few days. George Stacy focused on Smith's words, absorbing all the useful information in those sentences. As a New Yorker, he'd seen too many things that looked like something out of a movie. The first was seeing a young man dressed in a strange suit and called Spider-Man swinging through the city skies. He had to admit that he was one of the few superhumans he secretly admired and respected for his work in helping hunt down many villains. One of the villains that Spider-Man recently caught and that he and Watanabe sent to Riker was the one known as Shocker, a man who always wore a strange yellowish suit that fired sonic waves to generate tremors. He was a really annoying guy. How long will it be until he wakes up? George asked, looking into the doctor's tired eyes, noticing the wrinkles that ran across the man's face. I'd say he could wake up in about 12 to 36 hours. That's my estimate for the boy to be fully awake. In between, there might be times when the boy wakes up disoriented. It had been luck. The doctor didn't mention it again, but the fact that the boy had survived until he received the experimental Oscar treatment that ultimately saved him. If his father, Wilson Fisk, hadn't agreed to the boy's treatment, they'd be holding a funeral right now, something he wouldn't emphasize in front of anyone in that room. I understand. That's good news. George Stacy let the air escape his lungs in a sigh of relief, causing his shoulders to slump and a completely unconscious smile to spread across his lips, adoring his face with its pearly teeth. Thank you for everything, doctor. The man shook his head at those words. Thank him. For what? For condemning the boy to a different life. He'd been there when Oscar brought that thing. He saw it implanted inside the boy and how it enveloped him in a black cocoon like the dark soul of Norman Osborn himself, and as a doctor, he did nothing to prevent it. Wilson Fisk had agreed to that, and he didn't have the authority to stop Oscar from intervening in something the boy's father had allowed. He had no authority in that hospital. Like everyone else, he would receive a check the next day for his services and his silence regarding the use of another little guinea pig who would end up being used by Norman as some new toy. Now as mayor of New York, the man believed himself completely untouchable. And now the boy was in his hands, like all the careless citizens of New York. Dr. Smith took a deep breath, dilating both nostrils. He needed a strong cup of coffee and a bed to lie down on. In another 12 hours, he would be back in that room again, with a different patient. Don't give it to me, Mr. Stacy. The man lowered his head slightly, knowing what he had done in that room. I don't deserve your gratitude for something that is my job to do. I wouldn't allow a patient to die if it was in my power to save them. I understand that you don't want my gratitude because it's your job, but you must understand that you have saved someone close to my family, my own daughter, one of the few people who has treated her as what she is. George Stacy took the doctor's hand in his own, feeling the firmness in the man's pulse even after several hours. For that, I give you my gratitude, doctor. Smith removed his hand from the captain's, regarding the man with a neutral expression. He felt no aversion to the man's words or gestures. But his mind was still filled with the recent events of those hours of operation in which they had spent with Fisk's young son to save him from certain death, something they had achieved, but at a high price for the boy. Don't fool me, Smith breathed. He took a deep breath and filled his lungs with that new fresh air. He needed to clear his tired mind, settle it completely, and go to sleep before he collapsed completely. I'm doing all this because it's my job and I have to. I study to save people. I work to save lives. With a strange gleam, the doctor looked into Captain Stacy's eyes. Now, if I may, Mr. Stacy, I'd like to rest for a few hours. Sure. Sorry to keep you too long, doctor. Don't worry. Talking to people close to the patients is also something we should take care of. With a final gesture from the doctor, both adults stepped aside and headed to their respective places. Dr. Smith walked several steps, removing the mask and gloves he'd worn during the operation as he did so, his shuffling with a hollow sound that was completely drowned out by the sound of stretchers, footsteps, and voices in the hospital. Disturbing images haunted his mind, hindering his gait. Had that been real? Or was it just an image implanted in his head to keep him from speaking? Reality and fiction had merged with the appearance of the world's first superhuman, and now everything that had previously only been possible in a book appeared in real life. George Stacy walked over to the chairs he and his daughter had occupied for the past few hours. On top of one of them, a plastic cup still held some of the coffee he'd bought from the hospital's coffee machine, which ended up being just brown water with sugar. But it had served to keep him active for a few moments and allow him to talk with the doctor. He let his knees buckle and allowed his body to slump against the chair, creating a slight creaking noise that probably no one had heard. It was completely drowned out by the sound of a stretcher's wheels, which, a few seconds later, passed before his eyes for a brief moment. It was so brief that he didn't know if he had actually seen it properly. Like any father, he looked at his daughter Gwen. She had been awake most of the time, waiting, like him, for information on Naruto's condition. But sleep had finally overtaken her, and she ended up asleep on those hard cold chairs. For safety, he placed the jacket he had arrived wearing under her head, forming a ball of fabric. George took the coffee cup with his left hand and looked at the contents. It was the only decent thing he was going to be able to drink in a hospital, and he couldn't smoke to relieve some of the stress he felt. But he had kicked that habit 15 years ago at his wife's request. He didn't regret it, but there were times when a cigarette wouldn't hurt to relieve some stress, just like at that moment. Naruto had finally left the operating room. But the boy could end up suffering some aftereffects from his injuries if they hadn't healed completely, or if some remnant of the injury remained, like a misaligned bone or a tear that hadn't healed perfectly. He ran his hand over his tired face and drank what was left of that watered-down coffee, tasting the water more than the coffee, so he had to stop the grimace of disgust that wanted to appear on his face. I need a bucking break. George Stacy checked the time on his phone. It read 8:30 a.m., the exact time Gwen usually left home for college. Being one of the brightest minds around, his daughter had some flexibility with her classes. Dad? Gwen's shrill voice brought her father out of his train of thought. George Stacy looked at his daughter. The girl was running her right hand over her face, squinting as she wiped away any sleep that might prevent her from opening her eyes fully. "Good morning, Gwen," the man heard his voice thick, hoarse, and raspy. The lack of sleep was slightly clouding his mind, and the fatigue at his age was taking its toll. "Are you okay?" Gwen shifted her body enough to end up sitting in the chair. Like a cat, she stretched her arms and arched her back before blinking several times and processing where they were currently. The white color and the smell of disinfectant finally woke her up. George stopped his daughter with one hand, forcing her to lower her voice and gesture for her not to speak so loudly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw several nurses looking at them. "They just pulled him out about 10 minutes ago. He seems fine." "He looked fine," the man murmured, remembering how Naruto was still on a ventilator pumping air into his lungs. "He'll wake up in about 12 to 36 hours. From what the doctor told me, he shouldn't have any after effects from the accident." Gwen made a strange face that showed her father she knew perfectly well it wasn't an accident. As a police officer, he should have asked for the information his daughter was hiding. But as a father, he preferred to remain completely silent and not pressure her right now. Watanabe could ask whatever he wanted when the boy woke up. He, too, had a certain interest in what had happened. Both Stacys remained silent for a full 5 minutes, both staring at the wall in front of them, occupied by another row of chairs like the ones they were occupying. "We should go home," George Stacy finally decided to break the silence with something they were both thinking. "Naruto won't wake up for a while, and we need a shower and a hot meal. I don't hate the one from the cafeteria. But I'd rather eat something more substantial than simple sandwiches." Gwen nodded at her father's words as she stared at the operating room door. Why had this had to happen to Naruto? She knew him. She knew of his work as a fighter in the underground fights of New York's underworld. Many young men like her friend and partner did the same for a few dollars. Could this have been a settling of scores by the opposing fighter? Until Naruto woke up, he would remain in doubt. Night downtown New York. He was disoriented. The lights, the sound, the air, everything was before him when he opened his eyes for the first time in a while, realizing he was on top of a building, right in front of Times Square. He didn't understand how he got there, because he assumed that when he was knocked out by exhaustion, injuries, and missing blood, he would be taken to a hospital by his worried friend. How was Gwen doing? The last thing he remembered was her sea blue eyes bathed in sunlight and her sing-song voice ringing with concern. Was this a dream, or was this her personal hell? His mind didn't process that when he felt an itch. Uncertainly, his body moved and dodged a blade that, had it hit him, would have sliced him in two without much effort. As he flew, he saw that firmly forged blade, reflecting something he didn't believe for several seconds. He skidded and braced himself. His arms moved on their own, and both hands crushed the blade of the sword that would have cleaved him from head to toe, creating a light metallic sound as the steel tumbled to the ground, making his ears ring. From his position, he watched as his assailant switched weapons. He threw the katana handle to the ground, again, making a dull thud, and pulled a magnum from the back of his pants. A big weapon for a small man, he deduced, combining the complexity of weapons with that of small limbs. He opened his eyes and his ears rang as the man pulled the trigger, shooting him at point-blank range. But to his own surprise, he felt absolutely nothing, no pain, no piercing of the skin. What the buck? The man pulled the trigger again. Once, twice, 3 times in a row, he heard the sound of the shot and the bullet hitting the ground. But not once did he hear a scream from his prey. No pleading. No grotesque sound of flesh shattering from the impact of a magnum bullet. He wasn't told about that. What the buck are you, man? Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto moved his right hand and then his left, staring at the dark night-like mass from which the strange suit was made. But it felt different, very different, as if he had life. Don't ignore me, you bucking bastard. Naruto reacted on instinct. When the man lunged with a hunting knife in his right hand, he moved his hand and stopped the movement as he drove his right fist into the man's face, sinking his knuckles into his enemy's nose, sending the man sprawling backward onto the cold ground. He didn't feel his nose split. He didn't feel the blood spurting over his knuckles. He looked at his right hand, covered by that black covering, and frowned, not understanding what was happening. Was this an illusion created by his morphine-fueled mind? Was he in an operating room right now, his chest cut open? But the injuries he'd sustained from that fight, it was the least he could imagine being in surgery, with a doctor probing around inside him, as if he were some kind of human guinea pig. "No, you're not asleep." Dick, a voice that was not his own, completely invaded his mind and stopped his thoughts completely, as if it had caused a short circuit in his neurons, and they had to restart after a few seconds, capturing what that intrusive voice had said. "You're not asleep. Look, more bad guys." Naruto felt his body moving on its own, controlled by someone else. He evaded, dodged, and blocked the blows of one of those men, completely stopping the next attacker by blocking his movement. Grabbing his arm, the boy tightened his grip, feeling the second the adult's limb buckle under the pressure, and a grotesque sound filling his ears as bones and muscles popped under the pressure. But. Careful. Behind. The young man stepped hard. He flexed his legs and pulled the man who attacked him, throwing him over himself to strike and knock down another assailant, all out of simple instinct, a hunch he didn't understand. Standing there, the dark figure looked down at all the wounded attackers, lying on that cold floor, groaning in pain. He didn't understand how he had gotten to that rooftop of one of the adjacent buildings in Times Square. He also didn't understand how he had taken down all the men who attacked him, a total of almost 20 burly men. Their bodies were clearly built from exercise. What the buck is this? His mind still muddled, Naruto looked at his hands. A slimy, dark substance completely covered them and his body, perhaps pretending to be a black bodysuit with a huge white spider on its chest. Spider-Man. Stepping back, the slimy substance revealed the sharp face of Wilson Fisk's son. Sharp, with scarred cheeks and sapphire blue eyes, Naruto frowned as he felt the thing move through his body, as if connecting with him. What are you? A world where mutants were real. A world where aliens had walked on Earth. The young boy knew perfectly well the stories his adoptive father told him about his confrontations with Spider-Man, Daredevil, and even the Avengers. But that black, slimy thing with enormous eyes and shark-like fangs that emerged from his shoulder had never been in his father's mythical stories. We are Venom. 5. Symbiote. The word forgiveness wasn't a word that was in Wilson Fisk's dictionary when he took on the Kingpin's mask. As the kingpin of crime, forgiving and giving second chances weren't something he kept on his agenda for long, and the number of people who had escaped his clutches could be counted on the fingers of one hand. A prime example was Daredevil himself. That Hell's Kitchen vigilante gave him back his wife at one point, and he did something in return that helped the hero himself continue doing his job as a hero, keeping the city peaceful. He made concessions and looked out for certain people, but it wasn't something he did much of as Kingpin. Bullseye learned the lesson of the limited forgiveness he showed as Kingpin, both on and off his turf, and he could never comment on the king's cruelty. His life slipped through his fingers when he bit the hand of the man who had fed him. Thus, following his agenda, Wilson Fisk now found himself facing the second most powerful man in New York, as well as a millionaire. If he, as Kingpin, ruled the city's underground, the slums, and the suburbs of the city that never sleeps, that man sitting in a huge leather chair ruled just what was above his own territory, even taking the position of mayor, when many villains and heroes, including himself, knew what that man was capable of. But it wasn't something Wilson would give much thought to. He was currently dealing with a bigger problem, and creating an unnecessary war would only wear him down, both him and his men. Being who he was, falling would only cause far more problems than the authorities could handle, with their futile attempts at justice. At the gesture of the man in front of him, Wilson Fisk sat down in a chair much larger than a normal one. He had to accept that, as a host, the mayor of New York was completely excellent. He generally had to stand due to the lack of seats that could support the weight of his enormous and broad body. A body with which he had destroyed Daredevil and with which he had defeated Spider-Man and the Punisher, three of his most persistent enemies, countless times. Luckily, Daredevil was retired, and Frank Castle was serving a very substantial sentence at the Raft, New York's maximum security prison for supervillains. The same prison where hundreds of Spider-Man's enemies were currently being held. Wilson Fisk had to accept that Spider-Man was doing his job well. He had never met a hero more annoying than Spider-Man, nor one with so many villains after him. Not even Captain America had annoyed as many people as the Arachnid. So Fisk, you're not happy? Wilson snapped out of his thoughts to look at the man who approached him. Placing his hands on his cane, he examined the elegant man with narrowed eyes, analyzing him. Happy isn't a word I use very often, Osborne, he grunted, presenting a pinched face to the mayor of New York. As a real estate developer, he'd clashed with Norman Osborn more times than he'd liked. Still, the CEO of Oscorp and mayor had never betrayed him or sold him out to government agencies, which was a relief to him. But I'm not too happy. Have you used what I think you've used? With a calm smile, Norman Osborn leaned back in his seat as he looked at Wilson Fisk with shining eyes, like those of a child who had taken a bite of his favorite candy. Norman had to admit that he never expected Fisk to ask him for help in saving his adopted son. At least not when the man knew about his connections to other agencies hostile to the United States government and groups like the Avengers. Even Wilson himself was connected to them to keep an eye on the heroes if necessary. I pointed out that it would be unorthodox. I didn't guarantee the boy's safety or that he would be saved, and you agreed. The mayor slid the sheet of paper signed by Wilson Fisk across the table, causing Fisk's eyes to narrow dangerously. You knew that beforehand. Wilson Fisk looked at the scribble that was his signature on that paper, remembering Captain Stacy and his daughter in that room. He still had a fresh memory of the surprise shining in the eyes of the police officer and the doctor in charge of his son's surgery, and if he weren't with Osborne, he'd probably be smiling a little, but always revealing the cruelty behind it. George Stacy still owed him for that altercation, and he planned to get even sooner rather than later. If he didn't do anything to the Stacy family, it was because of his own son, who was too attached to Gwen Stacy. Using a symbiote wasn't something that was within the infinite possibilities that existed to restore my son's health, Osborne. A serum, perhaps a transplant, anything would have been better than that. Precisely the crime kingpin had experimented with the symbiote previously. He didn't understand how Norman had managed to divide it and be able to put it on his son until he had a small thought. Perhaps Osborne had generated more symbiotes since the initial one, making them much stronger and thus being able to generate a system of operations in which the wounded were actually healed. At that thought, Fisk's frown fell even further. He wasn't an expert on the subject of races from other planets, but he had worked to compile a little bit of information about all the currently known races in the universe, including the Clinter, the race that on Earth was referred to as symbiotes, a term that was entirely simplistic to less gifted minds. Fisk studied everything he could about the Clinter. He learned about their weaknesses and strengths, integrating into his mind the fact that the Clinter had a consciousness of their own, which generated a dependency on their hosts, causing them to be controlled by the symbiote. This is how he learned about symbiotes and their inability to divide too much. A primary symbiote couldn't split into two hosts unless it underwent an enhancement or mutation, just as the offspring of these primary symbiotes were much stronger and more capable than their parents, which in turn made them much more dangerous. Taking that, Wilson Fisk thought for hours about what symbiote Norman Osborn could have used to cure the wounds and illnesses of many people at once, and concluded that, most likely, that symbiote had been created in a simple test tube, being a clone or improvement of the primary. "You shouldn't worry too much, Wilson." Norman dismissed Fisk's words with a simple gesture, giving the man a calm smile. As CEO of Oscorp, he'd had 100 of the best scientists working on his small personal project. A project that could save hundreds and thousands of people and would give him what he needed for his own plans. The support of the people. Norman Osborn wasn't a businessman by any stretch of the imagination. He built Oscorp from the ground up, creating one of the best weapons companies in the world and thus placing himself alongside Stark Industries, the best company in the country. However, since Tony Stark had taken on too prominent a role within the Avengers as Iron Man, this gave him the necessary impetus to propel Oscorp skyward and place it above his corporate rival. The symbiote isn't something to trifle with, Norman. Fisk glared at the mayor of New York. While he, as Kingpin, ruled crime in the city, Osborn held the leadership position for the world in plain sight. Things can get out of hand. The mayor's frown deepened at the criminal giant's words. Norman clasped his hands together and stared at Wilson Fisk with narrowed eyes, shining with pure malice. As mayor of New York, Osborn had to always maintain a high profile driven by good deeds. His wife did so with her project to improve New York's environment, and his son had followed suit after his wife's death. Unfortunately, Harry was currently abroad in Europe, training to be the best possible heir. That was another of his dreams, and he hoped he could achieve it. Although everything depended on Harry. No danger, no success, Fisk. You know that perfectly well. The mayor and CEO of Oscorp leaned back in his massive leather chair, which he'd obtained from a home decor company that had refurbished the entire office to his own taste. With that self-centered pose, looking at Fisk, Norman twisted his lips slightly, framing the wrinkles around them. Daredevil. Punisher. And now you're going after Spider-Man, aren't you? The Avengers were currently on the West Coast, miles from New York and completely disconnected from the city. With many heroes missing, only the most iconic one stood out among all the teenagers who tried to take a leading role in confronting the Kingpin's men, something Wilson Fisk wasn't too grateful for. Dealing with Daredevil and the Punisher had been a real pain for him. The protector of Hell's Kitchen had thwarted his plans for that part of the city, beating his men and driving them out of the Devil's territory. But being who he was, Wilson Fisk ended up completely eliminating Daredevil in a final confrontation and completely unmasking him. The Devil was crushed. On the other hand, the Punisher was somewhat easier and at the same time more difficult to handle. While Daredevil focused on only one part of the city and fought hard, the Punisher went all over the city, showering every inch of New York with blood without fear. Now Frank Castle was locked in the raft. I was able to deal with both of those madmen, Fisk said, emphasizing the Devil's ferocity and the Marine's thirst for revenge. Both personalities had been the cause of both men's fall to him. Dealing with Spider-Man is complicated, but not impossible. How many times has he beaten you already? 15. 20. Norman launched the barb with venomous poison in a clear direct attack. Wilson Fisk raised his thick right eyebrow, looking directly into Osborn's green eyes, showing no sign of being affected by the words. Yes, Spider-Man had defeated him. But Spider-Man took more beatings at his own hands than the hero ever gave him. You're losing your touch, Fisk. You could handle the two toughest men in the city, but you can't handle a clown. Pranks. Pranks were Spider-Man's trademark, and it was something both Fisk and Osborn knew perfectly well, especially the former. In each of their confrontations, Wilson Fisk suffered every bad joke Spider-Man delivered. How could a Joker have defeated him? Each joke cost Fisk a huge amount of resources, as well as Spider-Man a new wound. He's not someone easy to handle, Osborn. Norman sensed the danger in that voice. It had turned somewhat soft, slightly syrupy, as if tempting him to keep pushing and jump on him. As mayor and businessman, Norman had dealt with people like Wilson Fisk before. The memory of them flashed through his mind for a few seconds before he looked into Fisk's dark eyes. I hope you don't push him too hard. I don't want to have to break up our relationship. Wilson Fisk looked at his partner in that meeting. As a real estate agent and millionaire, Fisk knew Norman Osborn well without having spent much time with him except for specific meetings. They weren't the only criminals in that city, and Fisk undoubtedly ruled over everyone else. However, how many enemies must Osborn have after his time as mayor of New York? As the Kingpin, he dealt with the heroes who were after his head and killed his enemies, leaving only Spider-Man alive. However, from what he knew of Norman, most of his enemies waited in the shadows to attack him and weren't enemies from his past. Oh, don't worry about it, Wilson. Norman cordially smiled at his friend. Wilson Fisk narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm composure in the face of the venom in the mayor's voice. Our long-standing relationship will remain as strong as ever, Fisk. It's good to have it, Osborn. You know what will happen if I fall. Norman knew perfectly well that this wasn't a threat directed from Wilson Fisk's side. As Kingpin, that immense man maintained his iron grip on all of New York's criminal gangs, not allowing anyone to slip under his control. He knew perfectly well that the criminals, drug dealers, murderers, thieves, etc. of New York City only answered to the tough and intimidating figure of the king of crime. It was all of this that made him, Norman Osborn, want Wilson Fisk's support to stay in power. If the Kingpin fell, all the gangs under Fisk's thumb would fight each other solely for power, which would cause deaths in the city streets, and he would have to work that much harder to maintain control. And I highly doubted the police could handle a gang war. Even Spider-Man would have trouble if people like Hammerhead and the Maguekio were fighting in the middle of New York, all to take those pieces of the Kingpin's empire. Fisk Mansion. With a loud sound, the heavy thick tome with worn and blackened covers fell onto the table, shifting papers that had previously rested on the old wooden cabinet that so many people had used. Being part of a collection of furniture that adorned that immense library infested with shelves full of books, it wasn't only Wilson Fisk who had stopped by. The people the king of crime trusted most were able to take a book or two and read them in that quiet room. A room that his adopted son had now taken as his own for the last few days after leaving the hospital, something that created a doubt in Fisk's own mind, but which he completely dismissed in favor of much more pressing matters than seeing his son take a couple of books, even though it wasn't entirely usual for him. In fact, Wilson had never seen Naruto take a single book from that immense library, and seeing him now lock himself inside was strange. But he would soon discover what his son was up to and what he was looking for in those books. Flipping through the pages, Naruto leaned back against the old worn oak chair that accompanied the antique table. From what his adoptive father had told him, that table and chair belonged to his late wife, so he tried to keep them in the best possible condition as an old reminder of the woman he loved. She was, in fact, the only one. Naruto never saw Wilson Fisk with another woman in that mansion, unless it was his personal assistant or a coworker. His father could truly keep male appetites under control, something few men could achieve throughout their lives. That event in his life cemented in his mind the fact that his adoptive father truly loved his wife to the depths of his soul and heart, so deeply rooted in those feelings that he couldn't see another woman the way he saw his deceased life partner. And he admired that about his adoptive father. The dull sound brought him back from his thoughts. Naruto blinked, covering the lower half of his face with one of the many books that adorned the table, and looked at his companion. Taking on a strange, amorphous form, but displaying its sharp, elongated wide eyes, the symbiote was moving around him, looking at everything with a certain curiosity, as if it were a child who needed to learn what those things were. The Clinter were a strange race from beyond the galaxy. Created by a strange god linked to darkness, the symbiotes arrived on Earth amid a strange meteorite that impacted the planet and were completely hidden by the global agency S.H.I.E.L.D. The same agency that tried to hide the symbiotes' existence but was unable to do much to keep them a secret. Adaptable. It was the perfect word Naruto found to define the symbiotes. None were better than another. Every symbiote could evolve over time and with a change of host, acquiring the best characteristics of each host it occupied. This made the symbiotes a race completely adaptable to any situation, endowing their new hosts with the most remarkable abilities of the previous ones and making them completely better. although they had their weaknesses. Loud sounds, fire, and electrical pulses seemed to create a schism between the symbiote and host, creating a clear separation between them for a few brief moments, which their enemy could fearlessly exploit to separate them. This had happened before, and it was what led to Venom ending up in Oscorp's clutches. You know, I have a very broad knowledge of things. You could ask me directly instead of looking through all these books. I doubt they have any information on my species. We haven't been in this world long enough for your race to have specific data on ours. In his strange form, Venom turned to face his new host. Since arriving on Earth, he'd passed through the hands of various people. A madman with 2 katanas, Peter Parker, Eddie Brock, Flash Thompson, Gargan, all of them were at a point that broke them over time. Except for Thompson, all of them were in some way drivers of their own genocidal madness, something he didn't sense in Naruto's mind. No matter how much he probed his mind, the bloodlust was completely non-existent in the boy. He seemed to understand the world in a way that, for him, a clinter, didn't negatively affect him. Breeding is healthy for the mind, Naruto flipped the next page. Shifting his legs, he placed both lower appendages on the table for a better posture. It wasn't how a person usually sat, but he wasn't in college to be scolded, either. And I don't want to know everything. You're extremely strange. Would you stick to just the surface of the information when you can get everything from neighboring galaxies, even the universe? No one can know everything. He looked at the symbiote over the top of the book, hiding the lower part of his face, as he watched it with his blue eyes. Venom tilted his head slightly to the left, observing his new host for several seconds. Not even you. Venom didn't respond to Naruto's jab. He remained silent, thinking about the hive and their god, Null, for a brief moment. He should be thankful that his connection to the hive was obsolete now, leaving him aside. He didn't want to see what his other brothers were doing, while he and a few others were stranded there on Earth, all because of that meteorite that took them away from their planet. But it was still better to be there than on a planet like Cleanter. Everything felt much denser there. So, it's not my problem. You can read all you want if you don't want my information. I don't need it. Someday you will. Seeing the certainty of that answer, Naruto looked up and directly into the symbiote's elongated whitish eyes. He couldn't understand that look. Getting information from eyes like Venom's that expressed absolutely nothing left him completely confused. He frowned and closed the book. What's that for? The nothing. Naruto highly doubted that it wasn't for nothing. The confidence in Venom's thick voice was the clue he needed to understand that the symbiote knew something he didn't and that he would probably need to find out soon to stay alive. That's what it felt like. Okay, the young man picked up the book again, casting a sharp glance at his body's guest. Venom didn't respond to the look and turned to do some more research. We'll talk about what you're keeping later. I don't hold anything back, kid. You don't want information, and I'm not giving it to you. It's a two-person job. When you're ready and prepared for what I know, I'll give you the information myself, even if you don't want it. Venom turned his face toward his host. He saw Naruto's blue eyes gleam slightly, as if he was trying to decipher his words. But now, where's the chocolate? 6. Mary Jane Watson. Kingpin was a name no one should have sought out. Kingpin was a figure within New York who had his allies and subsequent enemies, as well as those who protected him to the core, so that no one would know who he was outside of the criminal underworld of New York City, the dark side of one of the most important cities in the world, and one that the people loved the most. But there was always someone looking for any clue, any detail that would lead them to discover who was hiding behind that name that terrorized every criminal in the city, forcing them to keep a low profile until the king's followers allowed it. Within the police force and among the city civilians, it was known the Kingpin commanded respect with his name alone. Many didn't know who was behind the most terrifying name in the city, but everyone feared him, even without knowing the man behind that mask, created from the remains of criminal organizations that now served the king of crime. But power always resided where people believed it to be, and the criminal power of New York and other parts of the United States was on the side of the Kingpin, a powerful man who didn't flinch one bit all those years, with the loss of his wife and child. Those moments only made the king return to his home that much stronger, taking everything he swore was his. Mary Jane Watson wasn't exactly one to back down. Like the Kingpin, she experienced moments in her life that completely changed her. Initially, especially during her teenage years, she wanted to be an actress, a singer, and even a member of a musical group. Contrary to her every wish, she ended up working as a photographer and journalist at the Daily Bugle, the same newspaper where one of her best friends, Peter Parker, worked for a time. He was also one of her best boyfriends and one of the people she could love the most. After the interview with Wilson Fisk, Mary Jane focused all her efforts on discovering the exact location where the Kingpin street fights took place. This place had been referred to by her sources as the pit, a place meant to represent the depths of society, where someone could take a bit of her money and gamble it on illegal fights, races, and even dog fights. If Mary Jane had to define the pit, she would use the adjective the deep web of New York, perhaps even of the entire United States. While there was a black market everywhere, she didn't know of any city in the United States with an area like that, where everything was legal as long as you had money. Mary Jane took a deep breath and leaned her back against the cold concrete wall of that dark alley. His contact was taking much longer than expected, and that generated a certain amount of doubt in her mind and insecurities that could lead her to make a mistake. As a journalist, she had to go to places others wouldn't. But going to the pit. Even she knew perfectly well the limits of a journalist's life, and they were closer than she wanted to admit. The woman looked to the right, into the darkness of the tunnel. Then she looked to the left, watching people pass by the entrance to the alley. She had met that contact in that alley before. But it was never for a pass to the pit. As a journalist, Mary Jane studied everything about the pit. Not everyone in the world could enter that place. Only those with a pass could enter without any problem. The rest of the people who tried to enter would be taken by the bitter cold taste of death and would disappear completely from the city, something that had already happened before in New York. Many people disappeared without the police being able to find a motive for these disappearances or a connection between the missing people, something she achieved after immersing herself in a world she shouldn't be treading currently. Her life was in danger just for being there, waiting for a contact who would give her a pass to access the most dangerous place in all of New York. A place she might not get out if she made a small mistake and ended up bothering the wrong people. A rattling noise brought her out of her thoughts. Mary Jane jerked her head to the right, peeling her back away from the wall. As usual, she reached for her right jacket pocket and kept her eyes fixed on the figure slowly emerging from the darkness. She didn't need to study him too closely. Tall, with broad, square shoulders, his face hidden in a hood that prevented her from seeing more than a glimpse of his mouth, and square cheekbones that told her that beneath that sweatshirt, the body of a man was probably hidden from her inquisitive gaze. Mary Jane Watson. Mary Jane recognized a veiled threat simply by mentioning her name. It was, without a doubt, a way for her to let her know that he knew everything about her, probably including family and close friends, of which there weren't many. Her aunt had died exactly a year before, and she didn't have many close friends in New York. Peter was probably the only close friend she had. A friend she hadn't spoken to in a while, about a year and a half since they ended their romantic relationship. Do you have it? Mary Jane kept her Greek fire green eyes on the intimidating figure of her contact. She did this primarily so that the person wouldn't see her fear, to stand tall over that strange sensation. If she showed any fear in the presence of his contact, she would likely be devoured before her time and disappear from the world. She stood tall in the face of the threat and watched the man's movement as he reached into his left pants pocket. Clearly, I do. The man pulled out his hand. Holding it with thick fingers, he showed Mary Jane the pass she had bought. For $5,000, the redeed took the ebony black card. Feeling the roughness of the card, Mary Jane turned it over and scanned the back. There was absolutely nothing on it. Neither the front nor the back showed anything she could identify or link to the person who ruled over all crime in New York. This is the pass that will give you access to the pit, Mary Jane Watson. Just show it to the right person and you'll gain access to the worst place in the city. Indicated person. The journalist raised her right eyebrow. What designated person? I only have this, and I highly doubt the contacts I can call would tell me who to show this to get into that place. Despite the police's efforts, no one knows where that place might be or who might be taking them. Oh, that's excellent. No one should know who to contact to let you in. The man laughed dryly under Mary Jane's watchful gaze. Knowing the location of the well would put extra mental stress on the person who knew about it. If he leaked that information, Mary Jane had no doubt he would be eliminated and the location of that godforsaken place would be changed. Although she didn't exactly believe in God. If you knew someone who could sneak you in, you probably wouldn't be talking to me. But let me tell you, you really wouldn't even be talking to him. That person is very secretive about the location of the well and who can access it. In fact, it was his right-hand man who gave me this card. He seems to want to start a conversation with you after learning of your work in exposing the king. That sounded like a complete threat. Mary Jane had no doubt her contact was threatening her. As a journalist, she'd been poking her nose into precisely the places a normal person wouldn't go to get information. She pulled strings and made contacts. She asked questions, and that would undoubtedly have reached the ears of certain people who might have decided to make her life hell. If the Kingpin's right-hand man, her most trusted man, wanted to speak to her directly and knew she'd been looking for a pass, this could lead her straight to an early grave and she'd never see anyone in her life again. Not even Peter, one of the most important men to her. Mary Jane took a deep breath and pulled a thick white envelope from her left pocket, which she held out to him. To her surprise, the man blocked the envelope with his hand and shook his head. This made her raise her eyebrow again, causing it to rise until it disappeared into the red bangs that covered the right side of her face. It's the money. I know. But the boss said it's a gift. He already paid me double that amount, he admitted, nodding. These words created even more doubt in Mary Jane. The woman put the envelope back in her pocket and squinted at her contact. The fact that she had received double the amount for giving her a pass directly from her boss created even more doubt and fear in her about what might happen if she set foot in the pit. Why would the Kingpin's right-hand man want to talk to her? Why would he allow her into a place she could uncover if she came out alive? The latter was an unlikely premise. If she came out of the pit alive, it would be with the assurance of the Kingpin's right-hand man that she wouldn't talk or betray them. But that thought, Mary Jane sighed, letting out a huge breath. Her shoulders slumped and her body relaxed for a few seconds as she felt the man's eyes on her, but not in a lustful way. He was simply studying her, as if expecting something from her. "Since when have you worked for him?" "I always did," the man shrugged, laughing dryly. Few people like him were far from the Kingpin or his companions. And he preferred to be loyal to the biggest criminal in the city than to be a civ like some of his colleagues. "I'm clear about my loyalties. Not even $1 million would make me betray the Kingpin. Do you know why?" "I can imagine. Will you die if you betray him?" "Ha. That would be too simple, too easy for someone like Kingpin." "No, he wouldn't kill me, Mary Jane Watson. It would be so easy for him to just kill me that even he wouldn't find it as a full debt balance." Mary Jane felt the words on her skin. Within a few syllables, with that tone, her sparse body hair prickled with goosebumps. A shiver ran down her spine and she almost felt a cold sweat on her forehead. "What he would do is eliminate my loved ones. But not with a quick death. That's not his style. He would torture them. Clearly, this would be at the hands of one of his many faithful hitmen. Then, he would kill them and hunt me down, Mary Jane Watson. And I prefer to serve him than to see my family and loved ones die. And he even pays well for the services." Mary Jane swallowed hard, absorbing those words. She, like so many other journalists and police officers, knew what happened to people who betrayed the Kingpin himself. That was why Robbie had tried to dissuade her from continuing to investigate the pit and everything related to the Kingpin. But she was very stubborn. Once an idea entered her mind, it was unlikely to escape as easily as it had entered. "That's a bit hard to swallow." The man looked at Mary Jane's pale face, thinking she was about to throw up. It would have been a possibility if she hadn't seen the wounds the Kingpin left on Spider-Man in one of their many confrontations. "I hope you understand now why I'll try to dissuade you from entering there. My boss won't be angry. In fact, he assured me it would be the best option for you. And it's the best one I'm offering you if you want to stay completely whole. Once you enter, you'll be in the Kingpin's clutches for the rest of your life and you won't be able to escape him no matter how hard you try, no matter how hard you try to hide." "Are you trying to scare me? I can handle this. I've done it before." Mary Jane remembered how Peter had looked when Kingpin had beaten him. He had soon appeared in her front yard, his face covered in cuts and blood dripping from his shattered lip. It was surprising how the suit he was wearing wasn't any more ruined than it had been, with only minor cuts. "I'll take this as I intended and no one can take me back." They were words that came out of his mouth and Mary Jane fully accepted them in the face of his touch. At least, on the outside. Internally, she knew the doubt was growing and filling her mind with every passing second and she wasn't a person who wanted to die before her time. If that were the case, she'd kill herself rather than let one of the Kingpin's employees dismember her or kill some of her loved ones. The good thing about that was that Peter wouldn't fall so easily. Not when he himself was Spider-Man. "I'm just trying to knock some sense into your head, Watson," the man laughed somewhat mockingly. Mary Jane's common sense was completely non-existent in his eyes and she was a very adventurous woman. No one he knew would want to enter the well of goodwill right away unless they really needed to. "But it's completely impossible with you. Your head is much tougher than I thought. I hope you make it out of that place alive and no one cuts that beautiful face. It would be a complete shame if that happened." Surprising the man, Mary Jane didn't back down from that direct threat. She didn't believe he would kill her. He wasn't a man who broke his word and he'd demonstrated that on many occasions. In fact, if he had wanted to kill her, he'd had hundreds of opportunities before the one they were in now. "I see that not even an attempt at a threat will change your mind." "Okay," the man sighed. He took a phone out of his left pocket and threw it toward Mary Jane. She caught it with her hands, hesitant. "There's one number on that phone. Only one. Whenever you want to go to the pit, just call and someone else will take you to the hell of New York. Anything can be done there. Anything can be accomplished. But don't do anything too flashy. It's already strange that the boss wants to talk to you personally. And he's not someone who meets with strangers. He's very suspicious when he wants to. However, he seems especially interested in closing this investigation you're conducting. You're going down too rocky a road and any small stone could land you in a deep hole." Mary Jane looked at that flip-top Nokia from 2006, though she didn't know the exact date. It wasn't as if she knew much about phones, either. But she did know that the phone didn't have a network connection, which made it almost undetectable. Taking that exact information, Mary Jane deduced within seconds that the phone was undoubtedly a prepaid phone. Once used, she'd have to get rid of it so no one could trace the calls she made. In this case, it was to a New York criminal boss who ruled a criminal underworld. So this is. Mary Jane raised her head. It didn't seem strange to her that her contact had disappeared after giving her the pass and a phone number to contact her ride to the most dangerous part of the city. That's how they'd worked the previous times, and it was better for both of them. Neither of them was online, and she'd already sworn she wouldn't cause him any trouble when he agreed to work alongside her. And she was a woman who always kept her promises. Taking a deep breath, Mary Jane opened the phone and saw the screen smeared with dust and fingerprints, as if it had belonged to someone else before. The numbers on the keypad were partially erased, and she had to squint to decipher each digit. Luckily, the arrow keys and the other keys she needed to find the number she needed to call weren't completely erased, and she could see them perfectly. Although, should I call? The words from his contact still lingered in her mind, digging in like sharp, relentless fangs, trying to tear her apart from the inside. Once she made the call, she would end up entering a world she couldn't fully escape. "If you're in trouble, you'll have to," he murmured, tapping his thumb on the green key. He brought the phone to his ear, and after a short beep, the line connected to the owner of that number. Mary Jane Watson, a male voice, with an amused tone, recited her full name. Mary Jane wasn't surprised when the man mentioned her name. "You decided to call me. As strange as it may seem, I knew you would." "I'm like a cat," she replied in a calm voice, hearing a mocking laugh on the other end. "I'll die of curiosity. I'm a reporter for the Daily Bugle." "Oh, I know that. J. Jonah Jameson was always a pain, and with all the new management under Joe Robertson, it's no surprise to me that your company is stalking us. But it's really dangerous, you know that. Once you enter our world, Mary Jane, you can't get out, even if you want to. Are you sure you want to experience the hell of New York?" Mary Jane swallowed hard. She took a deep breath. Strange as it seemed, Peter Parker had instilled in her his sense of duty, and that strange courage that kept her from thinking too much about herself, and even more so about what she was doing. This was a golden opportunity to find out more about the Kingpin and his organization, and she couldn't simply waste it. If he did, he would lose everything he could discover, and opportunities like this did not appear around the corner. "Yes, I'm sure." 7. Kingpin. The Pit was an underground city that, since its founding by New York's mafia families, had occupied a large portion of the underground. People of all ethnicities could be seen there, walking among stalls filled with various unsavory substances that a sane person shouldn't take. Walking between two men dressed in black uniforms, Mary Jane observed all this with growing amazement. Now she understood why no one had ever found the Pit. It was an underground city completely hidden by the vast city of New York, thus obscuring any possible connection between the underground city and the surface. Mary Jane then accepted that no one could leave that place once they entered. Not at least without the consent of the owner of the entire place. The Kingpin. That man who had taken complete control of New York now created an underground city where anything could be done. Selling drugs, providing Hexwell escorts, selling weapons on the black market of the Pit. The synonym deep web fit perfectly as a definition of what she saw in that place during that half-hour walk, passing among ordinary people and strangers, for she even thought she saw a man with two heads. The woman gripped the strap of her bag and swallowed deeply. She'd decided to make that call. Despite what could happen to her, Mary Jane accepted that she would die if she broke the ice she was walking on and ignored the advice of her contact, who had tried to warn her and keep her away from that place. But obtaining information about that place was a scoop she couldn't let slip away, out of pride as a journalist. Faced with the crush of people in front of them, Mary Jane halted her steps and allowed her two bodyguards to move to separate the crowd that was blocking them from reaching the most impressive part of the place. The Pit. Although the entire city was known by that term, Mary Jane discovered that the name was more closely linked to the enormous underground coliseum, where the street and clandestine fights that generated a constant flow of money took place. It's like a city apart, Mary Jane came to that conclusion while waiting to move on. The Pit generated the money that people moved around the city. Gambling, jobs, and various other jobs increased this income and created a new mobility for money. In theory, that city functioned without the need to remain tied to New York. "You may come in, Mrs. Watson." The voice of one of the men brought her out of her thoughts. Mary Jane took a deep breath and walked through the crowd again. On both sides of the road, people looked at her. She felt their eyes on her, analyzing her, and soon, murmurs reached her ears. Had they recognized her as a reporter from the Daily Bugle? Was it because of the men accompanying her? While others would have fallen and shrunk under those stares, Mary Jane tried to stand completely still, her back straight and her eyes fixed on the enormous coliseum called the Pit, from which the roars of the fans were emanating. The Pit. A massive coliseum, at least 50 meters tall by eye, awaited her. The exterior walls showed no deformities, as if it had remained perfectly preserved since its construction. With a smooth wall, 2 enormous pillars stood in the entrance tunnel, welcoming anyone who wanted to enter. On top of these 2 pillars, 2 enormous gargoyles kept their ruby eyes fixed on anyone who wanted to enter through that entrance. Mary Jane swore she saw a strange glow in them, as if they were waiting for her to do something before they pounced on her. They were like 2 predators. All they needed was for their mouths to remain open, salivating. Mary Jane looked down from those 2 enormous statues and stared at them in the darkness of the tunnel. She shook her head and looked around. Still accompanied by the Kingpin's 2 men, she scanned the stalls near the pit. They were nothing out of the ordinary. As if it were a fair, the stalls near the Colosseum offered food, drinks, and t-shirts to remember the moment. It was a strange sight, but at the same time, it was the most normal thing she saw on the entire walk to that place. And he preferred that to seeing a huge pile of weapons lying around a wooden shed. Seeing food, drinks, and t-shirts was a moment of peace for him. "The gentleman is expecting you, Mrs. Watson." One of the guards walked toward the journalist. The man stared at the woman for a few seconds, his eyes hidden behind dark glasses, giving her an intense look. "I don't think he likes it." "I understand. I know." Mary Jane took a deep breath and exhaled all the oxygen she'd ingested. She closed her hands around the strap of her bag and nodded inwardly to herself. "Please take me to him. Let's get this over with." It was better to end it. She was completely surrounded by the worst scum in New York and only kept alive by the protection of the Kingpin himself. She still didn't understand why he had allowed her access to that place, a place filled with evidence that would allow her, a journalist, to completely shut down the pit and leave him without a steady supply of money. "Follow me." A third guard stood in front of Mary Jane. With shoulders and back squared, the man began walking toward the dark entrance, followed closely by the first guard. Sensing the last guard behind her, Mary Jane walked behind the 2 guards and entered the gloomy place. It wasn't completely dark. Surprising herself, Mary Jane immediately noticed that her eyes could see almost perfectly in the slowly fading gloom. There were no light bulbs or torches, as she thought there would be on either side of the aisle. On the contrary, the light that cast the darkness seemed to be coming from within the Colosseum itself, probably from whatever light had been in the arena. A huge crystal of light is in the center, Mrs. Watson. That. If you're wondering why you can see almost perfectly, it's because of the crystal in the center of the Colosseum, which now illuminates the fight between the current contenders. It was a system implemented by one of the scientists working for the chief. Mary Jane wasn't surprised by the information the guard behind her gave her. Kingpin was a man of means, even more than a normal person could imagine. If she had to deduct the income from that criminal empire, it probably wouldn't even come close to accounting for 10% of all the money the king moved around New York. An ingenious plan. Who made it possible? Mary Jane asked with genuine interest as they walked toward their VIP box, as one of the guards pointed out. The Kingpin was a good host, and she had to accept that. Maker? That devilishly clever man has been the cause of our disagreement with the police and other lesser heroes. Only Spider-Man now stands against us, something that man doesn't seem to understand. The guard finished the story for a few seconds. Moving to the side, he allowed Mary Jane to sit on what appeared to be an enormous stone throne with an elongated back. Most of the plans against that insect. Arachnid, guard number 2 stopped his partner. Mary Jane just hid her laughter. It's an arachnid. That, arachnid. All the plans the boss used against the Spider-Man were created by Maker. Though I don't take credit away from the boss. He really could take down. A huge cheer drowned out the sound of the third guard's words. Drawn by the excitement of the spectators, Mary Jane looked toward the arena with morbid interest. It was completely circular, forming a plaza completely filled with rubble on which all eyes were focused. Within that chaos of rubble and dust, Mary Jane distinguished the 2 people causing the cheers. One was an immense man, approximately 2 meters tall, with a powerful build that was evident even at the enormous distance that separated her from the 2 men. The other was shorter and much thinner compared to his opponent. While the first she looked at had a truly muscular body, the other had a more toned body, with better formed muscles and perfectly defined shapes, that, since the man wasn't wearing a shirt, she could clearly see his back. "This is going to be just a little bit nice," the first guard's voice brought Mary Jane out of her thoughts. The girl blinked, allowing her eyes to move from the shorter combatant's bare back to the guard who had spoken. "The boss is having a little fun." Mary Jane blinked. Did he mention his boss? Drawn to this definition, she looked back at the arena, at the 2 opponents. Was the older of the 2 the Kingpin? Or was the younger? Considering the fear the name instilled in people, thinking the Kingpin was a small man wasn't within any ordinary mind. It was more likely to think the Kingpin was that 6'6" man dressed only in cargo pants with blood running down his temple. Kingpin? She couldn't block her lips. They moved, forming that dreaded name, and soon she felt 6 pairs of eyes on her, probably showing disapproval for saying the name. Yeah, the third guard admitted, looking back at the arena. Pushing the 6'6" giant off his feet, the shorter boy was on top of him, wrapping his legs around the man's thick neck until he was knocked to the ground. The boss is going to have a good time beating up that big guy. David always beats Goliath, right? Another round of applause. The smaller man grabbed the larger man's arm. Deflecting the larger man's other arm with his elbow, the smaller man slammed his fist squarely into his opponent's jugular vein, causing the man to gasp for air. This might be a bit grotesque, Ms. Watson. The first guard leaned down on the reporter's right side. Mary Jane gulped. It might be advisable to hide your eyes if you don't want to see what happens next. No one leaves the pit alive. Only the winners. Then, the Kingpin did what Mary Jane expected after that declaration. Like the king he was, the Kingpin shattered both of his opponent's arms with a sharp movement, causing a grotesque sound of bones breaking that completely silenced the audience. Facing the king, the opponent fell to his knees, arms dangling at his sides. With his head thrown back, the larger fighter stared into the blue pools that formed the Kingpin's eyes. We've arrived just in time to see how the boss finishes off his daily opponent, the second guard pointed out, sounding amused by his statement. Mary Jane, contrary to what her mind was telling her, looked at that image sitting there, both arms resting on the armrests of his seat. Why was the Kingpin fighting a mere man? Why was he putting his life in danger? Many feared the Kingpin. Now, before her eyes, Mary Jane understood the reason for the dread that filled every criminal whenever someone mentioned that name. Kingpin wasn't just an empty name, as one might expect, a title without anything to fill it. The Kingpin was the king of crime of all of New York. It had to be filled by a man who knew how to fight, who could stand up to bigger and, possibly, stronger men. But could that younger, smaller man be the Kingpin who had beaten Peter several times? So where did Wilson Fisk fit into this whole affair, and why did his ex-boyfriend mention him on several occasions, including to many other people? Mary Jane studied the Kingpin. Blonde, with messy hair and an athletic build. In a way, the boy reminded her of Peter's sculpted body, and consequently, Spider-Man's. She didn't find even a hint of fat, only well-formed muscle beneath lightly tanned skin marked by light, well-defined scars. That's Kingpin. The boss. The king of crime. Kingpin raised both arms and clasped his hands together, forming a joint fist. Whatever you want to call him, Ms. Watson. He's the boss of all organized crime in New York, and no one opposes his command. She, along with the guards and the rest of the spectators, saw the Kingpin's arms come down with force and speed. After a cracking sound and a drip of something watery, blood stained the sand and the king of crime's naked torso. The Kingpin didn't move and stood there, watching as the giant finally fell to the side, his face smashed into pieces. Only a second passed. The stands erupted with cheers, and Mary Jane watched as the Kingpin's right arm rose, revealing a fist completely drenched in blood. Blood began to trickle down his arm, reaching his elbow. That's the Kingpin, Ms. Watson, the second guard pointed to his boss after his own applause. The man turned to the reporter and bowed his head slightly. Now, we'll be leaving. The boss won't be long. Be careful with your words. Mary Jane accepted that. With a nod, she fixed her eyes on the arena. The man everyone called the Kingpin began walking toward one of the corridors. She could see him even though the crowd slightly obscured her vision as she stood up, preventing her from seeing the man she would be talking to. She would be speaking to the cruelest, most powerful man in all of New York. There were billionaires and political bosses, but the Kingpin wielded far more power than those who boasted of it. And she knew perfectly well that all, or most, of the politicians were on the king's peril. No one would oppose him, except idealistic idiots like Spider-Man. Mary Jane Watson. The voice didn't surprise her. Nor did the fact that he knew her name. Like a spring, the journalist stood up and looked at the man they called Kingpin. King. You can shorten it if you want. The man stopped 10 meters from the woman. Mary Jane looked at the man. He was young, with messy golden hair that looked like it had been kissed by the sun itself. With 2 sapphire blue eyes, the Kingpin seemed too young compared to Peter's words and stories. There's no need for formalities. Kingpin raised his right arm. Mary Jane looked at the bandage covering it. It covered not only his right arm, but another bandage, also stained with blood, covered his left arm, as if he were used to street fights. Are you young? Too much. The Kingpin twisted his lips in a dry smile, which Mary Jane didn't detect as a threat to her. Yes, it's something they tend to tell me too much. But my father was the previous Kingpin. Now I've taken his place and I think I'm doing well. There are no police. No heroes. The man walked slowly toward a small table full of crystal glasses. With his left hand, he took one of the glasses, and with his right, he took the pitcher placed on the tray. I maintain order in my kingdom. No one does more than I say, and no one causes more problems than I allow. So you can stay calm, Miss Watson. I am someone who would not kill a woman like you. Even if a woman like me can throw his criminal kingdom completely overboard. Even if a woman like you throws my criminal kingdom overboard, yes. But to be honest, that won't happen. Kingpin drank that water, savoring the cold liquid as it trickled down his throat. And you're not a threat. I'll let you take and publish whatever you want. Even his real name? At that question, a lightning-like chill ran down Mary Jane's spine. She had just asked the Kingpin to reveal his real name and she would make it public so he could be hunted down. Contrary to what she expected, a gurgling laugh escaped the Kingpin's throat and he laughed heartily at such a direct and suicidal question. Not many in his life had the courage to ask him his name. Mary Jane Watson probably had more courage than many of the men he knew, if not all. And he liked strong women. Naruto, he introduced himself, putting aside his title of Kingpin, his criminal mask. As politeness dictated, he extended his right arm towards Mary Jane, offering his hand to the woman. A hand that the journalist looked at with wide, surprised eyes. Naruto Uzumaki is my name, Ms. Watson. And accepting the previous premise, if you like, you can fully reveal it to the public. It will be fun to watch the New York Police Department try to hunt me down when they're in my pocket. You just like that. But you need a little pre-game of questions and answers to warm up your engines, Ms. Watson. I am a concise and direct person, if I do say so myself. Naruto walked up to the second throne in that box and let his body fall, even though Mary Jane remained standing, looking directly at him with her green eyes. I have given you something that many people have desired to have. I have given you the identity of the Kingpin. And I have given you, Mary Jane Watson, the key that could lead the greatest criminal reign in New York to its own destruction. 8. Family Fish. As a prominent real estate developer, Wilson Fisk owned a huge percentage of the buildings built in New York City thanks to the signing of contracts with the city's mayor, Norman Osborn. This, of course, led to the so-called Fisk family being placed within the highest standards of New York society, granting the man an enormous status comparable to that of figures such as Norman Osborn, Anthony Stark or Franklin Storm, important figures in the city and the country itself. Because of this, Wilson Fisk always saw it as imperative to strengthen his ties with New York's high society in order to expand his holdings and obtain what he truly desired at any given time. As Kingpin, he had complete control over the city's underworld, and as Wilson Fisk, he was completely respected by New York society and the majority of its inhabitants. The latter was reinforced by the appearance of a Kingpin in the form of his right-hand man. His own adopted son, Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, this was just a ploy by Fisk himself, guided by his own son, who agreed to it to please his adoptive father and be able to do something with his time after high school. As one of the city's most important figures, public appearances were something Wilson Fisk had to accept in order to be known by peers, potential investors, and rivals alike. Appearing and showing off his skills at New York's high society gatherings was something he, as Wilson Fisk, had to do in order to remain that admired figure while, behind the scenes, he maintained control by wearing his Kingpin mask, even going so far as to attack himself at these types of social gatherings to shed the suspicions the police department began to have about him. Attacking himself with his own men was something that completely diverted attention from him and allowed him to remain one of the city's most powerful criminals for longer. Of course, Wilson Fisk was no fool. Such actions were limited and wouldn't keep the spotlight off him for long, so he had to find a solution, which he ultimately embodied in his adopted son, whom he granted his title as Kingpin of Crime and placed in his own position, while he himself remained simply Wilson Fisk. This secured his position on both fronts and removed the burden of possible betrayal by anyone else who had held the position from his shoulders. His son wasn't a figure who could be removed and fell among those he, as Kingpin, trusted to lead his criminal empire and hide his every move from the public eye. Thus, Wilson Fisk and Kingpin wouldn't be the same person and no one could accuse him of any of the crimes his son had committed. Of course, Naruto being Kingpin was a nuisance to his status, but he could always escape the masses and carry on even when his son fell into the hands of his enemies. He would be the one who would outlive even his own adopted son. And those were his plans as Kingpin. Using a puppet so he wouldn't be under public scrutiny was a plan he should have used sooner. But with the death of his biological son, various betrayals, and the lack of age of his adopted son, a plan like this couldn't have been carried out until this very moment. At 20 years old, his adopted son was the king of crime in all of New York, with connections to the Yakuza, the Triad, and criminal groups all over the world. Connections that he, as Wilson Fisk, took to a new level within the relationships he'd previously had. Being a huge real estate developer had effects on his criminal empire that he took great advantage of, creating important locations in different parts of the city for these types of groups that, without him as the king, would destroy the city in a mafia war that would create more death and destruction than he ever had as Kingpin. He passed all of this on to Naruto when he handed over his position as Kingpin to him. While he was now Wilson Fisk full-time, he preferred to maintain the contacts that could help him in the not-too-distant future. Getting out of prison or obtaining new military weapons for testing were things his old and new friends could do for him, and as Kingpin, he would reward them all, either with money or real estate that could be worth millions. As Wilson Fisk, he could do this without too much difficulty, while also concealing everything his friends could do with the real estate he would sell them. Wilson shook off those thoughts and looked at his reflection in the enormous full-length mirror. Due to his enormous height and build, Fisk had been forced to spend a fortune to acquire a mirror that could fully reflect his body. Covering it with a black Armani suit, Fisk pulled his tie knot up as he thought about his adopted son. Since taking Naruto as his son, Wilson Fisk had dedicated an enormous amount of time to educating him outside of ordinary high school and college, something his own son failed to demonstrate during his time in the classroom, leaving him seen as a mere mediocre student. He was Wilson Fisk. He loved literature, good novels, and, of course, anything that could foster his intellectual growth. This helped him educate his son, showing him a side that other 20-year-olds couldn't achieve, no matter how hard they tried. Naruto always hid his intelligence, and Fisk accepted this as an ace in the hole, a hidden weapon his boy could use on his opponents to tower over them. He had to respect that, both as a father and as a criminal. If he was careless, his son could end up either destroying his empire or taking it for himself. The same thing would happen as with Lester. At the thought of betrayal, Fisk frowned. The memory of Bullseye and how he had betrayed him by killing his son and wife was still fresh despite the passing years. At least a decade earlier, he had beaten and killed the mercenary with his bare hands, watching his mouth fill with blood and his lungs choke on torn and punctured lungs. If Naruto were capable of betraying him, he would do exactly the same to his son and kill him outright, no matter how much he cared and appreciated him. Letting everything he had built over the years fall apart because of Naruto was not on his agenda, nor would he allow it for long. Wilson Fisk adjusted the collar of his dark jacket. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the king of crime examined this same reflection for any imperfections in his attire. Today he was to host a charity ball he'd prepared himself, and appearing disheveled would be completely disrespectful to the huge celebrities who would be in attendance. He was Wilson Fisk, and many important people would be there just to get some of his attention or that of Mayor Norman Osborn. His old friend would be another important figure at the same event, and both he and the mayor would be busy closing small deals with their colleagues and investors. Parties are like a get-together without actually being one. But that phrase, the true intention of that charity party, where many millionaires would leave their money to make a good impression, became clear in his mind. All of this was just a cover, something Wilson could declare, knowing that these kinds of parties were for closing the important deals that people like him or Norman needed for their own businesses. Even Tony Stark or Franklin Storm would do this kind of thing, although the latter only used it for grants he would use for his projects within the Baxter building. And now he had to take on several new clients to close some important contracts. Contracts that would line his pockets with millions of dollars, representing a huge injection of capital into his own company and his own employees. Maintaining a criminal empire wasn't something anyone could do. People like Hammerhead would use fear and force much more than intelligence, relying on others for this part. As Kingpin, he was more accustomed to using intelligence and letting others do the physical work, as well as being a completely hidden face within his own empire. Only his inner circle knew who the Kingpin really was, and Wilson accepted this so he could use it completely to his advantage in his entire scheme. The door creaked open behind Wilson Fisk. The massive man finished adjusting his clothing and looked at the reflection of the person who entered his enormous room. The party would be held entirely at his mansion outside of New York, and he was to be ready in an hour, when the guests would begin to arrive. Wilson turned his eyes toward his own reflected figure as the person stopped a few feet away from him in his blind spot. He could still clearly see the person's messy hair, but now it was completely in his blind spot. Clever boy, Wilson cracked his shoulders with a movement of his joints. He finished smoothing out any wrinkles in his jacket and turned his massive body to face the intruder who had taken the trouble to enter his room. Everything is ready. Black looks good on you. Wilson Fisk scanned the suit his adopted son had chosen to wear. Like him, Naruto chose a black Armani suit that covered him from head to toe, completing his uniform with dark shoes like the suit itself. The only thing that stood out to Fisk was the orange tie that stood out, even though he didn't want it to. Have you invited the Stacys? I understood from the captain's words that your relationship with his daughter was much more than mere friends. I would prefer to keep the daughter of a police officer away from this house. But I can make an exception based on your good work to date. Naruto didn't respond to his father's words. He held his position as he felt Wilson Fisk's eyes on his, clearly an attempt at intimidation. That game of tug-of-war between them was always there. It was training to build his character. Wilson Fisk, aka Kingpin, liked strong people, and that was why he spoke with Mary Jane Watson. He tried to understand why his father agreed to that interview with a woman no one would have taken seriously. He, at least, wouldn't have agreed to do that interview, but his father did, and that pushed him to try to see what Mary Jane Watson had to offer. And he had to accept that she had what it took to surpass many of his employees when it came to courage. Could it be because that woman made your teenage hormones flutter, kid? Venom spoke with a certain mockery, creating a grimace of annoyance in his vessel. As a symbiote, he had felt what his carriers felt. And it could be any feeling Naruto had. That included lust created by hormones, and if it was a change in his body, Venom would undoubtedly notice it beforehand. I can sense it, kid. Naruto remained completely silent. He focused his attention solely on his adoptive father, sending the Clinter's words to the back of his mind. He didn't want to accept that Mary Jane Watson was a woman who made his blood boil like any man's. He hated that Venom could now read his mind and point out the obvious. They're coming to the party, he pointed out, letting the threat pass through his ears without lingering in his mind. Wilson Fisk always made threats when he spoke, and he'd accepted his adoptive father's character and didn't find it too bothersome. He and Wilson Fisk knew perfectly well that he wouldn't let him harm Gwen Stacy even if he tried. I hope it doesn't bother you, but Gwen is my partner. Wilson Fisk raised an eyebrow. The man sensed the veiled threat in that phrase, in that tone that he could consider a dagger thrown right at him. But he let it not affect him. That was how Naruto acted around certain people, and he accepted it without question. If he didn't, he'd be dealing with daily confrontations with his adopted son. And the boy was much more stubborn than that annoying arachnid who had been throwing away his last few deliveries. George Stacy is a diligent man, a good New York cop. His daughter, Gwen, is a genius with an intellect that truly any company would want on its staff. Wilson Fisk thought about the two cops who were behind his kingpin visage. Yuriko Watanabe and George Stacy, two cops tenacious enough to not give up or abandon their investigation under either bribery or threats. They were people he should admire for their performance, even if as kingpin he knew they were going to end up falling. I'd say they're people I could respect and keep alive, kid. That's a compliment coming from your side. Naruto looked into Fisk's dark eyes. Their relationship wasn't perfect. As a soldier, he was trained by his father in different martial arts disciplines in order to survive, as Richard Fisk, the son of his adoptive father who died in a car accident, had to do. Naruto understood that his early training was due to his adoptive father's trauma over the loss of a son. That's why he didn't know whether to find that something he loved or hated. Everything is ready for expansion. The Hand accepted the contract and has established a trade with the Kingpin. I mean, with you. The frown fell across the boy's face, and Fisk looked at the gesture without giving it any importance. Naruto might not be too keen on being Kingpin, but it was something his son had to fully accept. It was all to keep the empire he created standing, to maintain its control over New York. If he lost it, Norman would probably be reminding him of it for a long time. Everything is going according to the plan we prepared, Fisk spoke calmly, recalling the plans made to maintain control over the city plus an expansion. An expansion that will give us allies in the Hand. I've trained with them, and they're a strong companion. But never accept them into your bed without having a measure against them. They can be very treacherous, and that's something you should know, kid. I understand. Do you do it? I do. Wilson Fisk closed his mouth at that response and looked directly at his adopted son, searching for any crack in his posture. In Naruto's stern face, he found no small crack he could exploit to make him back down. He had to accept that the boy was indeed good at certain points and give him the credit he deserved. Never trust criminals, kid. The Hand is always sneaky. He stalks you, and when he sees a weak spot, he stabs you out of the way like a beaten dog, the man explained. Fisk slapped the boy's shoulder as he dropped his hand onto his own. I hope my words serve you well while you're Kingpin. You won't be able to stay in the position if you trust just anyone. He just trusts me. Venom injected venom with those words, laughing mockingly at his host's thoughts and continuing to watch as Naruto did his best to keep his attention solely on his adoptive father. The symbiote didn't understand the type of relationship between its host and the man. But as a Clinter, and having spent a lot of time with villains, it immediately saw Wilson Fisk's dark intentions behind that strange glint in his dark eyes. The boy was likely just a pawn in the man's schemes and could be discarded without further ado. I understand that. I work as Kingpin now, Naruto replied calmly, sensing Venom's trials and tribulations in his mind. Sharing a body was complex, both for him and the symbiote, but especially for him. The Clinter didn't have the feelings and thoughts of a human, nor their complexity. I'll keep an eye on the Hand's leaders and do anything to make them see our power. Another thing he learned from Fisk was to show one's power at the right moment. If the Hand made a move against him, the timing would be perfect for him to reveal himself as Venom and crush some of the group's leaders, creating the chaos necessary for the enemies to retreat. It wouldn't be definitive, and Naruto knew that even without it having happened. But he could consider it necessary in the future as a temporary measure to disarm his enemies. I left you in charge as Kingpin because you're my son, even though you're adopted. Wilson tightened his hand on the boy's shoulder and spoke with complete seriousness. For a decade, that boy was his adopted son. He trained him and raised him to survive in the world. He raised him so no one would deceive him and let him grow through his experiences, as if he were his biological son. Richard left, and Naruto took his place after discovering the boy was under Lester's thumb. I trust you as if you were my own son. I've groomed you to be Kingpin, and I know you'll be able to handle all of this while the plan continues. We just have one thorn in our side that we'll need to get out to fully move on to the next phases. Naruto thought about his adoptive father's enemies. Daredevil fell to Kingpin, disappearing completely from the map, leaving Hell's Kitchen aside and allowing Kingpin to finally take it. The Punisher was caught and handed over to the police and was sentenced within La Bolsa as a dangerous prisoner who had to be completely controlled. Currently in New York there was only one enemy that Kingpin could take seriously. Spider-Man. Spider-Man had to fall. 9. Before the storm. 200 people gathered within the confines of Wilson Fisk's mansion. Each of these people held an important position within New York City or was important enough for Fisk himself to consider inviting them to his charity party. Another group of people were people Fisk himself considered inviting to maintain a certain profile within the city. Among these people, Martin Lee was one of the few who benefited from that invitation. As the founder of Feast, Lee had to find investors who would give money to his foundation and help homeless people in need. Being surrounded by New York high society was a golden opportunity to raise money for his foundation, and people like him would have the opportunity to make contacts they otherwise couldn't because of the social strata that separated them. Martin Lee was no stranger to the goings-on in New York. Of all the people at that charity party, probably 150 were millionaires, actors, politicians, businessmen, etc., and the rest were either close to the party's host or simply invited to create a curtain and a mask that would portray Wilson Fisk as a good Samaritan. However, Lee was perfectly aware of the secrets Wilson wasn't too keen to share at gatherings like that. He knew perfectly well that Fisk was known as the Kingpin, as well as his near-perfect connection to the group known as the Hand. This, of course, was due to his Japanese ancestry. When Fisk was in Japan, it wasn't just for vacation, and the man left a lasting impression that followed him back to the United States. Martin was tempted hundreds of times to unmask Fisk himself. But after all, he fled Japan and his past to establish himself as a normal man in charge of Feast, something he'd been doing for the past few years in the company of May Parker, a fantastic woman who managed to attract the attention of hundreds of people. Without her, Feast probably wouldn't have been able to grow as much as it did, and he alone wouldn't have managed to keep the place going without that woman's help. He owed May Parker a lot and didn't know how to repay her. Snapping out of his thoughts, Martin Lee turned his attention from Wilson Fisk to his adopted son and the second man in the mansion, who was practically the center of attention when his father wasn't. Naruto Uzumaki. While it was odd that the boy didn't have Wilson's last name, Lee deduced it was because Wilson didn't want to distance the boy from his Eastern roots. Being Japanese, he didn't perfectly remember the Uzumaki surname, but he swore he'd linked it to something specific at some point in his life. Regardless, Fisk's boy was just as he'd hoped at one point. The perfect suitor. Accompanied by a blonde girl in a silky dress that seemed to recreate the movements of ocean waves when she moved, Naruto and his companion attracted the attention of every other person in the place, which included the waiters, security guards, and reporters who were around and weren't on Fisk's guest list. Lee looked at the blonde couple as they walked among the guests. The boy had his right arm around the girl's waist the entire time, with a light touch that allowed the girl to move if she wanted to get away from Fisk's son. The girl, for her part, kept a smile shining on her lips, her hands intertwined, and when a photo was taken, she would put her arm around the boy's neck to get closer to him, which Martin saw as an effect to generate a better photograph and which probably generated more excitement among the guests at that image, seeing the Prince of New York accompanied by a woman commensurate with his status. They seemed to shine the entire time someone looked at them, like two enormous living spotlights. Martin Lee cleared his throat and accepted a glass of champagne from one of the waiters. He didn't know exactly how much time he spent scanning all the guests, trying to somehow find someone to talk to. Talking directly to Fisk wouldn't be very convenient for him, and Norman Osborn wasn't a good choice either. The man took a sip of his drink and rinsed his mouth with a bubbly. Parties weren't something he was particularly comfortable with, and he hadn't been to many either. Normally, May would take those events. But today, the woman had a meeting with her nephew, and he took charge of Wilson Fisk's invitation. Mr. Lee. Martin turned his head and showed no surprise when Wilson Fisk's son arrived in front of him, wearing that well-groomed Armani suit, his tie the most striking feature. That shade of dark orange stood out among all those people, even though the boy wasn't wearing a very bright suit. Was it because he wasn't used to it? Martin wouldn't answer the question that haunted his mind for a few seconds before Naruto brought him back from his train of thought. I truly hope you enjoy the party. Naruto gave a slight gesture toward the rest of the guests, forcing Lee to look at all her other partygoers. We've put a lot of effort into making this a success. All the money raised from this party will go to foundations like yours. That's something to be grateful for, Uzumaki-san. Lee gave a slight nod, showing with a bow and the suffix that he somewhat respected the boy. Maintaining a level playing field as Wilson Fisk's right-hand man, and by extension the Kingpin, was something Lee had to admit he greatly admired. Especially when the boy was barely 20 years old, no more. Any help is appreciated. Naruto was never uninformed when it came to the homeless raid in New York. Well, people never showed up downtown, or at least not much. They did show up in shelters and parks quite often. That's why, using the Fisk fortune, he created a program that increased his father's public acceptance and placed him at new levels of popularity. Something he learned from both his adoptive father and politicians was how they exploited ordinary people with their promises and movements in the public eye. Unlike politicians, he truly pursued a project to support shelters and help the homeless so they could sleep in places away from the cold of the streets. He demonstrated this when he opened the first shelters under the name of the Fisk Foundation, which was a direct blow to his adoptive father and catapulted him to the skies. From what he heard for a while, he could eventually become mayor if he set his mind to it. When you have money, Naruto accepted one of the champagne flutes from a waiter. It's the least you can do, Mr. Lee. Helping others whenever possible is a goal my father instilled in me in many of its aspects. Donating money and opening shelters are something I did with pleasure, donating part of my own savings to make it a reality. That last bit was a lie, in part. The money came entirely from his adoptive father's pocket, who didn't see much of a problem with giving it to him once he fully explained his own plan. Every criminal who wanted to control the city had to first control the people, and Naruto did just that with his movements to help people in need, although in the background he gave certain companies the manpower and guinea pigs they needed, among which was Oscar. Those are beautiful words, boy. Martin Lin gave Naruto a slight nod. His eyes moved to the figure of the boy's companion. The girl was walking toward them with light steps, her skirt stirring like blue waves beneath her gaze. In a way, it was appealing to him. But aren't you a little young to be thinking about that kind of thing? A lot of work for a boy of no more than 18. 20, Naruto corrected Lee with an amused smile. The man was probably going to mention his real age or something older, since he was always given older than his actual age, but he tried to be polite when he lowered his age by a couple of years. Excuse me. A 20-year-old boy, the owner of Feast, smiled at Fisk's son's own smile. He seemed like a nice kid, much more so than his own father with his mask hidden. But for some strange reason, he felt the young man was more than what his eyes could see. The soft touch made Naruto shift slightly, shifting his weight directly to his feet. His smile widened, and he turned his head toward the slim perfect figure of Gwen Stacy, his partner at that charity party, whom his father accepted without too much trouble. It's not as if he'd left him much leeway to refuse Gwen in her father's presence, and of course, her direct threat only bolstered the whole situation, which he thoroughly enjoyed. Mr. Lee, Naruto moved his arm and wrapped his left hand around Gwen's waist. He squeezed her abdomen slightly, pulling Stacy to his side as he spoke directly to Martin Lee. This is Gwen Stacy. Gwen, this is the founder of Feast, one of the many hostels in New York, and a prominent man who has maintained his vision for the city with the help of lesser-known collaborators. Your words flatter me, Lee accepted Gwen's right hand, inclining her head toward the girl dressed in that blue dress like the sea itself. I'm not as important, and I haven't made my mark like other people in New York. That's right, Naruto, Gwen laughed lightly. She moved her slender arm and slipped it around the back of the Uzumaki's neck, dropping her hand to his shoulder to pull him closer with a light touch. He'll always point out other people's good points. I don't think I've ever seen him look down on anyone, even if they don't have a single coin in their pocket. The memory came to mind that still stayed with her today and probably would for the rest of her life. It wasn't a spectacular memory showing Naruto saving someone like Spider-Man would or saving the world like the Avengers would. Instead, that memory was much simpler. Naruto giving food to people on the street. That day they were both going to have an important chemistry test, however, Naruto made her miss that day of classes and took her for a walk in the park. She didn't like it too much at first. But seeing how her friend later helped people with food bought with his money was a memory that made her heart warm and her blood pump strongly. There were other memories after that moment in the park. There were many memories she treasured completely within her mind and heart. However, that simple memory was the most important one she usually used when trying to find something to praise her friend with. I don't do anything special, blushed his cheeks in a hesitant smile. Naruto laughed lightly as Gwen spoke to Lee for a few seconds, pointing out that he was putting himself down by praising what Lee did for New York and what he himself didn't do at any point. I don't do great things. You don't have to be Spider-Man to do things for people, Gwen sensed the doubt in her friend's words. Looking at the boy, she twisted her lips into a small, unassuming smile. You already do enough for the city as Naruto Uzumaki. You don't need an alter ego and a costume to make things better. And he doesn't see what we do at night. Venom spoke inside his host's head. If no one had been around, he probably would have shown up and laughed in the boy's face with those words. Naruto wasn't exactly a proper, pure-hearted person. Venom completely disagreed with Gwen Stacy's words and the actions Martin Lee mentioned while talking to his host. Being Venom, they both beat up the bad guys in the alleys and left them lying in pools of their own blood with their mangled bodies. Venom didn't know exactly if these guys would survive the beating. Spider-Man Naruto savored the name of the hero of New York. Half the city loved him and the other half hated him, while a certain percentage of it loathed him. And it was precisely this same small percentage that he led as Kingpin, replacing his adoptive father. He's a hero to be raised above the rest. I seem to remember his last feat was stopping Rhino, right? Many New Yorkers knew Spider-Man and the countless villains he had captured over the years, all of whom were sent to the Raft, the city's maximum security prison used solely to contain these superpowered villains. Although it wasn't really just people with powers who ended up there. Frank Castle didn't have any, and he ended up there because of its dangerous nature. Yes. It was a few weeks ago, however, his most ordinary actions don't go unnoticed, Martin Lee spoke. Faint memories flashed through his mind. Many of the people who came to feast were people Spider-Man himself ended up helping in one way or another. Spider-Man is the symbol of the city. There were no more heroes in Lee's eyes. The Avengers had fled to the West Coast, and the rest of the heroes had vanished overnight. The only one who held his own was Spider-Man himself, who was still there for them. Maybe, Naruto looked at Gwen. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Lee, I owe my date a dance. It was the bribe I used to get her to come with me. Those words caused a slight laugh in Gwen. Don't worry, Uzumaki-san. I understand why I must give you the dance you promised your partner. The man raised his glass toward them both, giving a small smile. Thank you very much for your time. Naruto nodded, placing his glass on the tray. When he saw her free hand, he pulled his partner toward the designated dance area. A few other couples had taken their time for at least a dance with their partners, while the rest of the guests watched, and now they would be the center of attention. Something he was already quite used to. This brings back memories, Gwen moved gracefully. She tangled her right hand with Naruto's and slung her left arm around his shoulder, while Naruto's went around her waist. Weren't you the one who escorted me to the prom? Naruto smiled at that question. He knew Gwen knew the answer to her own question perfectly well. No one wanted to accompany her to that dance, and he did it as a favor to his friend. He never understood why no one wanted to accompany her to a simple dance just out of stupid jealousy. I don't know, Naruto moved at the same time as his partner. He looked to the right and then to the left as they moved in that direction, trying not to bump into any other couples. Maybe that's how it was. Gwen was grateful when Naruto agreed to accompany her to the prom. If he hadn't, she probably would have missed an important moment in her life that she'd like to remember for the rest of her life. And thanks to Naruto, she could now remember it perfectly. She was so grateful. Mr. Lee is a nice man. Maybe helping feast isn't all that bad, she mentioned, bringing Martin Lee himself into the conversation. At her mention, Naruto looked at Gwen's face. They both looked at each other with their respective blue eyes, and the boy just smiled. What? Nothing, nothing. It's nothing. The two of them moved onto the dance floor. Naruto guided Gwen, and she led him, moving her feet on the floor and sliding her high heels slightly. She had to accept that Naruto really was a good dance partner and that she couldn't have chosen a better one at that moment. Thanks to him, she was the talk of her classmates for a while. I hope you're not overworking yourself, she said, resting her head on Naruto's chest. The boy took a deep breath at that sentence and filed away any possible answers he might give Gwen that she wouldn't like. Especially when they were tied to his role as Kingpin under his adoptive father's thumb. I haven't seen much of you lately. I just had a little extra work to do, Naruto tightened his grip on Gwen's waist, pulling the girl closer to his chest. It's nothing you need to worry about. They remained silent for the next few minutes. They moved slowly around the dance floor, enjoying the evening his father had prepared. Although he didn't want to admit it, Naruto accepted that Wilson Fisk was good at preparing evenings for other people, like charity parties like this one. He was probably enamored with the public eye. Naruto tugged Gwen slightly and spun her around before picking her up again, earning a surprised blink from his dance partner. You look beautiful today, he said, looking only at Gwen's unblinking blue eyes. The girl felt her cheeks heat up and her heart begin to beat harder against her chest. Thank you, he accepted the compliment with a single word. You're not bad either. Naruto laughed dryly at his friend's attempted compliment. Getting her to move, he tightened his grip on Gwen Stacy's back and held her flush against his torso. Thanks, then Naruto nodded and accepted the attempted compliment with a smile. They had to enjoy the evening. They had to because things could go downhill at any moment. 10. The plan in defeat. Every piece that makes up an empire can be removed, taken away, so that it falls like a simple domino. Wilson Fisk knew this perfectly well. He knew it while he built what was the largest criminal empire under the noses of the New York authorities, lining his pockets with the money of innocent people and unsuspecting individuals who shouldn't have joined his cause. Fisk knew perfectly well the ins and outs of being the kingpin of crime. He knew all the possibilities that it could collapse at any moment. That's why he created the image of the kingpin around his adopted son as a way of mitigating the consequences in an attempt to escape his own actions and the retaliation that justice would impose on him when everything was discovered. But again, he didn't control the world around him and he couldn't even keep his enemy under his control. Spider-Man was always an annoying man, a pest that passed through his hands and made him lose his temper more than once. And now, after years of the New York hero chasing his empire, he had managed to get close enough to ensnare him in his net. And it was something he wasn't willing to allow, just as he wasn't willing to fall prey to Watanabe or Stacy, the two police officers who had ferociously pursued him for the past year, until leading him to that moment that would define everything he was in the world. Leaning against the enormous glass window, Wilson Fisk gazed down the street with a dark look. His men and Watanabe's were facing off in front of the Fisk building, his company's headquarters, giving him time to escape with the necessary papers. He wasn't a coward, and he really wasn't willing to flee the place without putting up a fight. But recovering everything he was losing was paramount to a man like him. Spider-Man and those two police captains had thrown all their hard work away and didn't simply fall for the sight of the new kingpin running around the city. Like old wolves, they closed in on him and didn't let go until they found evidence against him. Wilson Fisk accepted that those three were intelligent, stubborn, and tenacious. They hadn't stopped until he, Wilson Fisk, was completely exposed as kingpin, and they based their entire case on photographs and reports they obtained from certain extremely stupid coworkers that finally led him to this point. However, he didn't completely lose his composure. He was kingpin, and standing firm on that was his clear objective, as well as getting rid of Spider-Man as he had previously done with Daredevil and the Punisher, two of the most annoying men who had been after him. Fisk showed no annoyance when his escape plan was completely foiled by Spider-Man. From his office, he watched out the window as those men who kept fighting the police were completely taken out by the arachnid hero. It wasn't strange for him to see his men being beaten by their enemy. In a way, it was an image he'd seen hundreds of times before. Many confrontations between him and Spider-Man had already provided him with complete calm as he watched his men being beaten and taken out of the conflict by the hero's strength. If the helicopter didn't arrive in time to get him out of there, he would have to fight Spider-Man again. Another confrontation of many they'd had over the years as far as he could remember. The first one he defeated was the Punisher. Marine Frank Castle was the easiest of all to get out of circulation, putting him in jail with a couple of simple pieces of evidence and a few simple bribes. The second was Daredevil. That lawyer named Matt Murdock was a troublesome man for him, who ruined his attempts to enter Hell's Kitchen and control it. Under the guise of the vigilante Daredevil, he harassed all his work and his men, forcing him to invest more money than necessary to take over that small territory. However, once he learned the civilian identity of his precious enemy, it was all over for the hero of Hell's Kitchen, and all his work was much easier without that pesky vigilante preventing his expansion. The entire area of New York was his when the devil left the road. But one pesky stone plagued him even more from that moment on. One small stone had brought his empire to the breaking point it currently stood at, leading the police into his territory. The pit was completely devastated by a joint raid between the New York Police Department, the CIA, and the FBI, arresting many of his employees and others he used for his jobs, as well as many of his suppliers who used that city of crime for their own benefit. With a single move, his entire reign collapsed before that point he was overlooking from his office. Wilson Fisk accepted his mistakes and understood that he must flee New York to completely reform everything Kingpin was, as well as to establish his reign once again. He knew perfectly well that all his workers would remain loyal to him and that many suppliers would return when Kingpin did. However, that confrontation between his men, the police, and Spider-Man made him realize that he would gain nothing by simply remaining there. He was completely defeated by this strange collaboration and simply accepted it. "I should have killed Stacy when I had the chance, back at the party," Fisk growled, seeing the captain standing next to Watanabe, right behind a police car, covered in gunfire from his men. He also saw how Spider-Man dispatched them without much effort, swinging his body against his men and slamming them into the ground without much ceremony. But that would have brought more trouble to me at the time. For some strange reason, his adopted son was very fond of the Stacy family, especially the captain's daughter Gwen Stacy. He made it perfectly clear when he invited her to the charity party at his mansion, consequently bringing his father. Not that he saw anything wrong with it. He liked the partial control he had over certain departments, as well as within the police force itself. But George Stacy wasn't a man who would have bowed down to him, and in a way, he hated having a man like him too close to his family. Perhaps all of this was due to his adopted son's ineptitude. The question plagued Fisk's mind for a considerable amount of time. Naruto had been good at being kingpin and was an ally, a pillar of the empire he built on the ashes of the old one. But was he guilty of all the evidence Watanabe and Stacy had against him? Wilson Fisk highly doubted that evidence could completely incriminate him. He was a millionaire, and money made dreams come true, as did the many judges who could try him for his actions as kingpin. But in New York, many were subject to bribes and the money from his own criminal empire, making those people as guilty as he was for their actions. It calmed his mind as he watched Spider-Man enter the building. It was time for the final performance after those tense days following his own charity party. The culprit of that fool would be found when he managed to get rid of Spider-Man and those police officers first. Tori Fisk Spider-Man. Pulling webs, Spider-Man passed through several floors of that building, opening the way for Watanabe and Stacy's men to the upper floors. After 4 long years, a few simple tests finally led them to unmask Wilson Fisk as the true kingpin, saving all the information on that second kingpin for when the first was completely arrested. 4 years in which he, as Spider-Man, fought hand-to-hand against the Kingpin himself on many occasions, even receiving near-fatal injuries that led to a breakup with his partner. For 8 years he worked as Spider-Man and spent half of them stopping crime under the Kingpin's thumb, something he was about to achieve with that confrontation. But he had to get to Wilson as soon as possible. He wasn't an idiot. The Kingpin had to have a backup plan in case something like that happened, and a helicopter was probably already waiting for him on the roof of Fisk Tower, making his climb a race against time to stop his enemy. He didn't want to spend another 4 years fighting Wilson Fisk's men, and he certainly wasn't going to let the Kingpin get away without paying for all the crimes he'd brought to the city as the notorious Kingpin of crime. Stopping him was on his current agenda, underlined in a huge neon light to keep his mind off anything else. The first and most urgent thing for him was to stop the Kingpin as soon as possible. Spider-Man halted his advance when he reached an antechamber that would be his final ascent. Behind the doors his eyes caught at the end of that room was his elevator to the floor where Wilson Fisk would be burning and destroying documents. Watanabe had warned him about the helicopter that had landed on the roof of the tower, and he knew that within a few minutes the man would escape without him being able to do much. He took a step toward the door, leaving the police officers on the Kingpin's peril behind him, focusing his attention solely on those oak doors. However, the wall to his left exploded inward, and before he could move, he felt something stick to his suit, right on the spider in the center of his uniform. But what? It was slimy and black. For several seconds, his mind couldn't comprehend what that thing was. As he began to process what it could be, he felt a tug and saw a fist wrapped in a black suit slam into his face. Before he could react, he felt the knuckles of that fist slam into his face, and he spun around in the air, somersaulting. Recovering on the second attempt, Spider-Man landed on his feet, spitting a little blood as he raised his mask slightly. Shit. Now I have to go to the dentist. Not feeling his spider sense was all the confirmation Spider-Man needed to finally understand who he was currently fighting. Grounding himself firmly on his feet, Spider-Man deflected Venom's right arm and, using his own webbing, stopped the villain's left arm while simultaneously using his feet to slow the Clinter's advance. "Hello, Spider. It's been a while, hasn't it?" A row of sharp teeth appeared in the symbiote's mouth as Venom lifted his upper lips, displaying a macabre smile that brought back memories to the arachnid's mind. "Oh, shit. Not again." Spider-Man leaped and dodged the hammer blow Venom unleashed on the floor, creating a rift that raced toward him. Skidding, Spider-Man shot webs toward both sides of the room as he raised his head. Venom was running toward him, shoulder to the front, like a rugby player, which made him think of Flash Thompson and, judging by his size, Eddie Brock. Which of the two would have succumbed to the symbiote? The hero from Queens chose Eddie. Brah. Spider-Man yanked both arms across his chest, hurling both objects at the Clinter. Venom let a certain sense of danger flood his mind and leaped, evading both trash cans. The symbiote brought both hands together and struck the arachnid with a hammer blow. Spider-Man jumped back again. "Hey. You're going to make this whole thing go down before it's time, Eddie. Or maybe you're the Flash. Your bodybuilder looks are more in keeping with Eddie." The arachnid fired several balls of web at his foe. Venom deflected them with his arm, shattering the webs like they were nothing, and chased the hero around the room with heavy steps, forcing the hero to sway. "I thought we were friends." Venom rammed Spider-Man with his entire forearm, sending the hero sprawling on the ground. Spider-Man grunted in pain, feeling his back shake from the blow. Pressing his hands, he flipped and evaded Venom's next blow. "We're not Eddie. We're not Thompson. Venom yanked the webbing Spider-Man threw at him, and when the hero spun around, the symbiote grabbed him by the face and slammed him into the ground, causing a rumble. We are Venom. Why yeah, that's great, Spider-Man grabbed the wrist of his enemy's left arm. The arm Venom was using to push him to the ground. I'm glad you two get along, whether you're Eddie or Flash. Your breath stinks, though. He stretched out his arm and fired a web shot at one of the doors. When he saw the web stick, Spider-Man yanked it off its hinges. A burst of wood caused Venom to loosen his grip, which the arachnid took advantage of to knock the villain off his feet and leap to the ceiling, landing right above Venom, crouching face down. He had to accept that Venom's presence in that place, especially since it was Kingpin's property, was somewhat odd. That Wilson obtained the symbiote illegally from the Baxter building, where he'd left it last time. It was the most logical thought, given that the Fantastic Four had disappeared and left the building completely empty. Fisk had connections, and obtaining Venom would have been easy for someone with his resources. DRRR. Are you a dog now, Venom? Spider-Man pointed this out with a certain amount of mockery at the growl of his archenemy. Placing Venom as a normal enemy wouldn't be up to the standards he should have. He had to give the Clinter some credit. Your breath even smells. Venom twisted his body. Using his hands, he tore off a chunk of the ground and threw it at Spider-Man. Seeing the object flying towards him, the arachnid leaped, passing between the small gap between the ceiling and the piece of concrete. He spun in the air, fired a few strips of webbing, and as he twisted his body, returned the piece back to its owner. Still in the air, Spider-Man watched as the piece hit his enemy's face, shattering into 100 pieces that clouded the symbiote's vision and created a unique moment in the confrontation. Spider-Man took advantage of this moment to shoot his webbing at Venom's limbs, throwing him to the ground with his feet before firing another shot at his mouth. Stay still, understood? He demanded, crouching on the symbiote's chest, the Clinter's long, wide eyes watching him the entire time. Don't make me burn you. The crunching sound was the only warning that reached the arachnid's ears. Without his spider sense, Spider-Man was hit by 2 pieces of concrete as Venom raised his arms, being pulled away from the symbiote with a severe headache that clouded his mind for the next few seconds. Venom unwrapped the web from his mouth and walked toward the disoriented Spider-Man. He grabbed Spider-Man's chest, and before Spider-Man could react, Venom repeatedly punched him in the face, ultimately knocking the hero under his foot as he slammed him to the ground, knocking him back with the symbiote's brute force. We're not Eddie or the Flash. Venom crouched down at Spider-Man. He kept the arachnid under his foot, crushing its head against the ground without enough force to shatter its skull. We have a new host. We're stronger now. The symbiote's adaptability was a nuisance when the symbiote itself was fighting against them. After 8 years as Spider-Man, Peter had enough time to learn a few things about the Clinter. They improved with each host they took, they hated fire, and loud noises completely destabilized them. That's why Venom would be defeated by guys like Shocker or Thor in just a few moves if the symbiote didn't take them over first. Thor. The memory of the Norse god was a welcome relief. Even under pressure from Venom, Spider-Man slowly slid his left hand into his hidden belt, delicately grasping a small sphere he carried for just such emergencies. Never go out without something that can defeat a symbiote. Venom tightened his grip, and Spider-Man launched a metal sphere he pulled from his small, hidden belt upward. He couldn't throw it high enough and would be hit by the blast as well. But the impact would mostly go against Venom if he was lucky. Peary being a Parker, that would be a 55 for him. As Venom was about to crush Spider-Man, the sphere exploded in a blue flash that briefly blinded Venom, while Spider-Man closed his eyes. The symbiote roared in pain at the sound, accompanied by the electricity that struck him, leaving him completely paralyzed for a few moments. Spider-Man then grabbed Venom's face and pushed the symbiote off its perch, slamming his foe into the ground as he was completely paralyzed. As Venom roared, Spider-Man thrust his arm into the symbiote's mouth, still using his other arm to prevent his foe's jaw from severing his arm. Be quiet. He pressed the button on the second sphere and withdrew his arm to jump. A beat began to sound from inside the symbiote, and within seconds, a high-pitched whistling filled the room, forcing Spider-Man to clasp his ears in both hands. Damn spider. But its objective was complete. Convulsing, the gelatinous form of the symbiote slowly separated from its host, leaving before Parker's eyes the collapsed figure of a boy not far from his own age, with blonde hair. Spider-Man stood up and punched his ears. He walked over to the symbiote and dropped a tube on it, preventing the Clinter from advancing toward his companion. Stay still. Sharp, the feeling hit him. Spider-Man raised his arm and found a knife inches away from piercing his right eye. Following the knife, Naruto used his arm to push the hero away. Spider-Man used force and pushed his head and arm away, launching an uppercut against the boy's jaw and knocking him down in a single movement. Oh. You're not anyone I know, Spider-Man muttered, wiping the blood off his chin. You're not even Eddie. How did you get Venom? Who gave him to you? Naruto rolled onto his left side. Using his hand, he tried to stand up. But a net pinned him back to the ground, unable to escape. "Shit," he muttered. He could still feel the ringing in his ears. Understanding Spider-Man's words, if he was even speaking to him, was a completely difficult task for him. "What?" Spider-Man see Akaklulo frente and Naruto. "Where did you get that?" The crunching sound filled the room. Spider-Man stepped back, feeling blood trickle from his nose. Naruto hit the arachnid's weak spot with his own head. At this, the blonde grinned at the hero's backward movements. "I hope you enjoy it, Parker." Naruto dropped his head, sighing after a few seconds. He turned his head and watched as Venom punched the capsule Spider-Man had trapped him in. "It won't be the last time we argue a little." 11. The Raft. The Raft. When people with powers gave way to supervillains and the most notable people became villains with extraordinary talents, the government decided to create a containment for these types of people when they were caught by heroes and government agents. The Raft was born from the plans of notable people like Anthony Edward Stark, aka Iron Man, and the most brilliant minds at the service of government agencies like S.H.I.E.L.D., who created the largest prison with the highest security possible up to that time. Over the years, the Raft grew even larger, focusing on technological defensive measures that it couldn't obtain at its inception. These improvements were carried out, above all, by Oscorp Industries, the second largest arms manufacturer in the country. With Stark's departure to the West Coast and the mobilization of his company, the government decided to give all this weight to Osborn's brilliant mind, aided by his partner Octavius, another mind within the technology that left many of the brightest minds behind. Now, in 2018, the Raft boasted the best possible technology and the best prepared agents to handle any problem, whether inside or outside the prison itself. Inside the prison, humans with powers, whether mutant or inhuman, were deprived of their powers by a power-inhibiting collar created by Stark Industries and which Tony himself donated to S.H.I.E.L.D. to contain the likes of Magneto and similar villains. Thus allowing these types of people to be kept inside the prison without causing too many problems. Other types of villains, like the Tinkerer or Scorpion, were kept away from any technology they could steal from the workshops. The Tinkerer's mind could spiral into chaos within the Raft, something the officers themselves weren't willing to accept. Every criminal within that prison would be restricted and cut off from the tools that could help them escape. However, people like the Shocker, who owed their power to a suit, were treated more leniently because their power came from a suit. Without it, Herman Schultz lacked the danger that made him a slightly noticeable villain. Without a suit, Herman was simply Herman and would remain so until he could fit his body into his villainous uniform. This was known by both officers and inmates, and Herman could be mocked by his fellow inmates and less scorned by the officers. The latter, because they saw no danger in people like Herman, who based their power on technology he didn't have at hand. Because of this premise, Naruto Uzumaki's imprisonment within the Raft was accepted and the young man was treated equally to Shocker. Since the boy did not possess the symbiote itself, he was not a danger that could cause a mass prison break, nor could he harm any of the workers or the inmates within the Raft. Unless he had greater strength without his symbiote, to them the boy was only a potentially dangerous human if he escaped from prison. It was also because of this that the boy was not interned in Rikers with the rest of the normal inmates. Naruto was a greater danger than simple street thieves, and the government preferred to keep him under their constant watch and within those walls. His adoptive father, Wilson Fisk aka Kingpin, was also interned within the Raft. Although Fisk was a normal man, he was far from normal due to his immense strength, derived from his enormous frame and his training in various martial arts disciplines. Even if an inhibitor was placed on Kingpin, his strength would never be slowed down if he came into conflict with inmates in other wards within the Raft. Due to the relationship between Wilson Fisk and Naruto Uzumaki himself, a relationship that came to light with the information provided by the Daily Bugle, the warden was the one who made the decision to keep father and son completely separated in two different wards, with different cellmates, and without the possibility of seeing each other in the yard when leaving at different times. This ensured a complete reduction in contact between the two and the danger they both posed together, which could lead to a mass escape of the prisoners thanks to the Kingpin's brilliant mind and the skill of his men. Another point in its favor was that the symbiote was handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as the boy was arrested by Spider-Man and imprisoned in the Raft, making the boy not as dangerous as he would have been with the symbiote on his side. Although what was strange, at least for the warden of the Raft, was how easy it was for Spider-Man to defeat the young man possessed by the symbiote. Could it have been a ploy on his part? Any premise would be possible, and no one had time to study each one of them. Not when the boy was arrested and the Kingpin was defeated along with his criminal empire, bringing peace to New York once again, thanks to the help of Spider-Man himself. They say the Kingpin's son will be sent to our ward. The news spread like wildfire among the employees and tenants of La Bolsa. When the sentence was sealed with the bang of the judge's gavel, it didn't take long for the news to reach the maximum security prison, etching itself in the minds of both employees and inmates, and generating excitement on both sides. For them, having the son of the kingpin of crime was certainly strange. They had waited 20 years to have the kingpin among them, and now they had the entire family behind bars. The Fisks were completely arrested, and it would take years for them to leave those walls. They would have the king with them, in another cell block. Don't drool. The other guard looked at his partner. Both were currently standing at the gate in ordinary uniform, waiting for the bus that would take the principal to his new home. Much to his partner's dismay, he preferred to keep a certain distance between himself and the prisoners. Many of the prison staff were swayed by the prisoners' pleasantries. That, of course, created too many cases of disappearances that he wouldn't want to take on his own agenda. Seriously. I don't think the prince has time for you. The man looked at his partner. His lips twisted into a sullen smile slightly hidden by his thick beard. If he really is the kingpin's son, he certainly won't pay attention to someone like you. Ah, his partner snorted. He tried to put aside that warning he'd given him. He wasn't a fan of Kingpin or his son, the notorious Prince of Hell. Like any member of the raft, he preferred to keep the prisoners inside those walls, completely chained and without the mobility to escape. Unlike his friend, he'd already had 7 years of work under his belt in that prison and had met villains that many heroes or S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent there. People like Kingpin or his son wouldn't get much out of him even if they tried for another 7 years. I'm not drooling over the kid. I'm amazed at what he's accomplished. Oh? The guard looked at his companion. The man scratched his chin with his hand, leaving the M16 hanging from its strap around his neck. With light touches, the rifle's presence became evident as it touched the man's chest. It's not like I'd defeated a 2-meter-tall man or a Superman. You could say, with a knowing look, the first guard looked at his companion, finding in the man's green eyes a certain skeptical gleam at his words. It said that the kingpin's son beat up a man almost 2 meters tall and with a body full of muscles. He did it in the pit. That underground city dismantled by the police and Spider-Man. News spread throughout the state. The pit, that underground city filled with criminals and boasting a vast black market, had been completely dismantled thanks to the New York Police Department, the FBI, the CIA, and the Queens-born hero himself. This was a crushing blow to hundreds of criminals, eventually affecting the international market for criminals and villains. Many criminal groups would now go after Spider-Man and the agents who participated in that raid. That dunghill, you mean, his companion reproached, looking at him with some suspicion. He couldn't stand the pit. Because of that city, his brother lost his life. Certainly, no one forced him to drink, gamble, and even lose his life. But the pit wasn't what helped him get out of that. It was exactly what made him sink completely, as if he were actually in a pit. That criminal city was shit. We're better off without it. Are you sure? I think things are about to get heated in the city now. We probably have a lot more criminals at the raft keeping the prince and king company, the other guard said with a mocking laugh. Many love the city and won't be too happy about its dismantling. It's like you care, his companion pointed out. Did you even like the city? You seem to expect criminals to get revenge for its complete shutdown thanks to Spider-Man. What? No, man. How can you say that about me? I'm an honorable man. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised if criminals from all over the world came to take revenge on Spider-Man, he replied, looking slightly offended by his partner's words. It's something that will happen in the future, just like a gang war that will ravage New York. Are you talking about Kingpin? Of course. The man is the king of crime, man. Do you think his downfall won't create more work for Spider-Man? Or that we won't have any new visitors? To ignore everything Fisk has kept under control would be short-sighted, the guard muttered, scratching his chin again. A lot of chaos for the police. A lot of work ahead. You're speaking like a government agent. Are you sure you don't work for the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D.? His partner said, showing some mockery when he frowned at the words. It was just a joke. Of the two of us, you're the smarter one. Of course you'd notice things other people wouldn't. You're too observant for many inmates' liking. HMPH. The man didn't answer that. Nor did he answer the question about his job. Did he work for S.H.I.E.L.D.? If he had answered that question and had done so with complete honesty, he would have had to point out that yes, he had been a field agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. for 10 long years, becoming a mere outside agent when they began collaborating with the Avengers. But that was something his partner didn't need to know and preferred to keep to himself at all times. Those were times gone by. He's coming. With 2 words, the man snapped out of his thoughts and memories. He took the M16 and stepped to the side, positioning himself to the left of the fence while his companion stepped to the right. That bus had more armor than Mayor Osborn's car. It's exorbitant, don't you think? Someone could attack him or rescue him, the second guard replied. They both watched as the prison bus finally stopped in front of them, passing through all the security checkpoints. Though he's a kid, from what they told me. He couldn't do much on his own, I guess. The vehicle stopped. Behind it, the convoy of official FBI and CIA vehicles pulled up, the sound of braking steadily reaching both guards. Soon, the sound of doors opening replaced the sound of tires burning the asphalt. Keep your eyes open. At the front of the group of officers, a burly man took command and walked toward the two guards, who looked at him with some amazement at the display. I hope everything is ready for your inclusion in Ward B. The first guard cleared his throat while the second went to the booth to take the papers. Yes, sir. Good. Listen. I expect you to keep an eye on this guy, the man pointed, looking at the second guard. He took a card out of his pocket and swiped it over the reader as he spoke. Symbiote-possessed people tend to act like lunatics. Cletus Cassidy was a case in point, and he escaped from this place about a month ago. I'm not going to let another guy with a symbiote run around the world. Do you understand? Yes sir, we understand. I'll talk to the warden. He stuffed the pass into his pocket as the bus doors opened. Both guards looked at it with anticipation, hoping to see what the son of the king of crime looked like. Was he gigantic? Muscular? With slow steps, Naruto Uzumaki stepped out of the police van and looked toward the thick walls of the raft. Like any criminal, he'd heard about that maximum security prison created only for supervillains and truly dangerous people, whether to the city or the entire world. And they didn't necessarily need to have the power to access it. He didn't have a power that the anti-mutant collars inside his body could inhibit. To everyone, without Venom, he was just another person like any other, except for the fact that he was the Kingpin's son. That, in the eyes of many, made him extremely dangerous. He's really. I expected something more. Muscular. Big. Naruto threw his head back, fully exposing his neck to one of the FBI agents. The woman, with nimble hands, placed the collar around his neck and after a small click, a green light indicated to everyone that it was connected. I'm sorry to disappoint you guys. I have a normal body. I'm a normal person. My father is muscle upon muscle for something like that. He gave an amused smile to both guards as the chains were placed back on their wrists and ankles after exiting the police van. With his blue eyes, the boy looked at La Bolsa with some interest in its entire structure. At least $500 million had been invested, including the purchase of the land, salaries for the builders, and the purchase and preparation of all the equipment that would eventually be used in that prison. As the Kingpin's son, Naruto thoroughly studied every prison in New York City in order to find a way out if he were held there. But escaping from the raft. His eyes and mind quickly understood that it was a complicated task, an impossible mission without the necessary outside help. And it would have to be at least a truly brilliant mind or a truly powerful villain to allow him to escape from that place while he played solitaire in that cold cell. By the way, the Uzumaki pointed at the new collar around his neck. And this? I don't have any powers that would allow me to escape your precious prison. It's out of precaution. There's no need to lecture him about what he's carrying. Guard, the head of the group of agents, faced Naruto. They were both close together, their faces too close. Are you going to kiss me? You can do it, man. The crunching sound was heard, accompanied by a cough and something liquid falling to the floor. Kneeling, Naruto spat out bloody phlegm while, in front of him, the leader of the officers displayed a fist stained with the prisoner's blood. This isn't a game, boy, the man said, allowing Naruto to stand with the help of the same woman who placed that necklace around his neck. Within this place, there are enemies of your father who will be your enemies by extension. You'll be lucky if you're still alive after your first week. Naruto raised his right arm and wiped the blood from his shattered lip with the back of his hand. He had to point out that he'd never had a reception as warm as the one the officer had given him and that it probably wouldn't be surpassed by his fellow inmates. You busted my lip, the complaint reached the burly man's ears. He frowned and turned on his heel to face both guards, leaving the boy to his own lamentations. Open the door. I'll escort the boy myself to the warden's office. He looked over his shoulder. Don't do anything strange, kid. Or that blow will be nothing compared to what I'll do to you if you try to play me. Naruto smiled somewhat mischievously and followed behind the man once the doors opened. That man threatened him, knowing that he wouldn't be able to move completely due to his restrictions, and soon he would defeat him without much effort. Even so, he wasn't there alone because he was captured by Spider-Man and Watanabe's police and Stacy. He perfectly remembered George Stacy's face when he saw him lying there, with Spider-Man's webs impeding his movements and unable to escape the place. The man twisted his face at that moment, just for a second that Naruto captured in his mind, before returning to the serious police captain he had always been as he was escorted out of Fisk Tower. But to himself, it was something that stung slightly. He had always hoped that it was only Watanabe fighting with his father's men, and that Stacy wasn't involved. At the memory, the young man took a deep breath and resumed walking behind his nearly 2-meter-tall escort. Walking, Naruto took a good look at the interior of the raft, scanning everything within those thick walls. It didn't take long for him to see all the guards in the towers, surreptitiously watching him and ready to shoot him if he even made a move. I wasn't stupid enough to do it. Boy, Naruto halted his steps before colliding with his escort, who spoke to him in a somewhat gruff voice. I want to give you a little warning. An enemy of your father is inside Pavilion B, where you've been assigned. I'd tell you not to do anything crazy, but I don't think you'd listen to the words of an old man like me. I listened to you perfectly, I'm not that rude, Naruto condescendingly showed his smile to the agent's eyes, but I'm looking forward to seeing who this enemy of my father is. I'm overjoyed to meet him. 12. Punisher. Dark eyes looked into that darkest room. There was no light. Not even a meager ray of light seemed able to find a small gap through which to sneak into that room and give a completely different color to his dark situation. How long had he been in what the jailers called the reflection room? The last thing he currently remembered from the news outside before entering that place was the news of the impending fall of Wilson Fisk, Kingpin, the most powerful man in the shadows of New York. The entire city was in his grasp when he entered the raft, and the situation didn't seem to be any different when he was locked in that room to reflect on his actions. What should he think? Should he forgive the man he struck for killing a mother, leaving her son an orphan in the world? As a human, as a person, he would never forgive a person like the man he almost killed in that maximum security prison. If those guys hadn't gotten involved, his opponent wouldn't be in the prison hospital bed now, but completely buried underground. He blinked and shook his head. Had those been footsteps? A forgotten echo reached his ears, creating a constant sound that grew louder with each second. His time in the military had taken his senses to a level a normal human wouldn't have. It wasn't all training, but rather time and his body's adaptation to the different situations he faced in Afghanistan and various other wars he fought in throughout his career. The career that was now forgotten, buried within the thousands of files the Navy ended up burning over the years. His file had probably already been burned, leaving not even a trace of his belonging to the US military. And it wasn't something he cared about too much, either. He raised his head when the creak of the door opening completely shattered the stark cold silence. Light entered the room, forcing him to squint at the change in lighting. Bring a pair of sunglasses. I would recognize that voice anywhere. Warden. What the buck? Come on, Frank. Calm down a little and we'll talk, okay? Frank Castle gritted his teeth as two of the guards took him by the arms. This wasn't the first time the warden had visited him. He had done so before, always with some comment or task to make his stay inside the raft much more bearable, something he found easy to accept when his targets were simple gang members or murderers he would have killed outside that prison as the Punisher, the image of terror within the gangster gangs of all New York. That was why Kingpin had condemned him to that place, leaving him completely forgotten by God. Who do you want me to kill now? A mere drug dealer? Frank spat out venomously. His last job had led him to this situation. Instead of benefiting from it, it had been quite the opposite. I'm not going to do any more of your shitty jobs. The raft, like any other prison, had its little shortcuts, with people who could make the inmates' lives more like a stay in Eden, or even more like a stay in the underworld. That was the first thing he sought out and learned when Wilson sent him there. The other inmates weren't on his agenda, and the guards didn't have the authority. If anyone was letting the inmates move around or the Kingpin use the raft as he pleased, it was none other than the prison warden himself. John Walker. The follower of Captain America, a soldier like him, John Walker rose to occupy an important position within the raft, the place where the villains with the greatest destructive potential were sent to serve their sentences, something that Frank learned while there, studying the man who in his time was called US Agent, an agent in service to the United States. Frank Castle looked at the man who tried to be a copy of Steve Rogers, searching for a shred of what made Captain America the nation's emblem. Unlike the man most loyal to the country, John didn't shine like the captain, no matter how hard he tried. Are you still mad about that? Walker laughed dryly, glancing at Castle's face in the process. If I hadn't locked you up, the inmates would still be suspicious. Rumors had swirled around the raft since Castle's last death, and as warden, Walker couldn't afford to be the center of attention for all those criminals. To calm the situation, he used the infamous Punisher as he had done before. He gave him a name, an inmate to kill, and Frank attacked the man during lunchtime, causing chaos among the inmates. He had done this before. But the only difference was that he betrayed him. He used two other inmates to arrest Frank and lock him in that hole. Don't buck with me, Walker. Frank spat the words out with venom. Being used, being a mere puppet, it wasn't what a sane person would expect. And he had been Walker's puppet for his entire time at the raft, ever since the last beating he'd endured. But even he had his limit, and John was reaching it too quickly. Soon, Walker himself would become his target, not the prisoners there. Believe me, Frank. You're one of the people I hate to upset too much. The warden halted his steps, forcing his followers to stop right behind him. I love how we both work together for the good of the raft. This is just a piece of land the Kingpin has granted you simply for his own benefit. He knew perfectly well how Wilson Fisk acted and what John Walker was like. Rise to the position of warden. Wilson put his hand on the cheap copy of Cap's current position. Frank knew this with such certainty that he didn't need to stick his hand in the fire. You're just his puppet, like everyone else here. Kingpin has been arrested. His empire has fallen to the spider's web. That was a phrase Castle hadn't expected. The Kingpin's empire had fallen. Spider-Man might have defeated Wilson Fisk in a showdown, something commendable and admirable. But a loss to a hero wouldn't stop the Kingpin from his ambitious plans. He would escape the raft and cause enough destruction to be the center of attention, something he seemed to admire. Did the cat get your tongue? John Walker laughed at his own joke. He still couldn't believe that his former boss, Kingpin, had been defeated by a young hero no older than 20. He could have accepted that Iron Man, Black Widow, or Captain America had stopped him, but Spider-Man. Even though Spider-Man had been acting as a vigilante hero for 8 years, he couldn't accept that a young hero was the one taking all the glory. Kingpin, no, Wilson Fisk. Inside his mouth, that name tasted bitter. He hasn't been defeated, Walker. No one defeats the Kingpin forever. This is just a stop for him, a little break inside a spa he pays for with his own money. Do you think anyone in here will turn against the Emperor of New York? Against the King of Crime? The former Marine looked directly at the former soldier, directly into the eyes of the current warden of the raft. If you truly believe the Kingpin has fallen, then you're a lot more of an idiot than I originally believed, John Walker. Anyone else would have regretted those words. Frank Castle swore after his family's death that he wouldn't regret anything, and tapping the US agent wasn't something he would regret, even if he was locked back up in that containment cell called the Reflection Room. He was a former Marine and currently a mercenary vigilante who killed many criminals and mobsters, linked to the Maguekio or the Kingpin or Hammerhead himself. Regretting a dig at John would be one of the things he wouldn't regret for a long time. You're opening your mouth too much, Castle. Walker took a deep breath, weighing Frank's words. The Kingpin was the most important figure in New York's criminal underworld, one of the pillars of the underworld that existed beneath the city's lights, and one of the most well-positioned sources of dirty money in the entire world. Someone like that couldn't be brought down for long and would only reappear with greater strength and drive to recover what was stolen from him. But this time, I must agree with you completely. The Kingpin will escape from the raft in the future, and New York will only surrender to the king once more. It's something we all must accept. You want me to kill Wilson Fisk? The words that came out of his mouth weren't in the form of a question. Frank watched Walker's back as he waited for the answer, a simple yes to his formulated words. But the former soldier simply remained silent. No. Killing the Kingpin inside the raft, Walker slowly turned his body, facing the Marine, would be far more damaging than killing him outside. There are many followers of the king within these walls, and they possess powers. Perhaps many of the guards are on his peril. Like you. Like me, John Walker responded calmly to Frank Castle's direct accusation. He didn't care that the Marine knew he was on the peril of the city's biggest criminal. He didn't even care that S.H.I.E.L.D. knew. Nowadays, after being expelled from the military, he considered himself more of a mercenary, even when he took over as warden of the raft. That's why he sold his talents to those who paid him the most, utilizing the criminals within the place. He even let Shocker escape from prison with money from a group of Chinese mobsters who had appeared in the city with the fall of the King of Crime. I'm not scrupulous, Frank. Money is money, and the government looks out for its own pockets. Why wouldn't I do the same? I'm simply a movable pawn in this world, just like you. Buck off, Walker. If I ever leave this place, I'll kill you for everything you've done. Frank spat the words out slowly, confidently. There was no anger or resentment in his statement. There was a clearer truth than Castle could ever utter, and that's how Walker felt. That won't happen, the warden took a deep breath. Kingpin paid him $1 million or more to keep the Punisher there. And that's what he'd do, using the mercenary for his own work. Back to work. It's not the Kingpin I want you to kill, or maybe in a way. It's not Wilson Fisk I want you to destroy, but his son. Naruto Uzumaki, the youngest Kingpin in New York. Frank Castle shook his head at the warden. Killing the Kingpin's son inside the raft. Wouldn't Wilson himself revel in that atrocity? Kingpin will kill you for it, Walker. Oh, but isn't Kingpin in another pod? We'll just use Barnes or one of the others as the scapegoat. You shouldn't worry too much, Castle. Just do your job so you don't get killed one night. Frank looked toward the metal door as it began to open. Before his eyes, the prison mess hall began to take shape. This was Module B, with a separate mess hall from Module A, which prevented the prisoners in both modules from seeing each other. Therefore, they placed his son and father in different modules, knowing that they would never be able to see each other unless assisted by staff. Fuck you, Walker. Enjoy your return, Punisher. But Naruto. The young man slammed his metal tray down on the metal table, making a loud clang that made everyone in the long room stop what they were doing just to stare at him, the Kingpin's son. That had been his nickname since he entered the raft, and it had followed him ever since he left their shared cell like his own shadow. Yes, he was the son of Wilson Fisk, aka Kingpin. But he wasn't like him. He wasn't big or physically powerful. He didn't have a morbid love for Asian culture, nor had he trained in sumo wrestling to become even better. Unlike his father, he focused his training on a myriad of fields, not just the art of hand-to-hand combat. He had to understand many aspects of assassination in order to survive in the world he had been forced to live, in the life he had been forced to embody. Naruto took a deep breath and lightly touched the thick collar around his neck. He scanned the tables, scanning every prisoner his blue eyes could see. Each and every one of those men had a device like his. A superhuman power inhibitor. But, like most of them, he didn't have a mutant or inhuman power that made him special. All his power had come from Venom himself and his symbiote qualities, something he now lacked because he had been arrested by his father's enemy. Spider-Man. Like a duck in water, Spider-Man disarmed it in a single attack using the gadgets he always seemed to carry, completely using the symbiote's weaknesses against it to the point where he defeated both him and the symbiote. He had to admit that Spider-Man was a skilled fighter, always with a plan in mind to take on every enemy within his reach. Could it be that he had already faced a symbiote before? His thoughts were cut short when the table he'd been occupying with his tray disappeared from view. He raised his head and looked into two deep dark eyes that stared at him intensely, a strange gleam in them. "You know I was going to eat that, right?" The man's response was something he had expected. Naruto raised both arms and took the prisoner's direct jab, sending him sprawling on his back and knocking him off the bench he'd been sitting on to eat. The blow had made his arms tingle slightly from the force of the attack. "Hey. I didn't." The boy moved his head away, letting the man's arm slide around his left side. He took advantage of this to grab his attacker's right arm with both of his arms, pressing it against his shoulder. "Chico." Frank Castle quickly fired a blow against the Uzumaki's right ribs, using force in the movement of his left arm after having lost his right arm to the hold of the Kingpin's son. Oh. The mercenary took advantage of Naruto's loosening grip. Using his heavy corpulent body, the guard pushed the young man against one of the tables, knocking over all the trays that adorned it and forcing the other inmates to move away from the brawl. "This isn't completely personal," Frank frowned. Walker forced it upon him. But in a way, that confrontation would make him take revenge against the boy's father. Kingpin ruined his life, and he would do the same to the boys. In a way, it is, but not entirely. "I'm sorry. You'll have to be the one to pay for what your father broke back then." Hassel tried to grab the young man's right leg. Naruto swung his arms back and, in a skillful maneuver, performed a backflip that allowed him to escape the grip, landing on his knees in the middle of the table, staring into the guard's angry eyes. "Name?" "Francis Castle. You can call me Frank or Punisher, kid." For a few seconds, just a second, Naruto's eyes opened wide. Frank Castle was one of his adoptive father's most bitter enemies and the man he'd been warned about when he entered the raft, known to everyone as the Punisher. When he realized who the man was, his surprise faded and a foxy grin spread across his lips. "Punisher, huh? Will you be my enemy too? I think we'll heat things up a bit." Frank dodged the thrown tray, taking his eyes off Naruto for a few seconds. These precious seconds were used by the young man, who slid toward Castle and drove his left foot into the man's chest, pushing him several steps back, allowing the Uzumaki to stand on the ground again. They both looked at each other, being observed in turn by guards and prisoners. Frank Castle had nothing against the Kingpin's young adopted son, but he would use him to send a message to two people he would eventually take down. One of them would be the Kingpin himself, and the other would be Warden John Walker, the man who destroyed his honor just for a wad of cash. Naruto Uzumaki didn't see the Punisher as an enemy. He regretted everything the Magia had done to Castle's family, but he couldn't see him as someone he should eliminate. But he wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't give in to the challenge and allow the Punisher to kill him. He still had things to do and a few words to say to the symbiote when they met again. "Boy," Frank Castle took his boxer's stance. Over the years, the Marine gained experience in all areas of hand-to-hand combat. But the Marine style was what saved his life the most over the years. "Old man," Naruto clenched both hands tightly, forming two iron fists. Like the vigilante, the boy assumed a boxing stance to confront him, even though he could have used any other fighting style. He would defeat the man with his own style. And both of them launched themselves at each other. 13. Payment. When something supernatural and strange appeared on Earth, the government left the activity in the hands of the SHIELD agency. Founded after World War II, SHIELD evolved from a counter-terrorism agency to a global protection agency against extraterrestrial threats. This same agency evolved into a special agency against threats that could arrive outside of planet Earth. Sword. Both agencies, created with the intention of protecting, moved in the shadows so as not to cause chaos or terror among the inhabitants of planet Earth. When Kingpin was defeated and his son imprisoned, the SHIELD agency quickly arrived on the scene, imprisoning the symbiote known as Venom in a thick resistant glass tube. They had already experienced several confrontations with these parasites, and keeping it away from a host was the priority of SHIELD agents, just as the priority of the New York Police Department was to maintain control over the workers of Wilson Fisk and Naruto Uzumaki. Once both members of the Fisk family were sent to the raft, SHIELD sealed Venom inside a glass tube and stored him inside the transport that would take him to a hidden vault outside of New York. Level 8 agents and above would be the only ones who would know the coordinates of this vault, and the extraction team would be forced to maintain complete silence about where Venom would be hidden, something they had to do with a well-known Carnage symbiote. After 2 months since the confinement of the last carrier of the symbiote, the government gave the green light, along with the high command of SHIELD, to hide said symbiote in the secret location, leaving said mission in the hands of the current director of SHIELD, one of the most trusted men that could be in the United States, and a former military man and spy, who worked together with several of the strongest heroes on the planet to defeat various enemies that attacked the world. The man named Nicholas Nick Fury was one of the most serious and cold-blooded men on the planet. In his mind, protecting the Earth was his priority. Having fought countless times against Hydra agents and enemies like the Skrulls and Kree, Fury learned the meaning of trust and the survival of the fittest. With the Skrull invasion over and SHIELD completely rebuilt, the director delegated command to his trusted people, creating a very tight circle that few could access. Within that circle were people like Steve Rogers, Phil Coulson, Maria Hill, Natasha Romanoff, and Clint Barton. Other agents could be part of said trusted people, but Fury was completely reluctant to increase that number, preferring to be distrustful in order to save the world. The transport mission arrived at the vice president's desk after a period of deliberation among members of the high command, reluctant to hand over a parasite like Venom to an agency that had suffered from an invasion by Skrulls and Hydra agents, nearly sinking them completely and making them disappear from the face of the Earth. But they overcame all those events, and now they had to regain the trust of those who had been reluctant to help them, something Nick Fury knew all too well. When trust was lost, it was hard to regain it. He discovered this with Peter Parker, Thor, and other members of the Avengers. He had to be grateful that Captain America still trusted him and his agents enough to work together with them and not leave them completely alone. Sitting in the thick leather chair, Nick looked at that order with his one good eye. It had come early in the morning, from the hands of one of the most powerful men in the United States. The vice president of the government. He wasn't powerful because of his combat prowess, but he was a member of the high command, and as an agent of the United States, he was expected to obey it. After a few turbulent months with the Kingpin's fall, who somehow obtained the Venom symbiote, they were given the green light to hide said symbiote in what he called Vault H, a location completely hidden from prying eyes. Its location wasn't recorded on any of SHIELD servers, and he made sure to keep it completely secret. Hydra had been creeping around too much, and he didn't want what was there to fall into the hands of Red Skull's followers. If it did, a war would probably break out all over the world. Artifacts from Asgard, the Kree, and the Skrull had been taken to that vault, hidden from everyone else. Small replicas of Stark Industries weapons had also been sent there, and even vibranium had been hidden there, keeping it away from anyone who might want to use it for military purposes. The safety of the world was in his hands, and now he had to hide the Venom symbiote there. They could have used it with the other symbiotes. However, at that moment, Vault H could have been compromised. It took too much effort to ensure that only his inner circle knew about the location, which meant that about a dozen people knew of its location. And he wasn't planning on increasing that number. The more people who knew about the location, the more the integrity of all the weapons and instruments hidden there would be at risk. He didn't know, in this day and age, who to trust. Hydra had resurfaced, and sleeper agents were the talk of the town these days, so forming a transport team was paramount, and only people he trusted could board the vehicle and take Venom to one of the most secure locations in the world, at least until he was discovered. Nick stopped staring at the holographic screen with the transport order and took a deep breath. Captain Rogers was currently with the Avengers on the West Coast, making it nearly impossible for Steve to move to help him with this job. Coulson and Hill were undercover, gathering information on Hydra. This job could be considered the most important mission he's currently deployed on, perhaps even more important than transporting a symbiote to the most protected vault on Earth. The symbiote could be destroyed with fire and sound. Hydra didn't even seem to stay in its ashes no matter how many defeats they were. Steve did it during World War II. He, along with SHIELD, did it in the modern era, a few years earlier. Steve defeated them again, along with the plans of Armin Zola and Baron Zemo. But despite their defeats, Hydra was on the move again, or so one of its network members told him. And he couldn't use Natasha or Clint for simple transportation. The Russian spy was working closely with the Avengers, and Hawkeye had resigned from his work under S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers, retiring, even as a young man. Something he understood. Clint wanted to live a quiet life on a farm with his family and children, and they granted it. He couldn't bring him out of retirement just to hide Venom. He wouldn't waste a letter like that when he might need the man later. Director Fury. Nick took another deep breath and looked toward the door. Wearing tactical gear, one of the officers stationed at the entrance to his office poked his head through the door. "Yeah? Agent Morse has arrived. May I let her in?" "Yes, Agent 37. Allow Agent Morse in." Fury blinked with only his good eye. Without the most trusted people in his circle, he was forced to expand that circle with people who would make up that group. One of those chosen people had been the previously known as Agent 19, one of the most experienced agents he could deploy in the field. Seconds after answering the guard, Agent Morse walked through the door. Fury stared at that slender, feminine body, very similar to Agent Romanoff's. Covering her body with a full-body shield suit, Barbara Bobby Morse left no doubt what that clothing concealed. Golden hair fell down her back in strands that looked like they were made by the sun's rays. Deep blue eyes, like the sea, fixed on the S.H.I.E.L.D. director when the woman stopped in her tracks, her arms behind her back. "Director Fury," Bobby Morse spoke deeply. Nick Fury rarely called her into his office, and whenever he did, it was for something truly serious. "Why did you need me?" "Bobby Morse." Fury knew her perfectly. Agent Morse had been engaged to Clint Barton before her retirement. He didn't know exactly why they had separated, but the woman before his eyes was currently single and possessing enormous energy that she seemed to redirect toward her training. Hill gave her reports on each of the agents, and Morse's performance increased to new levels he hadn't thought he'd ever seen in the agent. "It's a transport mission." Nick Fury looked directly into Morse's eyes. He'd been a spy, and like Romanoff, he'd been trained to study the features of his interlocutors, always looking for any odd movement they might make and catch them in their lies. "What needs to be transported is the Venom symbiote. We've gotten the green light from High Command, and after a month of the Fisk family being held captive, we'll finally be able to take the symbiote to a safe place, away from people who might use it for unethical purposes, and I want you to lead the mission." Bobby absorbed the director's explanation while remaining completely silent. Transport missions were never assigned to a field agent like her or Romanoff, which seemed especially odd to her, especially when the director's voice only grew much deeper. It was common knowledge that Nick Fury never joked and rarely left that serious, emotionless tone. So hearing the deepening of his voice was all the clue she needed to know the seriousness of the mission. "Where will the symbiote be sent, Director?" Bobby decided to ask. If the symbiote were being sent to one of the current locations, why would she be the mission leader? Agents like Travers or Todd could handle a smaller mission perfectly well. Really, any agent in the agency could handle it without the help of a particularly large group. "I highly doubt they'd send me to an ordinary location." "Indeed, Agent Morse." Fury showed no surprise at the woman's question. He wasn't even surprised. Few agents were less intelligent than Morse, and the woman was especially perceptive in obtaining the necessary information. Most agents didn't ask questions directly. But people like Romanoff and Morse seemed to be especially active, something he appreciated. "Venom will be sent to a highly secret location that only you will know. The coordinates will be transferred to you, and you must keep them completely secret from your entire squad. What is hidden there must not be known to anyone. S.H.I.E.L.D. transport on the way to Vault H." Bobby Morse kept her eyes fixed on the closed door of the S.H.I.E.L.D. truck. She and 4 agents were stationed inside the truck, in the back, guarding the symbiote from anyone who might want to take it. At the director's instructions, 8 other agents were placed in vehicles located in front and behind the same transport vehicle, with all members fully alert to any changes in the environment. This made a total of 15 agents deployed. She wasn't used to working with so many people. Throughout her career at S.H.I.E.L.D., the only one she worked with more than once was Clint Barton, aka Hawkeye, her ex-husband and longtime love interest. She also worked with the Avengers and the famous Natasha Romanoff. But she preferred to carry out her missions alone. She was used to fighting without anyone watching her back and moving silently, in complete stealth. She wasn't trained to be a spy and become a simple security guard on a transport. The agent checked her gear. A service Glock was tucked into the holster on her right leg. A thick multi-pocketed belt snaked around her waist, closing with an M-shaped clasp. It was very useful for carrying the magazines for her service weapon, emergency food, and for storing the batons she used for close combat when needed. Like the other agents, she was trained for combat and wasn't one to give up even an inch of ground. After checking that all the equipment was where it should be, Morse finally let her back press against the cold wall of the vehicle. She felt the vibrations of the truck, the tires rolling on the asphalt, as they moved toward the location Fury had assigned her. Why was she so wary of what was in that place? Why should only she know the place? She knew, like everyone else, how paranoid Nicholas Fury could be. But she never expected him to be so paranoid that he distrusted all the agents. But she could come to understand her boss after the constant clashes with the Nazi agency Hydra, his direct rival. More stopped her thoughts when another vibration hit her. Within a second, the vehicle stopped and she was nearly thrown forward. "Why are we stopping?" The woman stood up. Tentatively, she stroked the grip of her Glock while she waited for an answer that didn't come. "What are you?" Bobby tried to peer through the crack to speak directly to the driver and co-pilot of the transport vehicle. Her eyes widened as she watched from the other side as both men were killed by stray bullets. They were being robbed. "We are being attacked." Morse ignored that obvious fact. Listening intently, he turned his head as the hissing sound of a blowtorch cutting metal began to be heard. He watched as the iron of the lock began to turn slightly orange, shifting to a much deeper hue with each passing second, entering a state of complete incandescence. At ready, Bobby pulled on the batons. He deployed both weapons with a downward jerk, letting a soft click drown out the sound of the blowtorch for a second. "We must keep the target completely safe." Bobby stood up. He spread his legs and squared his shoulders, assuming a combat stance to face the assailants. Was it Hydra? Was it the KGB? America's enemies were diverse across the globe. But few could get sleeper agents inside S.H.I.E.L.D. and obtain information about the transfer they were currently undertaking. Even less so considering that only Fury's inner circle knew about the transport and what they were taking and where. But the creak, the door finally gave way and they could see the assailant. There were no eyes. A skull mask completely covered the attacker's face. A white cape billowed down to the man's lower back, covering the tactical suit he wore beneath it. A hood pulled down over his face, revealing only a pair of yellowish eyes. "Taskmaster." The name left her lips in a simple murmur. That man was recognizable to any S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and she was no less so. Agent Morse, the mercenary, leaped into the truck. With a flick, he unfurled a tempered steel sword. "I'm sorry we have to meet at a time like this, on opposite sides." Anthony Tony Masters was a former member of S.H.I.E.L.D. thanks to his unique ability to duplicate the movements of others just by watching them, allowing him to replicate fighting styles in just under an hour. Following a mission, the man transformed from Agent Masters into the mercenary Taskmaster, augmenting his powers thanks to an experimental Nazi serum that enhanced his photographic memory, but being forced to lose certain memories. From that moment on, Taskmaster became a mercenary and recurring enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. when Tony's interests conflicted with those of the agency. "Shit. Take him down before he can get past us." Taskmaster deployed a shield on his right arm. He heard the clicks as the agents removed the safety catches on their weapons and followed their movement. He stretched his arm back. He looked all the way to the glass tube with the symbiote and threw the shield in a Captain America-like motion before the unsurprised gaze of Morse and his companions, who were the shield's recipients. The throwing weapon hit the wall and ricocheted, striking the first officer, who fell to the ground on his back. Slicing through the air, the shield didn't slow down and struck the opposite wall, bouncing back toward the second officer. In a zigzag motion, the shield streaked past, nearly hitting Morse. The officer saw the shield and raised both arms. Crossing her batons, she blocked the shield and sent it crashing to the ground, ending its trajectory. "Don't get distracted, Morse." Barbara Morse raised her head. Taskmaster was upon her, slashing downward at the woman, splitting her in half. The agent bent her legs and moved her body away, allowing the blade to pass through. "Shit," Morse yanked his canes. He grazed one of them along the edge of his sword, creating sparks as he swung upward to strike the mercenary across the chin. The blow missed when Masters swung his sword, destabilizing the woman's left arm, allowing the cane to just graze the skullmask's nose. "You can't win." Masters stepped on the edge of the shield. He shifted his body and covered himself with it as Morse fired a burst of bullets at him. "I know how you move." Morse opened his eyes. Master charged, placing his shield in front of him like this. Like a rugby player, he charged at the woman and pushed her until he heard the agent grunt in pain. That blow made Morse feel a lacerating pain, probably the result of some broken ribs from the forceful impact. And besides, they paid too much for this. Taskmaster guided the shield and struck Bobby in the face with a crushing blow, sending the woman unconscious. Too easy. He sheathed the sword and retracted the shield with a single movement. Taskmaster turned and broke the lock on the lock protecting the tube with a symbiote. He took it gently. But it's a good price. 14. Hatred of a man. The raft was built to be the most secure prison in the world, to keep the so-called supervillains within its walls. Many enemies of heroes were locked away in the raft to be controlled and prevent trouble, mostly being people with powers. These supervillains were held back thanks to collars that inhibited the powers of these humans, which led to different types. Mutants, inhumans, or simply people with powers that did not belong to either of these groups. Other villains who were also detained there were those who, without powers, had caused enough havoc in New York or the world to be considered a public threat. And of this last type, New York had known many of them, many of these villains being enemies of the local hero Spider-Man. The raft had been created to prevent prisoners from escaping or to allow someone to help them escape easily, not to prevent clashes between its inhabitants, which made fights within the prison frequent between the various gangs that inhabited the cells of the maximum security prison. Nor were John Walker's employees sent to stop the brawls, especially when the warden himself was the cause of them. Previously instigated by the Kingpin, Walker mistreated those men that Wilson Fisk himself instructed him to, only for his indirect boss's empire to finally come to an end after 8 years of being harassed by Spider-Man. And now the greatest mobster and his son were imprisoned in the raft, with no way of escape and with various enemies who could use the opportunity to assassinate them. But who would want to kill the Kingpin himself? Many criminals, even within, knew of the stability the Kingpin created in the suburbs of New York, establishing an orderly underworld with certain rules that benefited all those who weren't in the Kingpin's sights. That's why no one would directly attack the immense man, the king of crime. But what about his son? Couldn't the boy be used to hurt the Kingpin? To make him tremble and discover that he wasn't untouchable? The criminal's adopted son wasn't well known in the underworld. Having only taken his father's nickname as Kingpin for a year, the young man didn't have a criminal career like his father's, so no one could recognize him as a major mobster and criminal. This, of course, worked against both Wilson Fisk and his adopted son. Although Naruto had been known as the Kingpin for a year, the boy didn't have a solid backing to protect him from being attacked within the raft. No one knew what he was capable of or what he could accomplish with his own hands. This, of course, made the young man a direct target for those staunch enemies of the Kingpin, a weak point that the enemies of the greatest criminal would use to hurt him. Wilson Fisk knew this better than anyone. Vanessa and his biological son were killed for that very reason. They were his weak spots, and his enemies used them to destroy him. They killed them using Lester, and it was a blow that nearly destroyed him. But he learned from his mistake. He never prepared Vanessa or Richard to face his enemies, those who would hurt them the way they ended up doing. At the time, he thought his enemies would respect his retirement, but they didn't, and they forced him to return to set things straight and recover what he left behind when he left for Japan. He used all of that to educate his adopted son, the 5-year-old boy he took into his care when he killed Bullseye at that roadside motel. His biological son and wife were not trained in martial arts or the dark art of murder. Naruto, however, was trained in everything his deceased relatives needed at the time. Fisk himself took it upon himself to find the best instructors, providing the boy with everything he needed from the moment he came into his care. Vanessa and Richard were his weak links. They died in a simple car accident, nearly leading to his death. They were easy to kill, to eliminate. Naruto, on the other hand, was trained to survive, to be much harder to kill, and not be used as his weak link to bring him down. Anyone who thought they could easily kill him just because he wasn't actually the Kingpin was completely wrong, and Wilson would enjoy watching that person's face turn bloody for being trusted. Shit. A prisoner spoke excitedly, watching in amazement what had happened. The kid actually beat him. He hit the Punisher with a direct blow to his face, without fear. I didn't expect the kid to do it, an older inmate laughed dryly, watching the fight between the Kingpin's son and his greatest enemy alongside the other inmates and some of the guards. The boy shattered the mercenary's nose with a direct jab, unresisting through the air. Are you sure the kid's easy? Another inmate muttered under his breath, watching as Castle now stepped forward, pressuring Fisk's son with a return jab. Castle's a Marine, well, ex-Marine. From what I understand, they have a peculiar hand-to-hand fighting style built for killing. Will the kid survive this fight? Can't you see it with your own eyes? A fourth inmate spoke over the shouts of the other inmates, becoming the center of attention for some of his fellow inmates. That kid has a trained body. I think he doesn't just know how to box. They're both holding back now. They're analyzing themselves, waiting for the moment to go all out and kill their enemy. The Punisher doesn't leave any of his enemies alive. But that kid certainly doesn't go easy on Frank Castle. Russo, the oldest of the inmates, looked at Frank Castle's old partner. William Russo aka Jigsaw. This man, formerly a Marine and partner in Frank's special forces, became Frank's worst enemy due to the envy and confrontations that disfigured his face. Taking the nickname Jigsaw, Russo fought the Punisher himself on several occasions, forcing the former Marine to fight completely seriously. He was also one of the few enemies of the vigilante who was still alive. Are you on the boy's side? Do you think he'll live? I'd never side with Frank, old man, Russo spat to the side. Arms crossed over his torso, the former US soldier watched as his old comrade struck back, connecting with his fist against Fisk's son's side. I'd rather watch Wilson Fisk's son kill Castle with his bare hands. That would be art to my eyes. The blood staining the cold floor and being Castle's. William Russo's words were muffled by the general roar of prisoners and guards. Frank Castle had grabbed Fisk's son and held him beneath his body, constantly pounding the boy with his fist, simultaneously slamming his opponent's head into the ground. It seemed the former Marine had finally overcome the young man's constant onslaught and used his experience to stop him. "Looks like you'll have to wait for that vision of yours, Russo," the old prisoner laughed again, hearing a guttural growl escape the former soldier's throat. "Castle has the kid in a headlock and won't let go. Experience trumps youth." Russo didn't respond to that. He stroked his chin and, like the others, watched Frank beat Fisk's son. The Marine landed the blows hard, one after the other, revealing to each prisoner his face filled with rage, an abrupt and bubbling anger that he, like his old friend, knew. As one of those responsible for the death of his family, Russo knew that he wasn't seeing a 20-year-old boy now, but the son of the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk, former member of the Maguekio and mastermind behind the murder of his loved ones. It was normal for the Punisher to strike the boy with such rage. His mind could no longer distinguish the real Kingpin from the fake. The true cause of his family's death from a simple boy who wouldn't have been old enough to kill them when the events took place. Thanks to his anger, his friend Frank was overtaking the boy. He could already see the blood dripping from Castle's knuckles, the fresh blood staining Fisk's son's chin. Given all odds, the boy's victory was already remotely out of reach, and anyone who had bet on the boy would lose all their money. It would seem so, Russo growled. He didn't like seeing his old friend win. He didn't like seeing him happy. He clenched both fists and considered his possibilities. What if he seized the moment to kill the Punisher? What if he got rid of his old brother from the army and ended the whole cycle? Frank wanted his wife and son back, so why not give it to him, sending him to the other side with a simple knife slash? He could take advantage now. Frank was focused on the kid, beating him to death. Opportunities like these were far too rare. Mirrored. William Russo watched as his old friend Castle's fist was stopped. The Kingpin's son, the Prince of Crime, had used his hand to block the 10th punch. Uncaring of the blood trickling from his mouth, staining his orange uniform, Naruto was finally preparing for the counterattack. That kid, the old prisoner, watched as Naruto now returned the blow, landing a direct punch against Castle's temple. This caused the mercenary to become unstable, allowing the boy to spin around and now be on top of the mercenary. He's not averse to blood. He's staining Frank's face with his blood. He's on top of him, returning the blows he's received. He doesn't seem to fear death. Ha. You're crazy, Russo sighed. He was glad that the kid was now beating up the Punisher, his old friend Frank Castle. It was visual art to his eyes. It gave him butterflies in his stomach. You could say he was happy watching Frankie get beaten up by the young son of the Kingpin, taking every punch like the kid had before. But this is better than those Saturday and Sunday movies. Watching Frankie get beaten to death by some brat is an image I'll keep in my mind for the rest of my life. It would be my favorite image, my most treasured memory. Crazy? Me? The old man laughed at that statement. Had someone called Jigsaw ever called him crazy? Had it really happened, or was it just a false memory in his mind? I'm not the one they call Jigsaw, Russo. I'm not the one who hides his face with a mask because of his scars. I'm not the one who fears the Punisher because of a confrontation, because of a dark nightmare. Russo, I'm not crazy. Prisoners and guards remained silent. Frank pounded on the boy's chest and, with one swift movement, took Fisk's adopted son into a Kimura hold, gripping the boy's right arm tightly in a tight iron grip. Everyone could see that if Frank Castle pressed hard enough, the arm would crack and the boy would be lost. He's already lost, Russo growled for the second time. The kid was letting him down. The kid lost, damn it. Wait, is he lifting it? Under the expectant gaze of everyone, prisoners and guards, Naruto slowly stood up with some effort. He let his arm remain intertwined with both of Castle's arms and planted his feet firmly on the ground. He breathed deeply, filling his lungs with oxygen. He had, with difficulty, freed himself from the Kimura lock. But his arm was still immobilized. Brah. He took several deep breaths. He flexed his legs and right arm. Castle clung to the same arm like a koala. But despite this, with just his right arm, he lifted the 100 kilos that the former Marine weighed. Sweat appeared on the young man's forehead and his breathing became ragged with exertion. The muscles in his limb had probably snapped under the desperate movement. Jadit. He raised his arm as high as he could, moving Castle with it. Bracing his legs, spreading them and squaring them with his shoulders, he pulled his arm down and drove his left arm hard into the ex-Marine's chest. He slammed the man to the ground in a pumping motion, his back hitting the hard cement of the prison, generating a hollow sound briefly accompanied by a crunch. No one missed that sound or that movement straight out of American wrestling. Breathing raggedly, Naruto rolled across the ground until his back was against a thick pillar. He couldn't feel his arm, but at the same time, he felt the pain shooting up from the tendons in his hand to his elbow. He'd lifted over 100 kilos with just one arm and had used every ounce of strength he could to slam the Punisher into the ground. It would be extremely odd if it didn't hurt. He'd expected that pain once, having lifted Frank Castle's entire weight with just his right arm. Cough. Frank hasn't lost. He's still breathing. The former Marine blinked several times, his eyes still fixed on one of the halogens on the ceiling. He felt his lungs craving oxygen, his whole body craving oxygen, but his mouth only tasted of blood. He even heard his own ribs shattering after that blow. The boy really was stronger than he'd first thought, and with that movement, he'd proven it. He lifted 100 kilos with just one arm and cared little about his tendons, muscles, or his arm in general. He had to admit that with that, the boy had earned his respect with that hold alone. He'd managed to survive his furious attack and was still alive after the hold. It had almost killed him. Kid. With a scream, Frank spat drops of blood toward the ceiling. He felt them fall against his face, hitting his cheeks. "Hey, Kingpin kid. Don't scream, Castle." Naruto yelled back. He could feel the eyes of the inmates and guards on him. Was it so surprising that he'd survived a fight with the Punisher? He found it truly amusing. "I'm a few feet away." With an effort, Castle propped himself up on his right arm, looking down at the boy leaning against a thick pillar. Like him, the boy's face was stained with blood. The liquid, red like summer wine, dripped from his mouth, dripping onto the prison uniform they all wore. Funny, very funny, Frank felt the pang as he took a deep breath. A rib had damaged his lung, or at least that's what he thought might have happened. "You've earned my respect, kid. Just for enduring a bucking round with my father's enemy. Anyone could earn your respect then, Frank Castle. I only fought to kill you and to survive. And that's something I intend to do if it happens again." "I understand." Frank collapsed onto his back. He could hear the guards shouting as they brought order to the place while forcing the prisoners back into their cells. Soon, Walker would appear with his guards, and he and the boy would be locked in the raft's isolation cell. "I hope you don't take this personally, kid." Naruto didn't know whether to laugh. After stopping all movement, the blood began to cool, making him fully aware of the injury to his right arm. He had shattered his arm, both tendons and bones, and he could barely move his fingers. It was difficult, and just flexing his fingers already made him feel a searing pain running through his limb. "I don't think so," his voice cracked. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes as he leaned his head back, feeling the cold concrete from which the pillar itself was built. "You hate my old man, the all-powerful Kingpin. But Punisher, you'll never hate him more than I do. He destroyed my entire life with his choices, and I was a villain the moment I fell into his hands. I hate him more than any person in this world, and I will be the executioner who sends him to hell." 15. Reflection. As the daughter of a police captain, Gwen Stacy had grown up by the book, being lectured by her father whenever she chose a path that wasn't morally correct. She didn't have a normal adolescence, and her high school experience was anything but ordinary. She didn't even have friends her own age because she didn't spend much time in school. Born with above-average intelligence, she was soon sent to college early, and at 17, she was finally in her final year of a science degree, which she pursued despite the complaints of her father, who wasn't too happy about her being a renowned scientist. It was one of the two things she, as the only daughter, didn't follow as the rule dictated. She wasn't going to be a police officer like her father and grandfather, breaking with family tradition and becoming a scientist instead of a cop like her father would have liked. The other thing she didn't follow was staying away from her only friend, that boy who was currently rotting behind bars for breaking the law and for being the son of the city's biggest criminal. Wilson Fisk, aka Kingpin. Like everyone else, she was completely taken aback by the discovery that the famed and charitable Wilson Fisk was actually the Kingpin, the king of crime within the dark underworld of New York. This also led her to be shocked to see her best and only friend, Naruto Uzumaki, arrested as a supervillain for using the Venom symbiote and fighting Spider-Man, nearly killing him. Of course, this wasn't the only reason he was arrested. According to her father, Naruto had operated as the Kingpin for a whole year. He killed, trafficked, and kidnapped people for 365 days, all while hiding in the pit, the worst place a decent person could ever visit. At first, like any good friend, she doubted the words of her father, an overprotective man who was willing to do anything for her, his only daughter. But George Stacy wasn't a man who reflected, and he was even more stubborn than she was. As a captain in the New York police force, her father presented her with all the evidence in the case against the Fisks, including the evidence linking his best friend to organized crime. And how could she deny the obvious when she was staring at it with her own eyes, as her father spoke about the disappointment he felt about the future of a boy who seemed good. He was her friend, had been her best friend, and it was all a complete sham, a facade. Where was that boy who helped her when she was being bullied? Where was the boy who always came with a bucket of ice cream when she was depressed? Like smoke, Naruto's image disappeared, to be replaced by that of the Kingpin's son. A cruel boy willing to murder innocent people. Now she, Gwen Stacy, was completely clinging to nothing. Naruto had been an important pillar in her life, a support who was always there when she needed him, and the world decided to completely change him and remove him from her, even though she still needed him. Naruto disappeared, and now she was the only one left, clinging to the same nothingness, to the air. Who would keep her standing now? Who would pick her up when she fell and no one was willing to help her? He had been her only friend, her partner for a few years. And she could no longer turn to him because he was in prison, considered a dangerous prisoner for managing to embarrass Spider-Man himself and for not recognizing his mistakes. Her friend was being treated like a psychopath, like a complete madman. And they could certainly be right. Naruto Uzumaki was always a kind boy to her, the typical bad boy in appearance who later showed his kind side to others. But that kind side simply disappeared and only that bad boy remained, who became even more evil, even killing when necessary. Her life, her simple life as a 17-year-old girl, fell apart along with the life of her best friend. She lost the only boy she'd ever shown interest in, the only boy her father had ever allowed to be with her. This is shit. Gwen threw her backpack onto the bed in her room. Ever since Naruto was imprisoned at the raft, she'd been thinking about him a lot, about all the possibilities to salvage their friendship. But how could she continue to be friends with a boy who had been imprisoned in a maximum security prison? She didn't even know if he'd get out of that prison or be locked up for life awaiting the death penalty. She didn't even know the sentence that had been handed down to Naruto, which could have meant her friend would spend hundreds of years within those four walls. That's if he doesn't escape. There were few times when someone escaped from the raft, but there was a record of every instance. Someone always helped someone inside, leading to a villain's escape, usually related to Spider-Man. It wasn't unusual to see Rhino, the Vulture, Shocker, Scorpion, or Electro fighting the spider-themed hero again, making it all too obvious that the raft had some kind of security flaw, though no one pointed it out. No one in the entire city did, anyway. Knowing that Naruto had a chance of escaping, she was left wondering if he would. She didn't recognize the boy locked up there, the young man her father, along with Watanabe, had detained for his crimes within the raft, as well as his use of the symbiote. He wasn't the boy she'd known, the one who'd helped her when she needed it most. Naruto could escape, could take advantage of any escape to flee and take on the role of Kingpin as he had for the past year. What was stopping her anyway? Being optimistic wasn't in her plans, and she wasn't going to see her old friend as someone who might seek redemption or forgiveness. She no longer saw Naruto that way, didn't see him as the boy he'd once been, nor did she delude herself into the possibility that he'd been controlled by the symbiote they'd removed from his body. It was, clearly, a possibility, but one too remote to hold on to or actively consider. To her, Naruto Uzumaki was just another criminal to be taken into account until he showed signs of otherwise, and she highly doubted that would happen. Why, Naruto? There lay the question. Why? Why did he allow himself to be enveloped in darkness? Why did he allow himself to be convinced to be the Kingpin? Why did he use the symbiote and fight Spider-Man? Was it all just a facade? Was he always the villain of the story? The only one who could answer those questions was far from her, locked away in the raft, hidden from anyone who wanted to talk to him. And her father wouldn't let her even get within 2 meters of the boy. He'd kill her first so she wouldn't have a face-to-face with his old friend. But she needed an answer to those questions. She needed an answer to her worries, her fears. Like a drug, she needed the answers to the questions that constantly plagued her mind. How many hours had she slept? She couldn't even pay attention clearly in class, which was a living hell for her restless mind. Dark circles filled her increasingly gaunt face. I need some answers. She lay down on her bed, feeling the mattress sink beneath her weight. She was tired. Tired of that situation, of those questions that, like needles, pierced her mind, piercing it with that lacerating pain that constantly reminded her she needed to calm it down at all costs. Why did you do it, Naruto? What did you gain from being Kingpin? What did you gain from being Venom? What did you gain from fighting against the law? Shit, what did you gain from being the criminal? I don't understand it, and I need to. Where did that boy I fell in love with go? Book. Gwen buried her face in the pillow. Soon, she felt the fabric begin to dampen. Was she crying? Of course she was crying. Crying instead of screaming. It seemed like a good way to keep her father from coming up to her room for another argument. Crying in silence and complete solitude was what she'd done over the years. Why couldn't she do it one more time, this time for the boy who could have been but wasn't? It wasn't new, and she was used to tears streaming down her face. She would hide her red eyes and drawn face, and Captain George Stacy would never know she'd cried for a criminal she loved. They would have another argument. If her father found out about those feelings, he would fly into a rage. Any person would. Who in their right mind would fall madly in love with a criminal? She didn't do it consciously. Her love was always for that good boy image he showed her, for the Naruto who stood by her side like a thick indestructible pillar that supported her when she was about to fall. No, her feelings weren't for Naruto the Kingpin or the one who had been Venom for a limited time. That other Naruto wasn't even in her thoughts, no matter how hard they tried to force him to open his eyes. But he didn't want to open them. She was fine with the smiling Naruto, with a boy who had helped her through every one of her problems. Accepting that Naruto was only an illusion would destroy her, and she knew it better than anyone. And she didn't want that. But her father didn't seem to see it. Determined to make her see the truth, George Stacy had left on her desk that folder with the papers that showed the criminal acts of his love interest. He did it so she could see the reality. But she was reluctant to see the truth. She didn't want to do it. She was fine the way she was. Naruto, Gwen rubbed her face against the pillow. Her eyelids were heavy and tiredness was finally taking its toll. I don't know. The raft isolation cell. Constant knocking could be heard from inside one of the isolation cells. They were constant, relentless, their intensity unmodulated for several seconds, generating a sound that reverberated through the hallway of that section of the prison, alerting anyone within earshot that someone was either fighting or training. When someone was locked in isolation, they didn't have much to do other than read, study, or train. Although it might not seem like it, the best time a prisoner could strengthen their mind and body was precisely when they were locked in isolation, just as Naruto began to do when he was brought to that 6x6 room, if he wasn't mistaken about the measurements. Blow by blow, the boy's knuckles began to show fresh blood, raw skin, and the bones beneath it, all while leaving round, bloody marks on the hard cold wall. He had pounded on that wall for approximately 2.5 hours, without pausing, without slowing down a single blow. For him, it was a way of calming his mind, of sending the questions to their depths, and of dodging the fears that plagued his soul. The blows stopped as a crunch filled the room. Gritting his teeth, Naruto looked at his left hand. A bad blow. He slammed his fist against the wall, and finally, the limb gave way to his persistent thrust. Buck. He lowered his arm and shot his right arm at the wall. This time there was no crunch, he didn't even feel anything at all. With his right fist, he hit the same spot as with his left fist, using the same force. This time, his arm didn't give way. Shit, Naruto looked at his mangled hand. It was shaking, his whole arm was. Maybe I hit it harder, didn't I? Just like Frank Castle, he was locked in solitary confinement in a completely separate cell block, a few cells away from his familiar enemy if he could even consider the Punisher his enemy. Unlike Wilson Fisk, he had nothing against the former Marine. In fact, he considered the man a figure to admire. He lost his family, murdered by the Maguekio, and fought organized crime using his resources and skills as a Marine, even going so far as to fight hand-to-hand against the Kingpin's empire. That was something many should admire and respect. Frank Castle was not a man afraid of the wrath of the Kingpin or his allies. I'll have to wait until I'm out of this beautiful cell for the doctors to treat me. He closed his hand tightly, producing a slight crack in the process, as well as a shock that ran down his back. I'll send this bucking pain to the core. He got into a boxing stance. It always did. Using the wall in front of him like this, he fought against the fears that plagued his soul and heart since he was imprisoned at the raft. No, since Wilson Fisk appointed him as the substitute Kingpin. He wasn't afraid of being killed, of someone trying to execute him like the Punisher tried to. Fisk getting hurt didn't matter to him in the slightest, just as he didn't mind constantly fighting criminals for his own survival. He had been surviving since he was 5 years old, a prisoner of the desires and longings of the great Wilson Fisk. His fear was directed at someone else. Gwen Stacy. When he was arrested, her name was leaked to the media and soon reached the remnants of the pit as well as the Kingpin's enemies. Soon after, all his personal information spread like the plague among small-time criminals and high-ranking New York mafia bosses, revealing all the people he cared about and who were his weak links. And Gwen Stacy was currently his biggest weak link, someone he didn't want to see caught up in the chaos that would follow the Kingpin's arrest, both the second and the first. But what right did he have to care about Gwen when he didn't count on her for what he did? What right did he have to endanger the only friend he'd ever had throughout his personal hell? He was going to drag Gwen into a bloody hell, and he would be entirely responsible for everything that happened to her, even if it was just a broken nail. Buck. He didn't flinch when his fist hit the wall. He showed no emotion when a lash of pain shot up from his left hand to his shoulder, a reminder of the shattered bones. He didn't even express the pain in a single grimace. It was his punishment, his penance for allowing Gwen to be endangered because of his poor choices. His personal sin. Shit, Naruto slammed his left fist against the wall again, as if he had become a pain fetishist. Shit, shit, shit. Again and again, he pounded his fist against the wall, always in the same spot, with the same intensity, and on the same limb, as if his hand hadn't been fractured moments before that outburst of rage. But he paid no attention to the pain or the fact that he was destroying his entire left arm. Losing an arm as punishment for putting Gwen in danger. It was too little to pay for the suffering he had caused his friend. Shit. He stopped the blows. Blood trickled from his hand, dripping down to soak his wrist and forearm. He had turned that training session into a bloodbath for his own hand, as if he had become a lover of pain, because not even a scream escaped his lips. He didn't deserve Gwen's understanding, and she didn't deserve the danger he'd put her in. If anyone does anything to him, he closed his sinister hand despite the pain, forming a bloody fist. I swear I'll kill him. She didn't deserve everything he was putting her through. Gwen didn't deserve the lies, the deception she was subjected to. She didn't even deserve to lose her only friend, as if he'd played her. He was a piece of shit. 16. Vis-a-vis. The requirements for a face-to-face visit were complex when it came to seeing a maximum security prisoner in person. La Bolsa strictly followed the rules like any other ordinary prison, but when it came to face-to-face visits between its inmates and family members or anyone who could see them, they were reluctant to comply, and they had only occurred at very specific times in the prison's history. To date, only 4 prisoners have been able to obtain a face-to-face visit with their partner, a total of 7 years having passed since the last face-to-face visit took place at that maximum security prison. Now, a new face-to-face meeting was taking place in a room completely adapted for it. When John Walker received the signed note regarding a face-to-face meeting between the Kingpin's son and the daughter of a police captain, he couldn't believe it for several minutes, having to reread the letter the messenger had left on his desk to get everything ready. Was George Stacy really crazy enough to allow his daughter to visit a man who could ruin her life? He no longer worked for Wilson Fisk, and he wasn't on the right side of the law either. He was at a dead end, so he allowed that private meeting between the girl and the prisoner without interfering with their conversation, if it was a conversation at all. What usually happened in face-to-face meetings between couples was more tied to intimate moments between the two and less to serious ones. In fact, a serious conversation in a face-to-face meeting was completely unusual, and he highly doubted it would happen on that occasion. Both Naruto and Gwen were young, one 20 years old and the other almost 18, so it was easy for anyone to guess what would happen at that meeting. Naruto slumped onto the cold iron chair. With skeptical eyes, he looked into Gwen's blue eyes, which didn't flinch from his return of an intense gaze. A gaze he used to try to understand what Gwen Stacy was doing at the raft, having a one-on-one with him in a room that looked like something out of a motel, probably with condoms in one of the drawers of the right bedside table, provided by one of the guards working for Walker. He was puzzled, reluctant to face this unexpected meeting. When George and Watanabe had arrested him, also getting rid of the symbiote, he had thought the man would mention to his daughter that he was a supervillain. He wasn't sure what Gwen was doing there, having a one-on-one with him, a prisoner of the raft. Even the fact that Walker had agreed to it seemed slightly odd to him. He clasped his hands together and placed them on the table without taking his eyes off Gwen. He had to admit that Gwen looked very beautiful today. Her hair, a golden color, fell in a bob, almost reaching her shoulders. Her blue eyes shone like the sun-bathed sea itself. Gwen's soft pale skin was pale compared to his own, which had slowly turned pale due to his time in prison. Her skin was usually much darker, taking on a tanned bronzy hue. Naruto scanned Gwen's body with a gaze devoid of lust. It was simply curiosity as he studied his old friend, taking time to think about why Gwen had come to that room, alone with him. He caressed his hands. Hands bruised from the confrontation with Frank Castle a few days earlier. He wasn't a Spider-Man or a Thor who could regenerate his wounds. Under the mantle of venom, he was always a simple human with abilities superior to those of a normal human. Thanks to his adoptive father's teachings and instructions, he acquired the combat and assassination skills that made him the person he was today, with the ability to fight people like the Punisher. The light sigh brought him out of his thoughts. He lifted his head, tearing his eyes away from their clasped hands, and met Gwen's. There it was, that gleam that undoubtedly represented the internal struggle his friend was having. Was she even considering forgiving him? He frowned at that question. He didn't want Gwen's forgiveness, he didn't need it. And he certainly didn't want to see his friend suffer because of it. Gwen, her voice sounded raspy, like sandpaper running through her throat. She needed to clear her head to regain her composure. I don't know what you're doing here or why you're in this room. She gestured slightly toward it. You know better than to. Gwen's raised hand stopped his words, and Naruto closed his mouth with a small click. I don't need your explanations. Gwen looked into Naruto's eyes intensely. She didn't back down when he looked at her with those intense sapphire eyes that were darker than her own. I know why you're here. Any further explanation would be a waste of time. One more explanation. Naruto watched as Gwen's lips formed an uncomfortable grimace. George Stacy or Captain Watanabe would have given her a simple explanation for what he'd done and what he'd become. And in a way, both officers were right. He became a villain out of simple gratitude for the man who saved him and at the same time, to destroy him from the inside. My father told me about what you did. Did you really use a symbiote? Gwen looked at her old friend's face with a certain degree of incomprehension, searching for a simple gesture that would calm her thoughts. She didn't want to believe that Naruto had become the cruel person her father portrayed him as. She tried to find in those eyes a glimmer of the old Naruto, of her old friend. Yes, that monosyllabic word reached Gwen's ears. The girl swallowed hard at that simple answer. When she tried to speak, Naruto stopped her again. That operation that my father approved using Oscorp was what bonded me to this symbiote named Venom. According to his own words, Oscorp has created clones of himself to generate a cure for any disease. He used this to cure me. Naruto clenched his right hand tightly. Thanks to Venom I'm still alive. Wilson Fisk. The name tasted like acid. Gwen winced slightly. That name had also been on New Yorkers' lips all these days. Kingpin. Yes, Naruto nodded. The Kingpin, the king of crime in New York, a smile crossed his lips. A ridiculous name if you ask me. Gwen looked at her old friend disapprovingly. At the look, Naruto's smile faded and he looked down at their clasped hands. Why? She asked directly, without looking away from her friend's intense eyes. Her father and Watanabe had tried to dissuade her from going to the prison and visiting Naruto. But she wasn't a defenseless girl. She needed to know the reasons that led the boy in front of her to fight Spider-Man, to serve the Kingpin, and to succumb to Venom's control, because she knew about the mind control these aliens could create over their bearers. Why did you follow his orders? Why did you confront the police, Spider-Man? The Naruto that I. Without warning, Gwen fell completely. Naruto hadn't moved, but he kept his eyes on the features of his acquaintance and secret love. He could sense the urgency in the questions, eager for an answer that would satisfy her. But what answer could he give her? Everything he did under his adoptive father's orders, he did so fully aware of the consequences, fully knowing what could happen to him if he was caught. But he also did it according to his own plan. Wilson Fisk, his adoptive father, not only caused his miserable life, but also completely robbed him of his childhood. Lester might have kidnapped him for ransom, but it was Fisk himself who ended up separating him from his parents, if they were still alive. Why did he take him in and raise him to be his second in command, his perfect son? That wasn't what he wanted or needed. He didn't even love fighting, and now he couldn't imagine his life without a single fight. His hands trembled only at the very real prospect of another confrontation. Like a drug, the adrenaline produced by combat was truly needed by his system, needed as if his life depended on it. It was then that he heard the chair slide and the table creak softly as an extra weight suddenly fell on it. Helplessly, he stared at Gwen's face, which was so close to his own. He felt the warm touch of her hands gently cupping his face and the soft touch of her lips on his in a delicate, inexperienced kiss driven by impulse. Gwen let her body move on its own. When her eyes caught the trembling in her friend's hands, she moved solely on a primal impulse and let her feelings guide her, finishing the action by planting that kiss on the lips of her crush. There were still things to talk about, traumas to get out. But she just needed to do that before losing the boy in front of her forever. She had to make her feelings clear so she could move on with her normal life. The kiss lasted only a few seconds before being broken by Naruto. The raft inmate threw his head back and looked at Gwen with a puzzled look, not understanding what she was doing. He had kissed other girls before, but the warmth with which Gwen had kissed him made him feel strange in many ways. Gwen. He fell when Gwen's thumb brushed against his lips. The finger moved across his lips in a slow, perhaps sensual way, while he remained completely silent, watching her movements. As she moved her thumb across the prisoner's lips, Gwen slowly lowered herself onto her old friend's lap, earning a frown from him. She didn't know exactly what she was doing, and he couldn't find a way to stop her without the guards intervening. Of course, being taller and more muscular, he could get rid of Gwen. But was that what he wanted? Even with all the control he'd acquired through martial arts, he couldn't keep his mind focused when Gwen kissed him again. Naruto felt the girl's arms wrap around his neck, enveloping him in a tight hug that made him lean forward slightly. Fearing the girl would fall backward, he moved his arms to wrap tightly around her waist while returning the kiss somewhat roughly, still searching for an explanation. Taking advantage of Naruto hugging her, Gwen pressed her body against her friend's, making the latter notice her budding breasts as they pressed against the boy's torso. After several seconds, Naruto pulled his head away, ending that fleeting forced kiss. Gwen. What the? He needed to calm down, to calm the thoughts and feelings that were enveloping him. Like any prisoner, his contact with the other Hex was currently completely non-existent, so his baser instincts could surface with any simple touch or contact with the female gender. And that simple fierce kiss was only awakening his greatest instincts, making him much more like an animal than a human being. Gwen didn't answer that incomplete question. She slid her body until she was standing in front of Naruto and took his right hand. With a nod, she looked for a bed, and when her eyes saw the only bed in the room prepared for them, she thought of a roadside motel. The raft workers hadn't gone to the trouble of preparing a better place, and she wasn't going to demand one either, so she pulled Naruto toward that spot. "Shut up," she murmured, turning around when they reached the edge of the bed. Feeling the edge hit the back of her legs, she wrapped her arms around the boy again. "Shut up and kiss me." Naruto looked into Gwen's eyes, discovering in them that strange glimmer of youthful lust that he had seen in other girls his age when they looked at him at the gym or when he accompanied the same Gwen to the mall. He stared into those eyes for several seconds, searching for any trace of doubt or confusion within those bluer eyes. He needed to be sure that she wouldn't regret it, that there would be no complaints or ill thoughts. He didn't want their friendship to be damaged after what could have happened in that place. If he agreed to follow Gwen's order, everything would end as they both knew it would, but he wasn't willing to break every ties he had with that girl. She was too important to him to waste everything they had on that. He tried to speak, but Gwen's hand covering his mouth prevented him. "I don't need you to talk," she murmured, staring into his eyes intensely. Naruto watched as the glow intensified for a few seconds before re-enveloping the entire iris of both eyes. "I need you to act." They were simple words. They weren't pointing a gun at him, nor were they even forcing him to do so with those syllables. He obeyed that order when the last of the letters left Gwen's lips and kissed them deeply. As he planted his lips on the girl's, he raised his arms until he cupped Gwen's face in his hands, deepening the kiss intensely and robbing him of any chance of breathing. "Are you sure?" The question came out of his mouth, haltingly, as he pulled away from Gwen. He needed to hear confirmation, to be sure that she was right. In response, Gwen took the edge of her sweatshirt with both hands, and under Naruto's intense gaze, she got rid of it, revealing her naked torso with only her bra covering her breasts. The girl showed the boy her clear, soft skin and flat stomach. "Does this work for you?" Hanging from the girl's index finger, the blue sweater finally fell to the ground, and as if on cue, Naruto kissed Gwen again with greater intensity than before, being completely returned with the same by Gwen. The girl climbed onto the bed with some difficulty, dragging Naruto to do the same. In the moment he wasn't kissing her, the Uzumaki removed his shirt, allowing Gwen to remove his pants. "Do you like it?" Naruto looked at that slender, soft, and pale body covered only by a black lace undergarment that contrasted with the lightness of the girl's skin. He wasn't an expert on women's tops, much less underwear. But he recognized that those two simple pieces looked perfect in that image. "Yeah." Gwen kissed him again, this time pulling him so that he was on top of her, with both arms on either side of her head, showing how contoured they were, letting her see how the muscles slightly marked under his skin. She moved her lips over his. He moved his lips over hers. They kissed for long seconds, breaking away at short intervals to kiss again, as if they had no other choice and could not separate. With some difficulty, Naruto got rid of the prison slippers while still kissing Gwen. He had to do it while he was on top of her, kissing her, using his feet to remove the only piece of clothing covering her feet. While he was doing that, he felt Gwen's hands, thinner and smaller than his own, go down to the bottom of his orange pants to grab them by the edges. Without being able to separate himself from her, the girl pulled both boxers and pants down, leaving him completely naked before her, who remained focused on kissing him while, with her right hand, she took his member to massage it lightly and delicately, as if she feared it would break under the cue. He let Gwen continue with the massage and forced the girl to raise her waist. He lowered his right hand and fearlessly pulled her panties aside and inserted 2 fingers into his friend's privates, eliciting a small moan that was silenced by the kiss they were wrapped in. While kissing her, Naruto continued the movement on Gwen's nether regions, feeling the warm cavity begin to moisten with complete arousal. And he himself was aroused by the continuous massage he was receiving from his partner's caresses, which never stopped for a moment. Then he pulled away. Pulling his fingers out of her wet cavern, Naruto brought them to his mouth and licked his index and middle fingers lewdly, watching Gwen's blushing face so she could see him do it. Using his free hand, he pulled her panties all the way down and slithered down to the bottom, leaving her unable to do anything. He gripped both of Gwen's legs tightly and faced what was to be his meal. Gently and slowly, he approached his partner's intimate area and began kissing her, using light movements of his tongue that ran along the entire length and width of her several times, before inserting the same tongue into her cavity, making a light thrusting motion, before moving to a circular motion while massaging her clitoris with his left hand. At this, Gwen could only throw her head completely back, burying it in the pillow as she bit down on his forearm. Without complete control of her body at that moment, she simply let it shudder from the caresses and kisses on her private part due to the pure pleasure she was feeling at that moment. "Jaya." A moan escaped her lips as, like a whiplash, a shudder ran down her spine, making her arch her back and close her eyes. She gasped slightly and pulled her arm away from her mouth, revealing the bite she'd inflicted on herself from the intense pleasure. Now, Naruto took both of the girl's legs. A shiny liquid trickled slightly down her chin, dripping even down her bare chest. "I can." "Don't tell me you're going to stop," the girl narrowed her eyes and stared directly at Naruto's member. "Don't say it." "Fine, I won't." She didn't say it or ask for it explicitly, and she just stared at Naruto from her position on the bed, her legs slightly raised by his hands. But that look said it all. Both she and he knew what she was saying, what she was pleading for right now. Neither of them was thinking rationally, and their primal instincts were controlling them, at least to some degree. Naruto bent down and picked up the condom lying on the nightstand. After that face-to-face, he'd have a chat with Walker, and his hands would probably be covered in the warden's blood. Slowly, with the experience of other times, he wrapped his member in the rubber for the act they were about to perform, feeling Gwen's gaze as he performed the action. Once he finished, he took hold of the girl's legs again and slowly inserted his member into that cavity. Gwen felt something enter her. She knew what it was, but that didn't stop her body from shuddering, a pitiful moan from escaping her lips, and a sigh of pleasure from replacing it. "Are you okay? Should I keep going or s?" "Yes," she interrupted him when she was able to control her voice. She closed both hands on the sheet and looked pleadingly at Naruto. "Go on." Following the order, Naruto finished inserting his member into that humid and warm cave, remaining slightly leaning over the girl, being able to fully observe how her belly rose slightly and then fell, a product of the girl's breathing. When he looked into Gwen's eyes again, he began to thrust his member in and out with a gentle motion at first, then replaced it with a more aggressive one under the sharp gaze of his friend. Moans. Light creaks coming from the bed. Wet lip locks. The two blondes maintained this activity for the rest of the meeting, Naruto taking the lead, while Gwen simply let her body be battered by pleasure, showing what she felt with every moan that escaped her throat. She moaned loudly at her third orgasm and breathed heavily when she finally felt Naruto's lips on hers, preventing her from finishing her pleasurable sound of pleasure. The boy entered the moist cavity once more intensely, while kissing the girl to muffle any sound that might escape. Just like Gwen, he ended with a slight low grunt that would correspond to his partner's pleasurable moan. Both of them lay exhausted on the bed, their bodies shiny with sweat and their heavy breathing audible. 17. Escape. The ceiling of the room was different from that of the isolation cell, and even that of his regular cell. The bed was large, not king size, but twice the size of his small bunk in the cell. Even the bed, if it could even be called that, in the isolation cell was much smaller than the bunk in his regular cell. That was, of course, if the cell even had a bed, something he found himself lacking just a few hours after entering it. Gordon Walker had been abundantly clear with his words and actions toward him. He may have previously sided with the Kingpin. But currently, his commitment to the government had been reinforced thanks to his Thunderbolts project. He didn't understand how the president or his advisors had allowed a mere mercenary to form their team of anti-heroes. They were giving command of the villains to a man who could become a real pain in the ass if he wanted to, something he had already demonstrated in his fights with Captain America, both the Steve and Sam Wilson versions. And this was just a bomb the higher-ups had planted themselves, waiting to explode. It was only a matter of time. The imperfect serums never created heroes and brought misfortune to the world. The idea of John Walker leading a group of villains with heroic delusions through the city wasn't even remotely appealing. Many other heroes had led similar groups with satisfactory results. But for a former employee of the Kingpin to do so, that could only spell disaster. A disaster that would ultimately ruin what remained of the hero's reputation and the stability of New York. Faced with a possible confrontation with this group, the boy simply tried to shake off the thought and enjoy the warm feeling of the body next to him. He turned his head slightly and fixed his eyes on Gwen Stacy's peaceful face. How did they end up in this situation? What would his friend's father do when he found out? He could probably enjoy the barrel of a shotgun through the only hole in his body that had never seen the sun. An unpleasant sight. He'd been awake for at least an hour, letting different ideas and thoughts whirl through his mind as he came to terms with what had happened in that bed. He'd let himself be driven by the wildest part of himself, by the instincts that every thinking being repressed to the depths of their being so as not to see themselves as a simple, mindless animal. But when Gwen accepted, he'd only let himself be carried away by the kisses, the caresses, and the rubbing against his partner's body. He'd been wanting him for a long time, and now he'd gotten him, slightly tainting his own desire. Now that he had Gwen, what could he expect? What did she expect? Would they be a couple? Well, he had no objections, his track record wasn't good, and his criminal history was only just being unearthed. Wilson Fisk had been making it his mission to taint his hands ever since he was old enough to be a mere puppet of the New York crime kingpin. He still remembered the training, the preparation to become an assassin. While children his age played soccer or enjoyed afternoon games, he was forced to stay locked in the library, learning about the human body's nervous system and which nerve points to use against his enemies. At the tender age of 7, he knew exactly which nerve points to press to induce temporary paralysis or the most silent death possible. Such knowledge was not what a child should possess. When he finally completed his training in the shinobi arts taught by a member of the Hand, his father enrolled him in the best fencing and kendo academy in the country, even being so desperate as to leave him in Japan for 2 years, learning about the art of the sword and its culture. He was Japanese, born that way, but did he need to learn how to use a real sword? Where to stab so his enemy would bleed out, not die a quick death. He could use a fork to kill a person. His hands were capable of taking an eye from its socket while his enemy was still alive, feeling his vision being ripped out with his fingers. His desire to be a normal boy simply evaporated like smoke. As if someone had blown it out, his dreams vanished, and he found himself a man with hundreds of deaths on his hands. Deaths that would soon be discovered, and he would be sent to the electric chair. Wilson Fisk was never one to get his hands dirty. First, he used Lester, Aka Bullseye, and then he used him, both to get rid of any enemies he had, and to fill his role as the fictional Kingpin, and be the scapegoat if he was ever arrested. No one could pin him as the Kingpin, as the cause of hundreds of deaths. Or at least they couldn't until Spider-Man finally stopped him with the help of Watanabe, a New York police captain, determined to bring down the king and bring down his castle. Something they did after years of pursuing him. Naruto. The boy reacted to the soft voice. A hand gently caressed his chest, moving gently, as if afraid of hurting him or causing him any harm. When, he cleared his throat. His throat felt dry, his mouth cracked, even though he'd had some liquid if he could call it that. What are you thinking about? I've been watching you for a few minutes. Your eyes have been staring at a point on the ceiling, and your face has been making some funny faces. It wasn't exactly a time for laughter, and yet she laughed lightly beside him, brushing her lips against his ear until he could feel the breath of laughter entering his auditory pathway. A sensation that made him shudder for several seconds. I don't make funny faces, Gwen. You make absolutely the funniest faces in the world when you're focused, Naruto. Like any normal person, she couldn't see her own face when she was thinking or showing a serious expression and making the funny faces Gwen was pointing out. If she had been a mutant who could clone, duplicate, or see herself, she might be able to see what her friend meant. Another option, of course, was to look in a mirror. But it had to happen exactly when she was making the faces. No, I don't, he grumbled, a frown forming on his face. He didn't like making funny faces. What would other people think? Well, Gwen might find him funny, other people might see him as an idiot. And he didn't want to look like an idiot when he was thinking about important things. So sensitive. Gwen rolled onto the right side of the bed. Using the movement, she managed to swing her slender legs over the edge of the bed until she felt the cold floor of the room beneath her bare feet. She slowly began to cover her body with the clothes that had previously dressed her. We still have things to talk about, to clear up. Naruto didn't respond. He kept his eyes fixed on the ceiling, allowing Gwen to see his bare torso, unprotected by the thin sheet that had previously covered them. I'm not going to answer differently or give you any more information. The creaking of the bed accompanied the prisoner's movements. I've already given my answers. I've already told you what I had to tell you. He slowly pulled the pants of his prison uniform up, pulling them over his legs. There's nothing more we can discuss or an answer I'm going to give you. As Naruto stood with his back to her, Gwen looked at the scars covering her. There were small ones, medium-sized ones, and some larger ones, but they were all noticeable even in the dim light of the room, as if they had been made to be seen by anyone from anywhere. Seeing those scars reminded her of the state she'd found him in. Lying on the floor, his back pressed against the wall, surrounded by lifeless bodies. She vividly remembered the blood dripping from his cut face and from his bare hands. Stuck to his skin with blood, his clothes were nearly impossible for her to remove in an attempt to help him, and she still didn't know how the doctors managed to do it. Perhaps they used scissors. Who left you in that state? The boy paused for a few seconds, dropping the shirt into his arms just as he was about to slip his head through the hole. He knew exactly what Gwen meant with that question. He knew the exact moment in her life. I don't want to talk about that now. But. Gwen. I grew up under the Kingpin's thumb. The Kingpin's enemies aren't angels, and one of them left me in the state that brought me here. That fight ruined his life because it bonded him to a symbiote, because it brought him to the raft alongside the Kingpin and many of his men. If Wilson Fisk wanted, he could have killed him, eliminated him completely, and made him disappear from the face of the earth. Was it so serious, so traumatic? I'm not traumatized by that fight. I don't care about that fight. I came out alive, I'm alive. The rest doesn't matter. When Stacy remained silent. She watched as the shirt covered the scars, as the fabric clung to Naruto's toned torso, until his biceps made it impossible for it to stay loose around his arms. Those clothes weren't his type. Had he exercised more in prison? It wouldn't be unusual. She'd even find it normal. Many inmates dedicated their time to training or academic pursuits, as long as they weren't masterminds or powerful supervillains. But their thoughts didn't translate into words. Before they could, a tremor shook the room they were in, perhaps the entire prison. That wasn't an earthquake. The alarm confirmed the boy's words. Within seconds, the door was abruptly opened by two enormous guards. "Hey. Get on your knees, hands behind your back." Naruto took a deep calm breath. He glanced at Gwen, who was caught by one of the guards. Obeying, he dropped to his knees and placed his hands behind his head. He didn't want to cause trouble for his friend, not when she could be harmed if he acted prematurely and hastily. "If I were you, I wouldn't touch the girl, you bastard." It wasn't a veiled threat, nor did he try to hide the fact that he was threatening the guard holding Gwen in his thick hands. He didn't even care the cameras were on him and everything he said and did was being recorded. If the man tried to be too clever, he could be dead. "Shut up, you bastard." The second guard shoved him to the ground. Using his heavy body, he stopped any movement he could make. "Stay still. Don't you." Zoom. A shock wave hit the man. The guard was thrown into the wall, knocking him unconscious, with blood staining the left corner of his mouth. Shocker. The villain lowered his right arm. Covering his forearms, Shocker wore his sonic gloves, which completed his villainous uniform and his Shocker name. "Come on. Your father wants to see you. It's time to get out of here." He'd known his adoptive father had an escape plan. But was this the moment the Kingpin wanted to escape from the raft? No, this wasn't his adoptive father's plan. Rather, it was an unforeseen event that had preempted the Kingpin's own plans, and he wanted to take full advantage of it. Slowly, he stood up. He did it step by step, second by second. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Gwen. He saw her scared, indescribable face. She was frozen, frightened by Shocker's presence, the defeat of the guards, and her impending kidnapping. Shocker wouldn't let her run away. Her father would kill her, use her as a hostage to stop George Stacy from making any move. Is this my father's doing? No. Some lunatic is gathering villains to stop Spider-Man, to put Osborn in his place. Had someone else attacked the raft? Was he unleashing villains? Spider-Man's enemies were numerous, annoying, and chaotic. At least he knew a few of them inside. Scorpion, Vulture, Rhino, Electro, Mr. Negative, even his father was there, waiting to escape. "I see," he blocked the snap with a louder tone. Black as night, the guard staff gleamed faintly in the light in the room. "Then I won't feel sorry for what I'm about to do." "What are you going to?" Shocker opened his eyes behind his mask. Out of inertia, he raised both arms and felt the metal hit his forearms. The force of the arm that executed the movement pushed him back until the wall stopped him, making him groan in pain and feel all the air escaping from his lungs. Down. He couldn't finish his insult. He felt a second blow, this one directly against his temple. Blackness completely filled his vision, and he allowed himself to be carried away by Morpheus. Shocker is a simpleton, a small fish. A second staff unfurled. "Gwen. You must go to the exit." Naruto turned. He locked eyes with his old friend. "This side will take you directly to the exit. The prisoners won't go this way. Spider-Man will appear. I must prevent a certain man from escaping this place. I will see to it that he rots, that he turns to dust. Aren't you going to escape? You have the chance. Naruto, you can escape and you'll go after Wilson Fisk instead." They both looked at each other. His gaze was lost in her thick blonde locks, dirty from his time in prison. She looked at him directly, biting her lower lip. She wanted to take him, get him out of the raft. If he stayed inside, he'd be killed any day now. "Gwen. I'm not a hero. I'm not Spider-Man, Iron Man, or Captain America. Kids don't praise me, they don't ask for my autographs. I'm just a prisoner, just a homeless person taken in by someone else, an orphan a hero would never look directly at." The cane tapped her shoulder lightly. "But I'm going to prevent Kingpin from returning to the streets, where he causes more trouble. I don't want the police officers who arrested him to have to suffer for his escape, for their families. Kingpin doesn't forgive. I'll prevent that by stopping his plans." That was his goal. Deep within his heart, a glimmer of heroism shone. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't a villain. He was just a young man trying to survive in that cruel world, surrounded by evil people and selfish heroes. "I'll do it for you." Gwen stepped back. Naruto stepped over her. Seconds later, a groan echoed down the hall, then faded away a few seconds later. A prisoner fell at the Uzumaki's feet. "Yourself." But. Now. He could be considered an anti-hero, a mercenary, or a hitman. In his nearly 20 years of life, he'd never killed a woman, a child, or an old man. He wasn't willing to do it, even for hundreds of millions of dollars. Maybe, and just maybe, he would do it if those people weren't what they were. A mutant thug capable of murdering a planet, a hitwoman willing to kill anyone, a self-centered elderly millionaire with so much money he believed himself untouchable. There were always exceptions. He just wanted to correct his sins. 18. The Fall of the King. Wilson Fisk walked out of his cell at the bottom of the raft. He raised his head. He looked around. The prisoners in the block had been freed due to a power outage. Those with powers were now free of the restrictions that prevented them from using their gifts. The raft was on high alert and he, as the kingpin of crime, could and would take advantage of it. It didn't matter if the prisoners in that section had superhuman powers. He was the kingpin of crime, the master of the New York underworld. No matter how intelligent his rival was, no matter how powerful his powers were, he would always be above him. He proved it when he sent Daredevil into oblivion. He proved it when, for 8 years, he sent Spider-Man with his tail between his legs, injured and with his pride shattered. It didn't matter who was in front of him. As kingpin, he had to present an image, a representation of what he truly was. He had done it all these years, and he wasn't going to back down now. For days and weeks, he thought about how to escape from the raft, how to escape from that maximum security prison where he was imprisoned because of Spider-Man and Captain Watanabe. George Stacy had also been involved in his arrest. But thanks to his employees at the raft, the good people he had on his peril, he learned that the captain's precious daughter was visiting his right-hand man, his adopted son. When Stacy was inside the raft and he was going to take her hostage to stop the police from moving. It was a plan without any flaws. Wilson Fisk stared at the figure standing before him. He was shorter, with a hard face and black hair cut in a military style. For several seconds, he didn't recognize him, and then he only showed a condescending smile. Before him was the feared Punisher, the Marine known as Frank Castle, the man who pursued every one of his businesses in New York and nearly destroyed his empire. Daredevil and that man were a thorn. And thorns were pulled out with pincers. Wilson pulled several inmates away. The guards were trying to stop the riot, but they didn't move to stop the kingpin. You're not very smart. You're not the Punisher here. You don't have your weapons. You're completely on your own. He emphasized the last word. Wilson twisted his lips, giving a cheeky smile. The Punisher had been a direct terror to his men, his businesses. Frank Castle was his sworn enemy, the enemy of New York's crime itself. But like anyone else, he was also a living person, a human like any other. Where he differed from Castle himself was that he had reached the pinnacle of human strength. He was one of the strongest humans without powers, without serums. And that was exactly what he was going to demonstrate to the man in front of him. Weapons don't matter. A blood-spattered t-shirt covered Frank Castle's torso. Red drops dripped from his fists. Wilson deduced in seconds that the man had fought other inmates. I have my fists to beat you with, to bring down the king. There was a certain amount of mockery implied in the last line of the sentence. Kingpin noticed it immediately. Frank was directly mocking his nickname. He was supposed to be the king of crime. But as king, he could be deposed by another, and that other man could take his place. That's something you won't be able to achieve. I've thrown some huge fish. Another one on my list won't hurt. Frank was the first to move. The Marine leaped forward and watched as Fisk followed suit. Evaluating his options, Frank decided to attack Wilson Fisk's legs directly. The weak point of all giants was their legs. But that was just what Wilson hoped for. The king of crime moved with agility for his enormous eyes. Surprising the Punisher, the massive man tackled him and knocked him to the ground before he could slide in and sweep. Wilson stomped and spun as Frank stood up. He drew back his arm and slammed his fist directly into the ex-Marine's face, sending a surge of pain through the anti-hero's body. NGH. Frank spat out a huge amount of blood. His mouth had probably been shattered by that blow, and his nose was slightly damaged. He wouldn't be sure until he went to a medical staff member, but he could feel it on his face. Kingpin had landed a powerful blow in which he didn't hold back any of his strength. You're going to lose. Ugh, Castle wiped the blood dripping from his chin with his arm. I've heard that phrase so much, it's giving me a headache. Wilson Fisk waited for Frank Castle to back down, to turn around, realizing he wasn't going to win the confrontation. Showing his defiance, Frank Castle, aka the Punisher, stood before the immense king of crime. He balled his hands into fists and displayed a hardened, completely determined gaze. An iron gaze. Then I'll have to smash every bone in your body. The blows followed one another with surprising speed. Guards and inmates halted their actions and watched the confrontation between the king and the challenger. Inside the raft, even Warden Walker paused and considered any action against the kingpin. No one was willing to give their life to fight a man who could destroy them both physically and mentally. Even the kingpin could destroy their reputations, their lives outside the raft, or the lives of their families. Frank tensed his legs as Wilson's right foot slammed into his face. Being a powerless human, he staggered back slightly, feeling his brain bounce around inside his skull. The 10th blow landed directly at him. He leaned his body slightly to the right and swung his left arm in a direct counterattack against his opponent's chin. Wilson Fisk missed his blow by several inches, and Frank Castle landed his blow squarely in the face of his enormous opponent. They both stepped back. Wilson smiled with suppressed anger. The joints in his fingers creaked as he flexed them. He let all his rage flow into his arms, through his entire body. Like fuel, he planned to use that rage to destroy his enemy, to leave him in a pool of his own blood, unable to utter a single syllable. Frank lowered the arm he'd used to punch his opponent in the face. He could feel it trembling, how it seemed to want to keep punching that smiling face. He wanted it with all his heart. But he stopped those instincts. He breathed until his lungs were completely filled with the stale prison air, then exhaled a huge gulp of air that resonated in the silence. He was relaxing his body, his mind. Fighting the Kingpin wasn't like fighting the Maguekio mobsters. The Kingpin was dangerous, far more so than even Hydra. He was a man willing to take what he wanted, whenever he wanted, however he wanted. No one could stop him if they got into his head, and whoever tried would have to give it their all to stop him if they wanted to. For him as the Punisher, it would have been too simple to shoot Wilson Fisk's skull and leave him there. But he didn't have any weapons at hand, and he wasn't a man who was going to use them. He was prepared to let Wilson Fisk fall under his own weight with his bare hands. He didn't need anything else to hurt him. He had proven that when his fist connected directly with the face of that giant man, the enormous Kingpin of New York crime. His hands were what he needed to hit the Kingpin. A pistol, a rifle, had no place in that confrontation. He was going to beat his opponent's smug face until he bled and apologized. The metallic sound of an object hitting the ground initiated the second assault between the two men. The two moved forward. They observed their opponent's movements. They prepared their defense and gave their all in the attack. Wilson launched a powerful downward axe blow at his enemy. Frank responded with a direct blow to his opponent's chest. Both blows found their target. The king of crime hunched forward, and the ex-marine used his legs to brace himself against the fall, feeling his entire body shake from the powerful blow. The silence lasted seconds. Both recovered. Frank stood up, and Wilson took a step forward, regaining lost ground. Both were ready to bring the other down, to demonstrate their own strength against their enemy. And they were watched by everyone. An uppercut landed directly on the king's chin. A reverse punch landed against the former marine's face. Both blows met in the air. Kingpin leveraged, sweeping his enemy's arm away. Punisher let his opponent move his arm and bent his body. Taking advantage of his size, he threw a kick as he bent down. Wilson Fisk raised his arm. He caught the blow from his leg against his forearm. The force of the blow ripped through his prison uniform jacket, exposing his white skin. The Punisher was stronger than Fisk had ever realized. "You're good, I must admit." Slowly, the king undid his jacket. Button by button, the jacket opened, revealing the undershirt that covered the criminal's burly body. "I must even praise that strength of yours. Anyone would think you were Captain America, a US agent, or a Winter Soldier. But I see that all that is the strength you've gained training as a soldier, chasing my men, members of the Maguekio. I must congratulate you for that. Few humans achieve physical power as imposing as yours with such a small body. That sounds both flattering and insulting. But you're Kingpin. That's the best I'm going to get from a criminal like you, I guess." The jacket fell to the cold, dark prison floor. Wilson Fisk adjusted his undershirt with a few arm movements. The king never took his gaze off his adversary or the people around them. As king, he had the right to subjects. "Go ahead. Have fun." Frank Castle reacted to that shout. Quickly, he fired a jab straight at the jaw of the first prisoner who charged at him. Feeling a hand grab his collar, he launched a kick at the stomach of a second prisoner. Every inmate on that level moved against Frank Castle. An order from the Kingpin of crime was an order they had to obey. So they left the guards and focused on the Punisher. If the Kingpin called for it, they would act. "You're a coward. I'm not going to waste my flight and my time with you, Castle. I have other matters outside these walls." The scraping of metal against the cell bars halted all movement. Steady, cold, the sound reached everyone in the room, filling their ears like the clinking sound of bars being struck by some elongated object. Soon, the echo of footsteps mingled with the metallic sound, alerting the prisoners. Could it be a US agent? An Avenger? Wilson Fisk peered into the darkness. He was the first to notice white shoes like the ones the rest of the prisoners were wearing. Shortly after, blue eyes emerged from the shadows, and the long face of his adopted son came into view. "Chico?" Frank spat out a bloody phlegm. Beneath his feet, a handful of prisoners groaned in pain from the Punisher's blows. "Naruto. Finally. Shocker gave you the message, I suppose." "Yes, he did." The king's two dark eyes moved toward the iron canes. He frowned when he saw the dark liquid of blood dripping from the tips of those defensive weapons. "You wanted Gwen to stop her father and any other police officers. You were willing to hurt her. Collateral damage. At the end of the day, she's going to hate you, son. That's the first time you've ever called me son. That's a testament to your lies, Fisk. I'm not your son. You've always treated me like a mere murderer, a tool, a weapon you've forged with your own hands. A mere toy for a big boy. Don't go down that road, kid. I rescued you from Lester. I brought you with me to America. I gave you an education. I trained you in every branch of human knowledge so that you would be superior. Your own actions following my orders were just a small price to pay. Very little compared to what I've given you, kid. You should be killing the Punisher. You should have killed him during your fight with him. But here you are, berating me, throwing my time into your face. Simply ridiculous, Naruto. You're scum, a stray dog, an orphan boy without parents, a boy without love. You've been a complete waste of time and money. You're a waste of humanity, kid. After this, you will be put to death. And your life is worth absolutely nothing. Your hands are stained with blood. A puppet in my hands. Without me, you are nothing. You will never be anything. Silence followed that speech. The words filled the blonde-haired prisoner's ears. Naruto remained silent, clutching the dark blood-dripping canes. He listened like a statue to Wilson Fisk's entire speech. A tool, a puppet. Used to stain one's hands. Trained in all branches of humanity. He had to pay for that knowledge. Naruto lifted his face. He leaned forward slightly. Thick locks of hair fell over his face, slightly obscuring his blue eyes. He had been turned into a hunting dog, a wild wolf that had to constantly feed on his master's remains, following his orders. A moan escaped from a prisoner's mouth. That was the signal. Wilson Fisk reacted to the move. He faced his adopted son and tried to stop him. But he had trained him well, trained him too well. Naruto slipped through the gaps in his enemy's defenses and struck directly at 2 points in the Kingpin's torso using his canes. Soon, a sharp pain hit the giant's mind at the same time his adopted son relieved a former Marine of his charge. Back to back, Frank Castle and Uzumaki Naruto stared at the prisoners on that level of the raft. They watched as their common enemy stood up again, staring directly at them, sending his full wrath toward them. I didn't expect your help, boy. I don't hate you enough to let you die, Castle. They reacted. Wilson Fisk witnessed the maelstrom of pain and blood that occurred in a single blink of his eyes. Those two moved and in seconds disposed of the prisoners, those loyal to him as the Kingpin. You. It was the Kingpin. He had previously fought Daredevil and the Punisher at the same time. He defeated them both and made them disappear. Seeing the iron canes in his adopted son's hands and attached to the Punisher's back reminded him of the man without fear, the devil of Hell's Kitchen. But there were no more words or thoughts. Naruto and Frank moved forward and the Kingpin responded. Like an uncontrolled beast, Wilson Fisk attempted to overwhelm them both in a direct collision, using his massive body and superior strength. But it was overcome. Recognizing his adoptive father's style, the Uzumaki moved to the side. Mimicking the movements of the devil of Hell's Kitchen, he struck the King of Crime's legs and destabilized him as he ran. This was taken advantage of by his partner. Frank Castle broke through Wilson Fisk's defense and landed consecutive blows to his enemy's face, destabilizing him and causing him to fall backward onto his back. In a coordinated move, Naruto swung the batons and crossed them around Wilson Fisk's neck. When Frank finally brought the king down, he pulled the Kingpin back while choking him. He could have snapped his neck, but with a direct blow to the chin, Wilson Fisk was finally brought down like a Christmas tree. I need some help. Frank moved the Kingpin's body at the same time Naruto pushed him, getting rid of the enormous weight that fell on his body when he performed that key. Thank you. You should give them to yourself. The Punisher looked around. All the prisoners were being subdued by the guards in that section. The zip ties were back on their wrists. I could have died. You could have, but you haven't. Naruto looked into Frank Castle's dark eyes for a second before looking down at the lifeless body of his adoptive father, the man who took his childhood away from him. It's time to end this story. 19. Agent Venom. Rain fell on New York City. The streets were completely empty. Prisoners from the raft and members of Silver Sable International occupied the streets, filling them with constant clashes and destruction that forced the police to mobilize. Frightened by Mr. Negative's attack, Norman Osborn had used Oscorp's resources to hire the mercenary company led by Silver Sable, a group of world-renowned guards mercenaries who now filled the streets of New York, replacing the New York Police Department, relegating them to mere disaster cleanups. The escape from the maximum security prison had only further strained the situation and increased the clashes in the streets. Silver Sable International was willing to protect and follow the orders of its employer, Norman Osborn, while the prisoners freed by Dr. Otto Octavius during his raid on the raft were willing to make New York their reign of terror, a lawless city within the United States. Spider-Man's disappearance didn't help calm things down. The constant fighting had forced ordinary people to hide in their homes, trying to attract as little attention as possible. When someone went out, they could be assaulted by inmates who had escaped from prison or beaten for not following the guidelines that members of Silver Sable International had implemented in the city, creating friction between New Yorkers and Norman Osborn's employees. Although some, like J.J. Jameson, still had their say in the city's current mayor. As Spider-Man's main detractor, Jameson wasn't willing to budge. He was right. He was the one who spoke the truth. Spider-Man was a threat and Norman Osborn was the best mayor, always willing to protect the residents of New York, even using his own company's funds to hire the award-winning Silver Sable International. He was a man who always made mistakes. Let go of my son. Furious, a mother tried to snatch her child from the gloved hands of one of Osborn's mercenaries. The woman's green eyes showed anger and determination guided her words. Stay in line. The barrels pointed directly at the woman. She recoiled, swallowed hard, but kept her face upraised, her gaze confident. Her hand never left her son's forearm, never letting go. You have no right to this. That's your order. We're keeping New York under control by order of Mayor Osborn. Now stay in line, stay away from the kid. I'm not going to do it. The warning shot. The noise stopped the argument between the woman and the mercenary. Another of the latter's companions, probably the outpost leader, had fired into the sky to stop the pointless argument. They had orders, and the woman was going against the directives the mayor himself had implemented for all parts of the city. Not wanting to kill a civilian, he fired into the sky to stop the dispute. Ma'am. Stay away from the child. We won't repeat this a second time. Follow the established rules. Medication is scarce. The devil's breath hasn't just affected you. The captain looked at the group gathered. Now, follow protocol. The people behind the woman listened. The man spoke confidently. He wouldn't give them a second chance. If the woman didn't back down, didn't retract, she could be killed and no one would be able to do anything. Let my son go. The woman pulled her son. The child was snatched from the mercenary's hands and left behind his mother's body. The safeties were removed from the rifles. Lady. The thunderous sound of a motorcycle interrupted the mercenary's speech. The skidding of the tires against the asphalt alerted the mercenaries. But they didn't have time to react as a bar slammed directly into the lieutenant's head. I'd rather the kids didn't see this. Splashes and splatters accompanied the rider's movements. Athletic, with a hood covering his face, the motorcycle rider displayed a second iron bar in his right hand. Aim. The man leaned forward. People ran away from the confrontation. They're shooting. Explosions accompanied that order. The shots continued forward, traveling toward their target. The pilot moved accordingly to the order given by his second-in-command. He passed through the gunfire as if guided by a sixth sense and struck the leader in the stomach with his staff, knocking him down in a single movement. Captain. Lieutenant. The rest moved at the threat. They aimed at the pilot and fired at him. But the man moved. He wasn't there to get killed. He reacted to the gunfire and struck each of the mercenaries with his only weapon. An iron baton he had obtained during his escape from the raft the day before. He swung his left arm. He grabbed the mercenary's face and slammed him into the ground. He spun around and swung his baton into the next man's face. As his weapon flew through the sky, he jabbed straight at the man's jaw. He took his pistol from his holster and shot the third man right in the leg, knocking him off his feet. The man raised his hand. He closed his fingers around the handle of the baton. He brought it down and struck the fourth mercenary in the head, entering at an angle that forced his companions to hold their fire. When the mercenary fell unconscious, he caught him by the waist and used him as a human shield. Passing his left arm under the mercenary's right arm, the pilot fired at the rest of the squadron, with the pistol stolen from the holster of another of the mercenaries, thus getting rid of that entire Silver Sable International outpost. He threw the inert body onto the damp ground. He dropped the pistol from his hand. Blue Eyes looked around. People were looking at him expectantly. Without much concern, he walked toward the last of the mercenaries in Norman Osborn's group. He crouched down in front of him. He grabbed the hem of his tactical vest. Treat people as they are. That's something money makes parents' upbringings forget. There was no regret. The thick bare finger pressed into the wound, earning a grunt from the man. How many positions are there all over New York? How many men has your boss deployed around the city? How many of you are on Osborn's peril? Buck off, you bastard. It wasn't the right answer. The man took a deep breath. He looked over his shoulder. The child was looking at him, held by his mother's hand. I'd suggest you take any medication from this stand and leave. This isn't something a child should see, ma'am. I don't want to be the one to take away their childhood, their innocence. Thank you, sir. I'm not a sir. That makes me old. A smile appeared on the man's face, shining through the shadow cast by the hood. Now, leave. I don't want the mercenaries or prisoners taking it out on you. Childhood was the most beautiful stage of a person's life. It was where one learned, where one discovered the things of the world, where everything was new and newly discovered. Anything that another person knew was something strange, a child saw as something they had to discover and understand to make it work. The man didn't intend to destroy that child's stage. He found it repulsive. Thank you. He didn't respond. He pulled his finger out of the hole and focused his gaze on the man under his control. From his position with his back to the civilians, he could hear them moving around the crates, searching for the medicines they needed. Because of Osborne, Devil's Breath was now upon the city. Can you focus completely on me? With one hand, he forced the mercenary to look at him. Like that, like that. Now, how many men have been deployed around New York? Silence is something that gives, but since I haven't said a number. A sharp pain shot through the man's back. He gritted his teeth, feeling a whiplash running from his arm to his head, causing him to lose consciousness for several seconds. Oscorp is a multi-million-dollar company, a company with a lot of capital. Norman Osborn is the mayor of the city, the man who held down the pit for several years. I've fought alongside the Kingpin's men, I've been the Kingpin. Blood trickled from the appendage. And from what I've been told, Silver Sable International is a company with too many men and women working for Silver. All mercenaries, with the possibility of taking on jobs of their own. Taking those things into the puzzle, I can deduce that Osborn has taken on the deluxe plan, the millionaires' billionaires plan. I'd say Silver has deployed a total of 10,000 troops around the city, increasing according to the danger. Including the escaped prisoners, the number would rise to more than 50,000. Maybe 100,000. That's a lot of mercenaries, too much money invested. The rustle of fabric alerted him. The man stopped his right arm with his left hand. Inches away, a knife nearly pierced his jugular, nearly killing him with a single stab. That wasn't very smart. Nah. The crunch followed the groan. The mercenary's hand went dead, motionless, completely limp. He felt a constant pain running through his limb, reaching his chest. I broke your wrist. I don't like being attacked in the middle of a conversation, you know. But since you tried to get me out of the way, I guess I got the numbers right. Well, I think you're no longer of use to me, and the poor people have run off with the things Norman won't give them. What are you going to do? I'm going to. The constant splashing stopped any words that might have come out of his mouth. The man stood up. He fixed his gaze on an alley, a completely dark spot that prevented him from seeing what was approaching. Every second that passed, the footsteps grew louder, the echo becoming more incisive, reaching the hooded man's ears. Thanks to the streetlights, the man saw the glittering object thrown at him. Reacting to it, he caught a large vial with both hands. He stumbled a few steps. $500 million for some slimy stuff. Taking this from S.H.I.E.L.D. is way more annoying than fighting them. I stopped the convoy and halted the movement of the assets inside the truck. You spent a lot of money to get that thing. It's a symbiote. The pecking sound made him look at the vial. That dark mass, like night itself, hit the glass with suppressed anger, as if it wanted to escape its small prison, as if it were alive. Symbiotes needed a body to live, another living being to coexist with for it to exist in the world. And I had already had it. Anyway, thanks for sending me the second half of the payment. The number flashed on the phone screen. 250 million. That made a total of 500 million. Recognizing the symbol behind the last zero, a person could deduce that this number corresponded to a huge sum of dollars. The white skull mask completely covered the man's face, hiding it from any prying eyes. The cape billowed behind the mercenary, following the wind. Pulled down, the hood cast a light shadow over the man's face, over the shadow, obscuring the mercenary's sinister side and leaving only one of his eyes visible. Taskmaster. Thank you for your good work, for getting this for me at such a low price. Low? I would have paid even $1 billion to get it back. The bare hand fell on the vial's cap. With a little pressure, the man exerted force and began to unscrew the cap, producing a plop as it was pulled back. A small smile appeared on the hooded man's lips. Venom. The black mask began to creep up the man's arm. The hood was removed, revealing his sharp face and golden hair. The black color completely covered the prisoner's body, and a huge white spider appeared on his chest. After days, I finally got out of that thing. That dark form shrank until it was completely integrated with its wearer's body. Light armor appeared on its shoulders, with dark boots on its feet. What is this shape? When Flash Thompson used me, I took this form. He called it Agent Venom. Agent Venom. He savored the name. Agent Venom sounded great to him. It was a solid way to define himself, even if he had to use someone else's alter ego. But plenty of heroes took on other people's mantles and used their names. Why couldn't he do the same? Agent Venom was way better than just Venom. He wasn't an unarmed fighter. Using his whole body and all his knowledge of weapons, he looked much better as Agent Venom, even if he wasn't working for anyone. The new Agent Venom flexed the fingers of both hands, feeling how the symbiote had strengthened him. His bones, his muscles, every single joint was sent to a higher level. His body was much stronger now. And with what he'd learned about symbiotes, with that knowledge. Did you like the name? You're thinking about it a lot. Uzumaki Naruto let the air out of his lungs, revealing a mist that vanished a few seconds after leaving the body. Agent Venom sounds good. Better than just Venom. Maybe this way we can be one completely, both of us identifying as one being at the same time. It's time for Agent Venom to get back in some action, buddy. 20. Equipment. Darkness fell over New York. The city, always bright, was now completely engulfed by the darkness cast by the shadows. A dark day. A dark time. The raft was still vulnerable. Prisoners ran through the city streets without fear of being stopped by the heroes. There was no sign of the Avengers, Daredevil or Spider-Man. No heroes were present. None of the pillars of justice were in the city. They had all vanished like smoke. The news was full of muggings, violent robberies, and confrontations the police couldn't stop. The Kingpin fell, and the top heads of organized crime rose to take an empty throne, wiping out everyone in their path to success and power in the city. And civilians were the most affected in the conflict. Standing on a rooftop, hoodless, Gwen allowed the rain to fall down her face. Golden and soaked, strands of her hair fell flat against her skin, sticking to it. Covered only in a sweatshirt and jeans, her clothes clung to her body, allowing her figure to form beneath the soaked fabric. But she didn't seem to mind that she was completely drenched or that she could fall ill with pneumonia. Her eyes were fixed on a second figure. Like her, he didn't seem to notice the water falling on him. Neither of them seemed to perceive the water soaking them. They stared at each other. They stood about 10 meters apart, a space with nothing but a completely wet floor, darkened by water. The silence connected them. Forming a small cloud of steam, Gwen's breath escaped from her mouth repeatedly. Her chest rose and fell. Her breathing was labored, her mouth half open. The girl had climbed the stairs to the rooftop in record time. They didn't have time. There wasn't time. New York didn't have time to keep all of this under control. "You must help me." The crash of thunder swallowed the teenager's agonized scream. There was a plea, a pressing need in the request. The other figure sensed it. He also associated it with an order from Gwen. The scream wasn't a plea or request, although the slight trembling of the girl's lip indicated it. There was no response, good or bad. The figure remained completely silent. He studied the face of his interlocutor, the one who was instigating him to act against the city. They had had a conversation. She had had a completely one-sided conversation while he listened, heard her scream in agony, because her words were guided by the agony of the moment, by the feeling of doom. If Spider-Man were still here, she wouldn't come to him. No one would. But the arachnid left the city for 4 days. This was the 5th. Had the Sinister Six finally killed him? Had Otto succeeded in killing him? Come on. Gwen tried to take a feint, a step forward. Wide eyes stopped her. It was like staring into nothingness, death itself, staring back at her with a completely fixed, emotionless gaze. The people of New York were pleading for help. Every single person was screaming for their heroes to be saved. But where were they? Where were the Avengers? Spider-Man? Daredevil? None of them were there. He wasn't there, working to help them save themselves. Please. Finally, Gwen couldn't take it anymore. Or rather, her legs couldn't take it anymore. With a slight tremor, both lower limbs gave way and the girl fell onto the cold, wet rooftop floor, allowing her face to be hit by the thick drops of water. She was defeated. Any further plea that escaped her lips would be completely removed from her partner's ears. She knew it, she saw it. That thing that covered him now had allowed him to show no emotion, to not act around her the way he usually did. Even when, slowly the dark substance retracted. Elongated, sharp, hard. Gwen saw Naruto's face change. It was different, very strange to her. If she compared the Naruto from before the raft and the one now, the difference would be in his eyes, his face, and his gestures. That previous brightness had completely disappeared. The blue had turned dark, like a night without stars, without a moon, as if he had been swallowed by a black hole. His gestures, it wasn't because they were different. There was a decline in them. There was no gesture at all. Not even the small smile he always showed her. There was nothing of the Naruto before the symbiote, before the operation authorized by Fisk. "I'm not a hero. I don't work for free, I don't do things for others." Heroes. Where are they? People need them. Children need them. They. Saving the world. The universe. Chaos elsewhere on the planet. You should save your tears, Gwen. I'm not a hero. I never was a hero. But the city needs you. And I needed them. Years of abuse. Fisk never hit him, not directly, anyway. His tutors, his teachers, the ones who turned him into a complete murderer. He had scars on every inch of his back. He could still feel the lashings, hear the crack of the whip, and feel the sting on his skin. I needed them, and none of them came to save me, Gwen. Not Captain America. Not Iron Man. Not Thor. Not one of them cared about a little boy who was being turned into something he didn't want to be. A murderer, a mercenary. The words came out sincerely, calmly. He sounded like a radio announcer, someone telling stories that seemed real, that immersed you in the same story, in the same situation. And they heard much more than words spoken in a normal tone, one that was calm without being extremely calm, extremely serious and cold as a dagger. But that part of the story, of his story, couldn't be told with cheerful words. There were no happy moments. There was no laughter. pain, blood, sweat, and tears. That was his daily bread, the second of 15 years in which Wilson Fisk trained him to be a mere mercenary, a puppet to be positioned as the kingpin, a scapegoat. Naruto. They didn't come Gwen. They cast me aside, and he made me what I am now. I'm a murderer, I'm a monster. Feeling filled that voice, those words. The cold tone was completely replaced by a warm one, filled with anger. And because of their failings, I am what I am. She could see a return to someone dark, someone indecisive. The boy took Gwen by the shoulders. The girl saw the light shining in his gaze. I'm not a hero, Gwen. Spider-Man needs you. I need you. Acting like a hero isn't my thing. I'm not a hero, and I never will be, Gwen. The girl bit her lower lip. The word hero was in every sentence, in every speech she spoke. Ever since the confrontation with Spider-Man, the resentment had grown. The hatred, the discomfort with the word hero, was clear. Everyone could feel it when she mentioned the word, when it left her lips. If you don't want to act like a hero, Gwen understood what was hidden in her friend's words, his actions, his gaze. He didn't want to be a hero. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't going to act like an Avenger, like Spider-Man, unless she gave him permission to act as he was, as he had been raised. Naruto didn't want to be a murderer, and to her, he wasn't a murderer. If he had been, Spider-Man would be dead, Frank Castle would be dead, and she herself would be dead. Just act like you, Naruto. Like Naruto Uzumaki. The change wasn't gradual. It was direct and complete. If they'd both been surrounded by people, everyone would have been able to notice the change in the boy. And Gwen felt it that way. A direct and complete change that would have been visible for miles. Blue orbs were enveloped in his natural glow. His cold countenance fell away like a shattered porcelain mask, becoming nothing more than a mere memory. The girl saw the corner of his lips curl slightly, and there was the small smile he always gave her when she was worried, when she was bothered, when someone hurt her. Gwen closed her eyes. A hand fell on her head. It was warm in a sentimental sense. Then count me and count us in. Feast. The fire was devouring the building. Parts of the soup kitchen were falling into the street, scaring away passers-by. Firefighters and police were trying to cordon off the area, rescue the people inside, and keep them completely safe. But the difficulties were overwhelming. Criminals roamed the streets, hindering the firefighters' progress. The police were busy trying to arrest the escapees. The fire support they provided was minimal and ineffective for a problem of such magnitude. Only the volunteers seemed to be trying to maintain order. Some people remained inside the building, being suffocated by the smoke and flames, nearly crushed by fragments of concrete and wood. Like a giant torch, the charity was the focus of attention in New York City. The smoke, as dark as a storm cloud, formed a perfect column that reached the New York night sky. It could be seen for miles, and a helicopter of reporters hovered overhead filming the incident, waiting for someone to help with the rescue. Soon, murmurs spread through the crowd of people watching the incident. These murmurs originated from the back of the crowd and reached the front. Above the New Yorkers' heads, a figure traveled a great distance to one of the windows of the burning building and, without turning back or thinking, crashed through, generating a few screams from the audience. Spider-Man pressed himself against one of the walls. Spider-Man shook his head in distress. The fire forced him to leap toward another wall. He felt the heat, burning so much it passed through his suit and grazed his skin. May. Anguish, urgency. The scream filled the room, overpowering the crackling of the flames and the creaking of the wood. Here. Being held by a young African-American man, a woman caught the New York hero's attention. Spider-Man fell to the ground. He was on an upper floor, and time was running out. He couldn't make a mistake, couldn't fail. If he did, May and Miles would be consumed by flames and die. To the window. From Spider-Man's left wrist, a sticky substance clung to the creaking wood, which fell toward the flames. Spider-Man threw himself to the ground. He gripped the webbing with both hands and used force to give them time to escape. Mary Jane Watson pushed some debris aside. She looked toward Spider-Man before walking toward a pillar. She forcefully pulled it down, creating a bridge that would allow May and the boy to walk toward her and get out of there. May. This way. Time was running out. The circumstances weren't ripe for error. There was no margin for error. The thought of making a mistake didn't even cross Spider-Man's mind. He didn't even think about it. Allowing May and Miles to escape was his goal, and he was fulfilling it. Lying down, holding the webbing, the arachnid watched as May first crossed the makeshift bridge and reached the other side. This was a relief to him and allowed him to focus more on helping Miles. Come on, Miles. Slowly. The cracking sound alerted them. Miles jumped the last stretch. With Mary Jane's help, the boy managed to overcome his shock and the obstacle. Breathing raggedly, Miles thanked the woman for her help. He felt sweat covering his forehead, his lungs screaming for fresh oxygen. His body and instinct screamed at him to escape to safety, to breathe properly. The rustling noise caught MJ and Miles' attention. Careful. His body ached. His reaction time was slow, and his spider sense didn't kick in with the time his body needed. Due to his confrontation with Otto and the villains, he was injured and tired to the point that he was caught off guard by the building's collapse. Spider-Man was crushed. The piece fell on him and pushed him into the flames, simultaneously breaking off the part he was using for support with the force of the falling piece and his own body. No. He was falling slowly. Everything had slowed down. He saw MJ and Miles' faces looking down in slow motion, watching him fall faster than he felt. They said that when someone was about to die in a fall, everything slowed down. And they were right. I hate fire. Literally. I don't give a shit. Spider-Man opened his eyes. He felt someone grab him. A familiar, slightly distorted voice filled his hearing. It all happened in a second. You should be running away. They had moved away from Feast to allow the firefighters and paramedics to get to work. Spider-Man dropped his body on one of the cold steps, accompanied by Mary Jane. Miles had left them to get bandages and drinks. Someone needs a little help. You need help. The sweatshirt covered his torso. His hair formed a bun at the nape of his neck, giving him a larger forehead than he used to, allowing his face to appear sharper. What makes you think I need the help of an employee of the Kingpin? Someone controlled by Venom? That hurts me a little, you know. Employee. I was the adopted son of your would-be executioner. I was trained and beaten. I was forced to join this thing. I have feelings. And it wasn't for nothing. What tells me you need help? Look at New York. The streets are full of criminals. The devil's breath has caused many people to die or fall ill. Clearly, you need help. The Sinister Six had defeated Spider-Man. And they were the ones ruling the chaos of the city. Allying with one of their enemies. It wasn't something he would do in a normal situation. He could handle villains. I've beaten them before. You didn't have raft criminals roaming the streets of New York before. You didn't even have an international mercenary agency trying to keep the peace and achieving just the opposite. He's right, Mary Jane sighed. She looked at Spider-Man with a certain degree of pity. There was a conversation they needed to have, words she needed to say. But if Peter was dead, would she say them to a grave? MJ? Captain Watanabe? Lieutenant Stacy? No one can help you in the field directly, at least not against them. I'd be a lot safer if someone teamed up with you, if someone helped you. Are you going to believe it like that? Just like that? Hundreds of places. Thousands of hiding places, Mary Jane looked at Naruto. He had everything to escape, to let New York burn to the ground and flee from justice. But he's here, he saved you, and he wants to help. I believe him. 21. A quick job. It could be strange and confusing. A villain and a hero working together to save the city. Spider-Man alongside Venom. It was strange even for Peter Parker himself. It was Mary Jane who convinced him to join forces to stop Dr. Octavius's plans. Plans that resulted in the release of a deadly compound on the city, a mass escape from the raft, one of the most secure maximum security prisons in the world, and the release of 5 villains Spider-Man had previously fought, all of whom he had defeated with his own strength working alone. But those confrontations were always carried out on a level playing field. Now he was tired, hurt, and would have been on the verge of death if it hadn't been for the villain who accompanied him, who would help him fight Otto's forces. Seeing Otto acting as a villain had taken a psychological toll on Peter Parker. Octavius had been a brilliant scientist, someone who worked for the good of others. But financial pressure, media pressure, had driven him to break everything he was, everything he stood for, and led him to a morbid hatred of Norman Osborn. A hatred that other villains seemed to share, like Martin Lee himself, who had been guiding his group of criminals in Osborn's footsteps the entire time. Swallowing up Fisk's workers and slowly taking control of New York. Wilson hadn't been lying when he said the little ones would rise up when news of his apprehension reached the underworld. Shortly after the Kingpin's fall, Lee's men rose up in a constant battle, seemingly searching for something. And that something turned out to be Devil's Breath, a poison that had affected the people of New York to the point of being bedridden. Everything was even worse when he stopped to think about how to defeat Dr. Otto and the other villains and, at the same time, contain the criminals who escaped from the raft during Otto's attack. An attack that had created a major breach in the raft security that its owners, the government, now had to repair. And they wouldn't be able to do so if the prisoners were engaged in a pitched battle with Silver Sable's men throughout the city, causing destruction and death, leaving hundreds of wounded for doctors and the police to collect. Until this entire situation was under control, no one would be able to provide the repairs and fixes the city needed, as well as all the aid the civilians needed to survive. With these points in mind, Spider-Man decided it wasn't such a bad idea to work with an enemy who didn't want to kill him. There had been times when Venom, used by Eddie Brock, helped him defeat some villains and enemies that almost destroyed the city or even the entire world. That point was essential to complete his work alongside the new Venom who accompanied him, who had been named Agent Venom, or something similar to the name Flash used when he had the symbiote with him. But there were some points that Spider-Man's mind found too interesting to ignore. Symbiotes were weak to fire and sound, so a flamethrower or a loud, shrill sound could create a fissure in Naruto and Venom's bond, or it could even be the end of the symbiote's lifespan, leaving the boy to its protection. Could he fight the villains and protect Naruto at the same time? Due to his confrontations with Venom, he knew the symbiote's strengths and weaknesses, as well as its characteristics in a confrontation. But he knew nothing about the boy under the dark mask known as Venom. And not knowing the boy's strengths could lead to a direct failure that would send them all to their graves. The experience kept Spider-Man calm. Death was something he was all too used to. Being on the brink of it had created a bond between Parker and death that no other mortal could share. Not if he came back from it, at least. That's why he wasn't afraid of death or worried about it. The city, the people, came first. Then came his own safety, his own recovery. At least that's how his thinking worked. Both stopped their advance on the dock. The arachnid's eyes focused on the enormous figure of Rhino, accompanied by the more sterilized figure of Scorpion. The two villains seemed to be carrying out something on Otto's orders. Something they would have to undo to achieve victory over their enemy and delay the doctor's plans for the city. That doesn't look like something a normal person would do. Those suits aren't for normal people. You say that? You're wearing an alien being like a combat uniform. Much more compact, with pauldrons protecting his shoulders and shin guards covering his shins. The only thing that belonged to reality and not the symbiote was the belt around the young man's waist, where he carried a Glock in its holster, along with ammunition hidden in the pockets of the military belt he obtained from one of the Saber International mercenaries. At least my suit is better than those guys. Believing that technologically enhanced suits could be superior to even an organic suit like Venom. He makes up for my weaknesses, Webhead. The giant black snot makes up for a human's weaknesses. Yeah, now this is better. Naruto snorted, holding back the laugh he would have loved to let out. But that would have been a second blow to Venom's pride, leading him to lose the suit he was wearing and fight the villains with his bare hands. Not that he was afraid, of course, but his physical power was incomparable to what Rhino possessed with that mechanical suit created and improved by Octavius. Don't insult my suit, Webhead. That might get me killed and you'll be depressed about my death. Have you admitted that your suit has feelings? That's too shady, man. Don't buck with me. The rustling sound stopped their argument. Spider-Man opened his eyes when a sting hit his head and Agent Venom reacted when the arachnid did. A huge container flew toward the two of them and they evaded it by jumping left and right, allowing the container to destroy the roof they'd been standing on. Insect. I'm an arachnid. Rhino ran toward Spider-Man as if there was no tomorrow. He lacked reason, not a single thought that would make him stop. Like a bull-facing movement, Rhino launched himself at Spider-Man with the clear intention of running him through, obscuring him until he saw the life drain from his gaze. Whip. Two dark lines fell on either side of the Rhino. The Rhino then stopped running, allowing Agent Venom to slam the villain into the ground with a double slingshot kick, sending the Rhino man rolling on the ground for several seconds until he stopped himself with his thick hands. Another insect. A huge white spider was present on the dark suit covering young Naruto. It didn't seem too similar to Spider-Man's, except that it was completely black with faint white markings, the spider being one of them. But the difference was in their suit. Spider-Man's was thinner, more aerodynamic. His, on the other hand, was somewhat stronger, more robust, due to the defenses he had thanks to Venom. But how stupid could a villain be to be mistaken for Spider-Man? Rhino's intelligence wasn't exactly high at that point. Not in the Uzumaki's eyes at least, who raised an eyebrow in amusement at how confused he seemed by his appearance. You do know I'm not Spider-Man or anything, right? He's the bug on this team. But don't sell me. Agent Venom reacted when a huge stinger tried to pierce his skin. He moved his body away, letting the stinger pass in front of him without penetrating his body. When the tail moved, he raised his arm and grabbed it tightly. It's not a spider, you stupid brainless ape. Scorpion wore a suit that wasn't as bulky as Rhino's, but the green color was so striking that he couldn't be lost sight of, making him a completely visible target at all times. You almost skewered me with that shit. Naruto dug his heels into the ground. Scorpion tried to move his limb in an attempt to throw his opponent into Rhino's arms. But his objective was unsuccessful, as he couldn't even budge him an inch. Don't even dream I let you move, you walking snot. Booby. Help me. No, insult me. A slight tremor accompanied Rhino's movements. He covered his body with his arm, like a rugby player about to charge at his opponent. Take charge. Naruto let go of Scorpion's tail. Using his arms, he met Rhino's body slamming into his own, pushing him into a group of containers. Spider-Man fired several balls of web at Scorpion's feet. The villain was rendered completely immobile, wrapped in Spider-Man's webbing. Dude, you shouldn't have focused on my partner. Spider. I don't know exactly what Otto promised you, but I'm not going to let you lead this city to disaster, to its destruction. I already have enough problems with a poison in the air and a deranged professor trying to exact revenge without realizing he could take innocent people with him. Karma existed in the world. People received what they deserved at some point in their lives, reaping what they sowed, leading their lives to either a very good or a very bad point. If you did good things, you got good things. But if you did bad things, you got bad things. At least, that was the official story and what ended up happening. Spider-Man had seen villains get their just desserts and might even be in favor of exacting a little revenge. But reaching a point where he would sacrifice innocent people for his own well-being. That wasn't something he would agree with. Brah. Don't spit on me. Using his right arm, Agent Venom stopped Rhino's face inches from his own. The villain had managed to use his strength to push the young man against the containers, creating a dent in them upon impact. Bastard. Two black nets flew past Rhino on either side. They stuck directly against an elevated container, and Naruto grabbed both straps and pulled, causing the container to fall toward them. Using his feet and the strength gained from the symbiote, the boy managed to slip out of the villain's grasp and gain a higher position than the villain. From that position, looking directly at Rhino, Naruto watched as the container fell on the rhinoceros and crushed it into the ground, giving it the advantage for several seconds. That was disgusting. I felt that creep saliva hitting my skin, man. I hope you don't allow that again, kid. Or I'm going to eat you. Naruto didn't respond to the threat or the symbiote's outburst. He focused on the villain, who was getting back to his feet despite having received a metal container slammed against his body. Another would have been crushed, unconscious from the attack. But Rhino seemed determined to obtain whatever he was looking for at the docks. Whip. Spider-Man shot out his webs, striking the villain directly in the back. Rhino roared in fury and twisted his torso, forcing the arachnid to move in a circular motion within reach of his enemy's hand. Rhino was able to catch Spider-Man's face and smash him into the ground. Whip. Naruto recognized that Spider-Man's powers were very useful. Knowing the symbiote's adaptive abilities, it wasn't surprising that Venom had acquired the ability to shoot symbiote webs like Spider-Man did with his spider's web. Once, or more than once, Venom and Spider-Man had been bonded, so the symbiote adapted all of this to its own system of constant improvement and evolution. Rhino turned his head. Naruto pulled the webbing and deflected the villain's arm, allowing Spider-Man to slide under it and slam his feet into Rhino's chin, sending him flying backward into a container that Naruto closed using his black webbing. That's teamwork. I'm not going to high-five you, webhead. Oh. I'm not even going to say anything about that whine you let out. It's shady. Rhino and Scorpion had been defeated. They had 4 more villains left to defeat in order to stop all this. But they also had to deal with Devil's Breath and International Saber, all with a little support Stacy and Watanabe could provide from the police station, leaving them almost completely alone in their joint effort. You said Mary Jane was looking for information about Devil's Breath, right? I left her looking for that, yes. Miles is helping the people at Feast right now. As much as I'd like to, I can't let him get into a direct fight. He doesn't have any powers. People without powers are dangerous, network leader. Do you have powers? There was no one more under the symbiote than Uzumaki Naruto, an assassin trained since he was 4 or 5 years old by the Kingpin himself and members of the Hand. If the symbiote were taken away from him, Naruto knew he had the knowledge and skills necessary to be able to face people with powers like Spider-Man. And if he hadn't had Venom, he would have done it when they fought at Fisk Tower. No. I don't need them. Venom is like an enhancer of my own abilities, of my own strength. I use it more as an enhancer, as a boost to my strength. And it doesn't try to take control of your mind. The symbiote is like a drug. The bad one, then, a laugh escaped Naruto's lips. He hasn't been able to, nor will he ever be able to, control my mind or my darkest impulse. It's a fact I can promise you will never happen. 22. A good plan. Shrouded in rain and darkness, a figure fell among the unconscious bodies of hundreds of men, all with their faces hidden by demon masks. Those criminals had been in the service of one of the Kingpin's enemies, a wolf in sheep's clothing, who had now shown his true intentions. He had been defeated less than a couple of months earlier by Spider-Man, but Dr. Otto Octavius freed him from prison to form the group known as the Sinister Six, a name that was both strange and amusing, since there was nothing sinister about them. 2 of the group had already been defeated, leaving 4 left. 2 of them were on a target Spider-Man had decided to go to take out Electro and the Vulture, the 2 villains who had formed a strange partnership. He, on the other hand, had gone after the leader of those men. Men who had shaken New York to its foundations and who had sent a clear message about the city's mayor. A strange history between Martin and Norman Osborn was linked to the deaths of Lee's parents and the use of Devil's Breath, something that was now in the air, poisoning the city and its inhabitants, regardless of whether they were rich, poor, young, or old. Wrapped in the symbiote, Naruto no longer had to worry about the poison in the air. Venom was responsible for preventing any of the Devil's Breath from entering his system, and he could focus solely on what was in front of him. The villain known as Mr. Negative, the alter ego of Martin Lee. That Osborn experiment had given Lee powers, shattering what little sanity had remained in the mind of the boy who had been Lee. Seeing the tragic death of his parents only increased the current villain's resentment toward Osborn, and although Naruto would have liked to see Norman's death, he wasn't someone close to him. But, although he wasn't raised in the best way, he was educated to keep his word to the very end. And he had sworn to help Spider-Man, he had sworn it to Gwen, his only friend. That oath had led him to fight alongside Parker to defeat Scorpion and Rhino, and now it had led him to that part of the city to face Lee's men and Lee himself, who had been watching him from the other side of that old warehouse, with his hands resting on the old and rusty railing, without his Mr. Negative form caused by Osborn's experiments. Naruto knew about experiments. His father, Wilson Fisk, had put him in the experiment that bonded him with Venom and gave him the powers he now possessed. He couldn't complain, but being used as a mere puppet wasn't something he liked, not even when he was little. I should say, those abilities are quite similar to Spider-Man's, kid. A burst of applause echoed over the thud of the last man's body hitting the ground. Wrapped in his Venom armor, Naruto looked over to Lee, staring at him with those dark eyes, shining with the undisguised malice in his words. You were at the raft, weren't you? Son of Wilson Fisk. I saw you at the biggest party that self-centered, arrogant man ever threw. Lee placed his right hand on the cold iron bar. Using his strength, the man leaped over the railing as his body was engulfed in a burst of negative energy. I see arrogance in that strength of yours, kid. Lee's feet touched the ground. A ripple of wind kicked up a dense cloud of dust that obscured Naruto's vision. The boy remained still, straining his hearing, and could hear the small drops falling from an old rusty pipe. Venom not only increased his physical abilities, but also heightened his senses to a level similar to those of a superhuman. He had improved vision, improved hearing, and even a better sense of smell than the average human. It was this improvement that allowed him to react to his opponent's first blow. He raised his arms like a boxer and took Martin Lee's direct and powerful jab full on, forcing him to bend his legs to stay in place. Martin Lee didn't dwell on that blow. Perhaps it was a bit racist or too generic, but as an Asian man, he knew something about kung fu that had allowed him to enhance his own abilities beyond the point where his powers could. It was why he could fight hand-to-hand with martial artists and why he had been able to take on Spider-Man. Sensing Naruto's defensive stance, Lee twisted his body and launched a direct kick at his opponent's stomach. The kick generated a small ripple of wind and a piercing thud, and it was this force that destabilized Naruto, creating a gap in his defense. Being lifted off the ground by Lee's kick, Naruto found himself floating slightly in the air, his feet a few inches off the ground. This prevented him from keeping his arms protected from his face like a boxer. He found himself almost defenseless, at the mercy of his opponent. Or so Martin Lee hoped. Venom copied the abilities of those it possessed, growing stronger and instilling them in its next host. After several hosts, Naruto now possessed strength superior to Eddie Brock and Flash Thompson, two of the most prominent Venom hosts over the years. He fired 2 strips of Venom's own webbing like Spider-Man. These 2 strips stuck to either side of Lee, leaving the villain just in the right spot for Naruto to slam the man into the ground using his feet. Grabbing both symbiote strips, Naruto propelled himself back to the ground feet first. Lee covered his face with both arms in an X shape, preventing the Uzumaki from directly hitting the man's face. The legs hit the opponent's arms. Lee was thrown back several meters, and his beautiful white suit jacket was damaged by the force of the blow, showing cuts in its seam. That's a pretty bad suit, Naruto pointed out the rips in the villain's uniform with some mockery. Maybe I should call your mom to mend those rips. Lee's eyes narrowed dangerously. If Naruto had possessed a spider sense like Spider-Man's, he would have known Lee would attack him ferociously. The words didn't sit well with the villain. He killed his parents, Osborn was the cause of their deaths, and they were making fun of his mother. Energy erupted. From the depths of the young man's mind, Venom growled intensely at his wielder's attempt to mock a man who could hit them too hard. This wasn't Parker, this wasn't Spider-Man. Mocking wasn't his style. Did a cat get your tongue? Martin Lee let the air escape his lungs, exiting through his mouth. First, he was Spider-Man, and now he had to deal with a corrupted version of the arachnid. But this time, he would hit his enemy with everything he had, everything those powers gave him. You should measure your words, boy. A tickle hit the Uzumaki's head sharply. A crude copy of the spider sense created by the symbiote warned its user of what was about to fall upon him. A sixth sense. A sense of danger. Naruto dodged the first of his enemy's negative beams, witnessing it leave a hole in the wall behind him. Yes indeed. Lee fell on top of him. Like something out of a manga, the Asian man's fists enveloped himself in energy, which he used to strike his opponent. Naruto took these blows, feeling his body tremble with each one and hearing the symbiote's grunts. Naruto wrapped one of his enemy's arms in dark nets. Twisting his body, he threw Lee towards some crates. They shattered into splinters, shrouding the blonde's vision in dust and pieces of wood that remained between him and his enemy. Superior reflexes. After years of training with various martial artists, Naruto reacted to his opponent's move against him, a move that could have harmed him had he not anticipated it. The piece of wood flew out. Naruto shot a dark net at the piece of wood and deflected the projectile to the side, hovering in the air, a clear target for Lee. The Asian man moved his arms back. The negative energy began to charge. Negative sparks escaped from between the fingers of his limbs. When the condensed energy was compressed and not overflowing, Lee fired it at his opponent, forcing Naruto to cover himself with his own arms, receiving the entire torrent of energy that caused the symbiote to retreat and disintegrate into different parts of the young man's body. The negative energy wasn't fire or sound, the primary symbiote's weaknesses. But that didn't prevent it from damaging the symbiote enveloping the boy's body. Venom suffered every second that Lee's energy enveloped them. Every microsecond, the symbiote felt a part of itself being pulverized while, at the same time, repairing any damage its companion might have suffered. Naruto wasn't unaware of this fact. He knew Venom's weaknesses and strengths, as well as the enemies they might face. Because of this, Electro stayed behind for Peter alongside Vulture while they took on Mr. Negative and Martin Lee for the fight before going after Dr. Octavius. Unlike other people, Naruto studied Martin Lee from the moment he learned he was going to fight him, looking for a way to nullify his powers. He didn't have the inhibitor collars inside the raft, and he didn't have mutant powers that would allow him to nullify Lee's abilities. He had to use his own strength, amplified by Venom, to defeat him and minimize the destruction there. Therefore, when he fell to the ground, enveloped in fragments of his symbiote companion, he didn't back down as Lee advanced on him. The villain was confident he could defeat him, confident he wouldn't do anything now that Venom was disabled by the previous attack. That was a mistake. Harnessing the qualities of a symbiote, utilizing a symbiote in all its forms. Venom hadn't been partially disintegrated, not to the point of being considered as such. The parts that no longer enveloped Naruto were scattered across the warehouse floor, awaiting an order from his partner. An order that came when Lee was several steps away from the blonde, who mentally counted to 10 before shouting the order at the top of his lungs. Martin Lee found himself surrounded by parts of the symbiote, dividing his attention between the remains of Venom and his enemy. When fighting a symbiote carrier, he wasn't just fighting the person. The symbiote was another adversary on the battlefield, one not to be trifled with. Because of this, Lee turned his attention to the symbiote remains, which were crawling toward him like slugs, possibly with the clear goal of restraining him or possessing his mind. But would symbiotes be able to control more than one person? Naruto took advantage of Lee's mental block to launch his attack. Like a rugby player, he launched himself at the man and rammed him with his entire body, using his shoulder directly and slamming it into the center of Lee's ribcage, where Martin Lee's pancreas should be located. This blow made the villain's eyes widen. A strange sensation filled him, and soon his mouth was swollen like a squirrel guarding an acorn. It took him no more than 2 seconds to spit out the entire contents onto the pavement as he backed away, something the Kingpin's adopted son took advantage of. Naruto threw his hug straight back, and when Lee raised his face, he slammed his fist directly into Mr. Negative's face. Martin Lee. In slow motion, like something out of an action movie, blood flowed from Lee's mouth in thick drops that flew through the air, accompanied by some of the man's teeth, who made no complaint about the damage done to his face or body. When the drops fell normally next to the teeth, both Naruto and Lee were separated by 4 meters from each other, with the Uzumaki's arm being the initial distance of separation between the two and adding another 4 meters to said distance. That hit was hard, damn it. Lee wiped the blood from his chin using his right hand, taking all the red liquid with a single movement of his hand, leaving with that gesture that he had not been and would not be defeated by a simple jab. You shouldn't swear, man. Naruto retracted his arm as the Agent Venom suit completely covered his body again. And you should focus on surrendering Martin Lee. That won't happen in the near future. Ah. Then I should say you're wrong. A deafening crack ended Naruto's words. A second later, a beam fell between the Kingpin's adopted son and Martin Lee, creating a small curtain of dust that didn't prevent Lee from seeing his opponent. This? A stupid distraction, kid. Another beam fell behind Lee, accompanied by the groans of the warehouse. One by one, the beams holding up the plate roof began to fall around Mr. Negative, creating a curtain of dust that grew in density. Distraction. Naruto appeared on Lee's left side with his right arm retracted. It's not a distraction. It's the end of you. Lee took a direct hit to his face for the second time, sending him tumbling to the side. He tried to compose himself, but soon realized his mistake. He had focused solely on the main person, the symbiote's main body. He felt his legs feel heavy, being pushed down so he couldn't lift them. Fragments of venom attached themselves to Martin Lee, preventing him from moving to evade his opponent's blow. He was completely exposed. And it was entirely his mistake. A third direct hit sent Martin Lee into dreamland. 23. A strange friendship. The rain hadn't stopped falling on New York since the beginning of the incident, since the escape of the prisoners from the raft in Rikers Island and the formation of the Sinister Six commanded by Otto Octavius, causing the escape of criminals throughout New York City. The villains of the group had been eliminated one by one. Scorpion and Rhino were the first to fall after a short confrontation against Spider-Man and Agent Venom, who defeated the super-villains in an impeccable job. After the strange duo of villains, Electro and Vulture were the next to be stopped by Spider-Man, while the young Uzumaki took out Mr. Negative, sending Martin Lee to prison after a short fight. This, of course, wasn't the only thing the city had to deal with. While the two young men fought against the villains, Mary Jane Watson took it upon herself to search for information about Devil's Breath and Oscorp's involvement in its creation, which led her to Norman Osborn's direct involvement in the element's creation. But not everything was easy for her. If Spider-Man hadn't shown up, she would have been detained by Silver Sable International mercenaries and likely arrested by the police shortly after, although both the kids and she doubted Osborn would have let her go after learning about her involvement in the virus spreading through the city. Now, with all the pieces on the table, Otto's trail had led Peter Parker to his confrontation with his former employer at the tallest tower in New York, at the highest point from which he could unleash the Devil's Breath and murder the entire city, or failing that, most of it. Peter wasn't a young fool. He knew fighting Otto using his arms would be difficult for him. That's why he created an anti-Otto suit, giving him enhanced capabilities to repel his enemy's arms. Once finished, he went directly to meet with Otto Octavius to completely stop his plans to bring the man to his senses. But Octavius wasn't about to play along with Spider-Man. His mind had been driven mad by the robotic arms, creating a completely shattered mind, with the clear goal of murdering Osborn, destroying the city, and all those who hadn't helped him, who had spit in his face, both at himself and at his work. The confrontation was fierce. Peter didn't want to hurt Otto, so Octavius's intentions over Spider-Man took precedence, eventually destroying the boy's suit, revealing that underneath it was his original Spider-Man suit. But what left the hero completely cold was that Otto knew he was Peter Parker, that he had an alter ego, a double life. Taking advantage of those seconds, Dr. Octopus, as Otto called himself, beat Spider-Man until he lay on the damp floor, blood pouring from his mouth, cut and bruised by the blows. He had let his own mind get the better of him when Octavius revealed his civilian name, and now he was paying the consequences. But that didn't mean he was going to give up and let Otto continue with his plans. Spider-Man finally stood up, letting his arms fall forward, his lower limbs bearing the weight of his body, which had been injured by Otto Octavius's blows. The man watched this with disbelief, with some confusion. But he was facing Spider-Man, a hero who wasn't going to be defeated by a few well-placed blows. Hero and villain stared at each other. Spider-Man clenched both fists. The doctor's robotic arms twitched at their master's thoughts, waiting for the command to attack. Meanwhile, rain fell upon them, upon the shattered city. I would even say they look cute. Another figure appeared on the roof, completely enveloped in a dark and white mass. Am I late to the party? The symbiote completely covered its owner's body, preventing Otto from seeing who was behind the alien, who was Spider-Man's ally. You don't have any drinks. The Chinese had closed too early, man. Otto's robotic arms moved, cutting off the conversation between the two young men. Agent Venom leaped back, sliding along the floor with his eyes fixed on his adversary's 4 extra limbs. Spider-Man leaped over, leaving him in a compromising position that the villain took advantage of. A second arm shot out toward the arachnid hero, intending to catch him and crush his torso. However, the arm's movement was interrupted when 2 black strips attached themselves to it and a superhuman force forced him to fall to the ground. I have 2 extras. Otto ordered his remaining arms to attack both young men. Agent Venom reacted almost immediately. Positioning his left arm, he stopped the mechanical arm with his strength, preventing it from trapping him. At the same time, the boy crushed his other arm and pinned it to the ground with the symbiotic webbing. 2 strips of webbing attached themselves to either side of Otto. The villain raised his head, meeting the spider hero's legs squarely. He was thrown backward, only a few feet. Agent Venom yanked the arms in his grasp, and a cracking sound accompanied by electronic noises alerted Otto to the fact that 2 of his arms had been severed. No. The third arm shot out toward the anti-hero. The young man stared directly at the robotic arm as it traveled toward him, intent on impaling him. This way, Octopus. Spider-Man appeared from Otto's side, not allowing the villain to react, but he did use his other arm, an arm that was held back by the enormous strength of Agent Venom, who trapped the remaining arms with his own, planting himself on the roof and not allowing him to attack the arachnid. Dr. Octopus grunted and gritted his teeth as his former employee and colleague's fist hit him square in the jaw, knocking him onto his back, his shattered arms unable to move. And job done. These are the villains you usually beat up, Webhead. Agent Venom observed the downed Otto Octavius, completely unconscious, which made him smile under his symbiote mask. Dealing with the Sinister Six hadn't been much of a problem, at least not for him. I usually work alone, Spider-Man turned around. The dark suit covering him was fragmented, partially destroyed. If he ever fought Octavius again, he'd have to do it without extra help. So they're usually a lot more difficult to fight alone. I must say, it's been relaxing to have help. Spider-Man watched the boy standing in front of him, completely enveloped in venom, the symbiote. He knew he had to stop him. Like the rest of the escaped inmates from the raft and Rikers, Naruto should be back behind bars and completely restrained. The real problem was that Naruto wasn't evil, not like the Kingpin or Norman Osborn creating military projects, creating the chaos that had degenerated into a prison break. And he had doubts about arresting his new friend, if he could even call him that, since they had fought during their first encounter and the guy had tried to kill him. You shouldn't hesitate so much. Parker caught a capsule thanks to his enhanced senses. The young man from Queens looked at the Uzumaki stripped of his Agent Venom uniform, now simply Uzumaki Naruto, Wilson Fisk's adopted son. Come on, man. I'm not a bad guy. Naruto laughed dryly at the strange look the hero was giving him. He had made a pact, one with himself at least. I don't like being helped escape, man. I only took advantage of the bug to give you a hand thanks to a mutual friend's request. MJ? A mutual friend of hers, I think the boy shrugged. I'm not really sure, but Gwen was convincing when she asked me for help. I was going to escape with my own skills, my own strength and intelligence. Escaping because of this guy, he gestured toward the downed and web-wrapped Dr. Octopus, wasn't a plan, that was in my journal Parker. Taking some time off is something I'll do with grace. Those words were a relief to Spider-Man's mind, but the doubt remained. Why would he accept ending up back on the raft when he could run, fight his way out, and be completely free? Maybe he didn't want the FBI, the police, and possibly S.H.I.E.L.D. on his tail. Why don't you run away? Like I said, it's a promise. I don't particularly like letting others do my work. And I don't have a cruel mind that would allow the deaths of thousands of people, of my neighbors in New York. The boy dug his hands into the pockets of his sweatshirt. I'm not cruel, Parker. I'm willing to pay for my sins, and I certainly won't stop my training within those cold walls. Thank you. You should. I could be fighting my way out of the place, beating your kind face to a bloody pulp. Again, the Uzumaki's laughter reached Peter's ears. You're not that bad. I should say that. Naruto extended his right hand directly toward Spider-Man. Spider-Man accepted that hand, squeezing it tightly in greeting. Thank you for your help, Naruto. I'll make sure you're treated well, that you're not bothered by the guards or Warden Walker. Ha! I've been trained by the best martial artists, Parker. There are things I'm holding back that could hit you in places you don't even know you have. Also, the villains were defeated. The prisoners had to be arrested and returned to their cells. The chaos had to be completely calmed so that New York would once again be the beautiful, peaceful city it used to be, at least when the villains weren't wreaking havoc. And none of the villains died, proving that an anti-hero and a hero could fight together. From this moment on, Peter would consider Naruto as another friend. Epilogue. The Raft, a maximum security prison focused on holding those with superhuman powers, those with prodigious minds in the world of crime, who could lead the world to its own destruction, to the complete fall of known society. Following the incidents caused by the Sinister Six, as the precarious group of villains became known, control of the prison was taken into the hands of former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Maria Hill, Nick Fury's former right-hand woman and former commander of the organization. This, of course, led to John Walker disappearing along with a small group of criminals, former members of different factions, which the government didn't take as a major concern, thanks to the fact that they had a new group to hunt down men like Walker. The Raft was completely rebuilt. Its corridors, its cells, and its entire security system were upgraded with S.H.I.E.L.D. funding, turning the maximum security prison into a nearly impenetrable, almost impregnable fortress. With people with powers existing, the chances of something completely indestructible being possible were extremely limited. Unless they created the prison with the most resistant element in the universe, they couldn't guarantee its resistance to attacks from truly powerful people, from monsters existing on the earthly plane. Cell 0001. That's where it is, Fury. A man named Fury stopped in front of a cold metal door. There were no gaps, no vents that would allow the prisoner to breathe fully. Despite the obstacles, Fury knew the man was alive, breathing, and hearing them, as if he were a fully heightened animal. Did he really give himself up? After paying for the symbiote? This belief permeated the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's voice. 6 months ago, that same man used exorbitant funds to pay a mercenary to obtain Venom. Days later, after regaining control of New York, that same man simply surrendered. There was no resistance or opposition. Spider-Man delivered it without any problems. He gave us the symbiote that was sent to Chimera. Maria Hill stopped beside her former boss. The woman had completely abandoned her battle dress uniforms, replacing her with a suit that could have been mistaken for a secretary. On a few occasions, Stark had made advances toward her, which was normal coming from Tony. He's really weird, Fury's breath left his lips. But it's imperative that he help us. His knowledge of this threat is greater than ours. The Cap. There's no sign of Rogers or his team. I fear the worst, Hill. That's why I convinced them to release this man to help us fight this bigger problem. If we don't stop him, the country will likely fall into their hands. The United States top brass had held a meeting. The president appeared, seeing the pressing urgency facing his country. Fury himself used this to use the prisoner there as his trump card. You could use Spider-Man. He's dealt with that guy before, too. It's not an option, I'm afraid. The president was too clear. Use only agents you control, show we're not dependent on outsiders. Well, the president knows all the details, he was very clear on this matter. S.H.I.E.L.D's usefulness in the field must be demonstrated or we'll simply be replaced. There are several groups trying to take our place. AIM? It's a possibility. 2 prison guards stood on either side of the door. A third took his keycard and swiped it through the reader. It turned green. Making this offer with him, of all people, is our best bet. A man with messy, dirty blonde hair and a bored look on his face emerged from the cell. The young man from 6 months ago was left behind, revealing a strong, athletic man with a well-built body and scarred across his bare torso. Small scratches were present on his pants, the only uniform the blonde man seemed to be currently wearing. Miss Headmistress. Prisoner 0001, Hill stared into those dagger-like blue eyes, mockingly. Uzumaki Naruto. Your cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. has been requested on a matter of utmost urgency. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.